Okay, recordings now.
Begins. Players, welcome back.
And my laptop is freezing.
Do you want me to stop?
Okay.
Okay.
Nope, I got it.
And then suddenly, Chris joined.
When we last left off, you found yourselves tired and weary from the sudden battle Tenzing's card had brought upon in the inn. After getting kicked out, Tim brought you to the circus to spend the night in one of the tents with the Kinkus. After a night's rest, the city guard was sent to retrieve you and lead you to where General Lionheart awaited your return. However, what was meant to be simple escort turned into an arrest as Kovacs decided to throw the face of a person at the guard's feet and refused to come along. Once you all had been arrested and escorted to the prison, the general was there, waiting outside for you. She told your group that she would speak with each of you to learn about how the search for the killer had ended. However, as Kovacs was led inside, he spoke the words he had once heard her speak and attempted to blackmail her. Ignoring his comments, the general spoke with the rest of your group to gather information on your findings. In doing so, you discovered that a large number of the survivors at Glucksburg had been slaughtered on the road by one of the monsters you had let escape. Due to this, much of the reward money was removed so as to start rebuilding the town and as compensation for any mourning families. However, the remaining amount was given to your group to split. Once the conversation had ended, the general declared that she would now need to take care of the Kovacs issue, declaring him as a traitor of the Empire. Ignoring Tenzing's protests and having him sent back into his cell, the general walked Scar and Varric back to their own cells. During this period of time, the two attempted convincing her of reconsidering. After a tense back and forth, eventually, the general agreed to giving Kovacs another chance. Unfortunately, while this conversation had been happening, Kovacs had been attempting to make a breakout. It was with this final act that the general threw away the chance she would give and decided that he was too unpredictable and unsafe to keep locked up any longer. Kovacs was sentenced to death. Upon this sentence, Kovacs removed himself from his physical form and decided to give his final goodbyes to Varric. Once he returned, the general stood before him, his body readied on the hanging block. The general allowed Kovacs a few moments to say anything he wished to say in that moment, before letting him go. We now pick back up with Tenzing in his cell. In the eerie silence of the jail, the mixture of voices of other individuals who are locked away, the sound of guards who had at first been running all over the place, now calmly walking back to their stations. You hear a set of familiar footprints making their way over to you. There's much more confidence and assuredness in comparison to the other guards, and you can immediately place it as Lionheart's as she comes over to approach your cell and stand before it, arms crossed behind her back, looking at you with a calm expression on her face.
Tenzing, while waiting before she comes over, he's just kind of fidgeting, his tail is swaying, and he stays as close to the bars of the jail as he possibly can, and just kind of gripping on one of them, trying to listen in on anything he could catch. Could he make a perception roll or something?
What are you trying to catch?
He's just trying to catch anything, because he noticed that guards are running back and forth and stuff, so he's trying to see if there's anything he can pick up hearing-wise.
Sure, make a perception check.
Perception. To my chat, it's 17.
As of right this moment, it seems that whatever commotion you had heard has settled down. There was a bit of a stir originally, but now it's back to the as quiet as a prison can really be.
There were no sentences that he could pick up, if any.
Nope, right now there is no one talking. There's just the general in front of you.
In that case, as soon as he hears her footsteps, he tenses up, and he moves away from the gate just a little bit and stands up and just kind of stares her down. What is it now?
I figured it would be better for you to hear from my own mouth rather than from one of my men. Your compatriots, Scar and Berg, managed to convince me of my original sentencing of your friend, but it seems that your companion decided to make the decision to make a run for it. My guards caught him quickly. And it is due to this that I decided to continue with my decision, and your friend was put to rest.
Tenji just kind of blinks for a moment, not quite getting the message yet, and she's like, you're talking about are you talking about Kovacs?
Yes.
Wait, gotcha. Wait, you mean that he tried to... What did he need to be caught for?
He tried to make an escape.
And you... And, he breaks eye contact with her for a moment, and just kind of, his eyes are darting back and forth across the floor, and he looks back up to her again with anger slowly rising. No, you're lying. You didn't actually. No, you didn't kill him, did you? No, you're fucking...
I'm sure you are aware, since you have been traveling him for a great period of time so far, it seems. A number of months, at the least. And...
You did not kill him, did you? No, you're fucking...
There's a moment pause. And then she gives a small nod of her head and says, I did.
Why did you fucking kill him?! He didn't need that! He didn't need to be put down. Yes, he's a wild card, and I know that he needs a little bit just more self-control, but you didn't need to put him down. And he takes hold of the bars and with both hands, and he just starts shaking them as if it doesn't. He's not actively trying to break the bars or anything, but he's definitely shaking them with a lot of force. He's like, "Where is he?"
My men are taking down his body as
Give him back. Give him back. You're not keeping him. Please, where are you taking him?
I am bringing his body where we bring the other bodies of traitors.
Where is he?
As I said, as of this moment, he is being taken down. As for where he is going, I cannot tell you.
No. You need... You've already taken him away from us. At least fucking give his body back to us so we can put him somewhere.
I understand that you're upset, so I will give you your time. I just wanted to be the one to inform you, since it was, in the end, my decision. Good day. She gives a small nod of her head and leaves without saying another word.
Tenz's just shaking the bars continuously. He's yelling back at her. All sorts of... He slips into his own language and just starts cursing at her. Yelling back at her and kind of repeating as he said. This is the first time that they mentioned you're just like the fucking rest. Bring him back. It continues to yell, and as she eventually walks away out of distance, he just kind of, all the tenseness that he had in his body just kind of becomes a big... He just becomes tired, and all his muscles just lose the contraction, and he falls to the floor. And he just kind of stares into the wall for a second and out into the distance and just kind of yells more to himself and out into the open. Just like, you fucking idiot. Do you hear me, cowboy? You're a fucking idiot! But you had your chance. You're a fucking moron, and I hope you're happy. Fuck you. God, why does that have to happen again?
As the general makes her way, hearing your screams eventually break down into sobs, she continues her path to the other cells, the ones where Varric, Scar, and Six had been put in, and makes her way over to stand within eyesight of the two cells that are next door to each other, and faces Varric this time.
Varric will kind of look up at her, clearly holding back emotion, and looks at her and says, "Was it worth it?"
Depends on what specifically you are speaking of.
You said his actions could bring a lot of harm to others. What did you find so important that you had to protect? And was the death of this man worth it?
The people. And from everything that your friend has shown me and what he was willing to put out to the world, simply for the sake of having an upper hand over me, yes, it was. But that does not mean I enjoy taking life, but I do what I have to.
Miss Lionheart, I will not tell you that I think that you're a good person at this instant. I struggle to understand your motivations, I will admit. And I cannot say that I am particularly happy with you at this moment. You've helped and hindered us in many ways. So I struggle to understand what your true goals are. But despite this, I'm still going to ask you to do us at least a small kindness in comparison to the harm you've just caused us. In your report of this incident, do not use Kovacs's name. Do not use Walter Kovacs's name. You've already killed the man. I ask that you only leave his reputation.
Make a roll for persuasion. She gives you a small nod and says, I will consider it.
I thank you for that. A man's life has been ended. Hopefully the stories he left behind will be found to be worth telling again. Now,
From what you are saying, I get the sense that you did not know your companion's background very well, did you?
no. I knew him as a man. Walter Kovacs I knew was a man who had put a burden on himself. And I think, from what I've seen of him, that burden certainly affected him. And I think he did it thinking that if he took it on, he would be doing something good. I don't know much about the man before that, but I do know the man that I knew as Walter Kovacs. While we definitely disagreed at some points, and I cannot say truthfully that I did not think he was in some way flawed, I still found him to be a good man. So that is why I ask you to leave his name out of your report so that his legacy may still, at least from what I knew, the stories I will tell of him, his legacy may be good. But it sounds like you know something a bit more than him than I did.
He had a reputation in the Southern Empire, I will only say. If he did not share that story with the rest of you, then I will respect his wishes and not say any more than that.
Alright, very well. I do not wish to tarnish the man's legacy further. General Lionheart, I know for a fact that many in this group probably will not wish to ever see you again. And I cannot speak for the rest of my friends here, but I want you to one day prove to me that this was worth it. I'm going to go to the Solya Temple. I'm going to look into that matter you spoke of. I am going to destroy the contract and I am sure I will return here one day. I don't do this for your sake, but I do it because I think it's the right thing to do, and I think it is the best way to help people, if I can. I do not care what you think at this moment. I do not care if you are... I do not care if you look down at us. But I do care that you do not harm. You do not harm them any more than you already have.
Her gaze, which this entire time seems like it had just, although it had been on you, it gave a sensation similar to as if she were looking through you rather than at you. And as you say this, it seems to bring her gaze actually on you this time, with more presence to it, as she says. She gives a small nod and then says, I will ensure that your day spent in your cells is as comfortable as possible, and you will be released come tomorrow morning. I will have your papers ready. Good day.
Papers.
Yes, to enter the temple.
Right. I'm not sure if we'll leave effective immediately, as it may be best for us to prepare for the journey ahead.
Yes, it is for whenever you can. They are just to allow you access on the ship.
Very well. Miss Lionheart, I want to believe that you're a good person. And once this matter is taken care of, I'm sure we will speak again. Or at least I hope we will. And I hope that you can prove to me that you are a good person, and that you just had to do a bad thing.
Good day, Mr. Knuckle.
Good day, Miss Lionheart.
She turns to the side, giving Scar and Six a glance and small nod and greeting, and then walks off again with that sureness to her step. And you guys find yourselves in these cold, small cells for the entirety of the day. And unless there is anything particular any of you want to do, we will move on to the next morning.
Varric will hand Urkel over to Six, as I'm sure she needs something to cuddle.
Tenzing's gonna sleep that night.
No
my
Dylan.
God.
But Varric will hand Urkel over to Six, and he'll say, "Can you watch Urkel for me? I need to do something."
Six will nod her head, and bring Urkel with her over to the corner to curl up on the floor and just press her face into his feather.
Okay. And Varric will pull out his painter supplies, and while the memory is fresh as it can be, he will start painting a portrait of Walter Kovacs.
Okay. I'll let you do a roll with advantage. down to every last little imperfection on his face. You make a perfect replication of the man you had gotten to know.
I'm sorry I couldn't do more for you. And I'm sorry we didn't always get along. But I will tell your story in kind. He will look at Scar and he will look at Six and he will just say, I'm sorry. But we did everything in our power for him. And we cannot blame ourselves for what happened to him. We have to agree on this. Yes?
Six doesn't really seem to want to talk right now. Alright, and if there is nothing else, you guys spend...
Varric will spend his time the rest of the time in his cell reading his book.
Alright. And as the day goes by, hours ticking on very, very slowly with nothing outside of what you have on your person to pass the time. The night comes and goes, and then the morning rises to a guard coming to your cell and unlocking it to let the three of you out.
I guess we step out.
Alright, and I'll say Scar follows. Six gets up to follow as well. The guard is just staying quiet, gestures for you to follow him as he makes his way over to Tenzing's cell.
Yeah, Tenzing doesn't even look up. He's just kind of slumped over a wall.
Come on, let's go.
The guard unlocks your cell and opens it up for you, Tenzing.
It takes him a minute before he registers that it's open. And then he pushes himself up and just kind of bumps shoulders with the guard on the way out, not really caring that he's done so. And doesn't make eye contact with anybody and just kind of stands there and waits.
The guard will lead each of you towards the front entrance of the prison. After being in such a damp, dark place, the greeting of the morning sunlight it forces some of you to have to squint your eyes at the brightness of it. And as you step out, you see that there is another guard standing out to the side. A woman who is holding what looks to be a brown sack full of something. She steps in front of you, back straight, body at attention, and offers the bag out to your group and says, "The belongings on your companion."
Tenzing snatches them before anyone else and just kind of puts it over his shoulder.
And
crosses his arms.
As you take that, she then reaches in for what was tucked under her arm, which was a small stack of papers, which she holds out and says, "And your paperwork for the ship."
Varric will take that.
The the guard gives you a short bow and then stands back to attention in front of the front entrance, along with the second guard who had escorted you. And you guys find yourselves out in the open city air of Findlefair.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I think I'm ready to find a place to get a drink. I would like to first say I know we've been through a lot, and I know that this has not been a particularly good day, and I know that our journey thus far has not been necessarily pleasant. We've seen many horrors and not much in the way of delights, but I think that we've done something good by working together, and I think we should at least stick together. If you all need a time to yourselves, I understand. I have a few things I'd like to do myself, but Varric will just kind of say, but first I think we should find a place to stay for the next couple of days to collect ourselves and prepare for what lies ahead. I don't know what you three are doing, but I still plan to head to the Solia Temple.
Six seems to she's still kind of cradling Urkel, has her eyes on the ground, gives a little
A little what?
shrug.
Varric will just kind of look up at Tenzing.
Tenzing looks like he didn't really hear any of that, and is just kind of continuing to stare at the floor. And he just mutters,
Wait, what do you mutter?
Sorry.
What do you mutter?
He mutters, meet you back at the inn. And he just...
We have to find an inn. Remember, we got kicked out of our last one, and the circus is leaving.
Give me an hour. And he walks off without much explanation. And he's going to head over to the market.
Alright.
Well then, I'll look at Six and Mr. Scar, and Varric will say, well, we should probably find a place to spend the next couple of days. There is something I'd like to pick up, though, if you would allow me just a small moment of time.
Six gives you a little nod.
Right.
And we will say, since he's not here, that while you two go to do that, Scar goes to look for a new place.
Okay. Varric will start doing the things we discussed earlier.
Alright. Tenzing, what do you go off to?
He is going to buy a couple things. Let's see. He's going to first look or a place that sells like handkerchiefs, scarves, and such, or just general fabrics. And should I roleplay that, or are we gonna for the
No, it's a quick shop thing. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay. Yeah. In that case, he's gonna buy black. He's gonna buy like handkerchief size squares of cloth, and the color is red and black. And he's gonna ask for some string, or not string. He has they're just like yarn or something. To go with that, and then he is going to buy a little bag of rice, like not even enough for a meal or anything, just like a small bag of rice. And then he will buy 2 kinds of brushes, one for the hair and one for like the horses, brushing their hair.
Okay.
And yeah, and then after that he'll go back to look for the others.
All right. I'll say all that will come to a silver piece.
1 silver.
Varric and Six go to do their bit of shopping.
Did the circus leave already or no?
You do see that they are finishing up.
I'll just walk over and see if they, because Varric wants to just do literally anything else at this point. See if they want to continue with that business opportunity we had spoken about.
Make a perception check.
Perception?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, did you say perception or persuasion?
Perception. All right. Looking around the area, all you just see is a number of kinkus that are finishing up the packing. You can't see any of. You can't find the individuals that you had spoken.
I'll go up to one of the Kenkus and ask them where their boss went.
All right, so you walk up to one of the Kenkus who's busy wrapping up some boxes of prizes that didn't get given out. Looks up at you with his large black eyes and says, more like tilts its head a bit at you. Not sure how to answer the question. Till eventually speaks up again with a familiar voice you've heard from all of them, repeating the words, "No refunds."
Can you just point me in the direction of your boss, please?
You see the Kenku kind of look around, unsure, and look up at you, and again tilt his head, not very sure.
Is your boss even here? Yes, no? He'll give a thumbs up, thumbs down.
It gives a little shrug of its shoulders.
Alright, Varric will just kind of look around just a little bit. And just see if they're actually there or not.
That's why I had you do the perception check.
Oh, okay. Alright. Nope. Never mind. Sorry. Sorry about that. 6. I was hoping to do something to get my mind off things. Maybe show you, introduce you to some nice people that we met. Sorry.
She gives your sleeve a little tug and makes like a nod with her chin to the back where you guys came.
Right. Of course. Yeah. I'm assuming Varric, before he got to the circus, had time to go take care of those other errands real quick.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Eventually, you guys, you two make it back towards the area a little ways outside from where the prison was. Scar's there, who, and if Tenzing after shopping would Tenzing after shopping decide to head back there?
Yeah.
All right. Scar will lead you in the direction of a much smaller inn that he came across. And actually, while you guys are walking there, this little figure runs by and bumps into you, Varric.
Huh?
Turning, you see what appears to be either a small person, whether gnome or halfling or a child, it's hard to say. They have a hood on, covering most of their face. You can just see the lower half, where their mouth is. A portion of it half of it seems to be kind of scarred up. And the person holds out a object to you.
I'll take it.
When you do, the person gives a small smile, lifts their head. It does seem like it is a child, a young girl. It looks like half of her face has been kind of burned away. It's just badly scarred. She gives you a small smile and nod, and then runs back the way she had come.
I'll look down. What was that? What object did I get?
You see a small folded piece of paper.
I'll unfold it.
Looking inside, you see what seems to be a shorthand of directions from where you are, from a the starting point being right outside from where the prison is.
Here, looks like I have business to attend to. I'll be back in a minute. And Varric will start walking off. Where are these directions taking me?
It seems to be just a small distance from where you guys are at that moment. And at the bottom of the directions, it says, everyone.
Oh, in that case, Varric will instead say, it seems we're someone asking for our presence and attention. Seeing the circumstances as they are, I assume this may be urgent. I would like to go check it out if it's all the same to you two. I mean, you three.
Tenzing, he was watching and just kind of his brows furrow in confusion for a bit, but then shrugs and just nods. Yeah, let's go. And by the way, when he comes back, he has the black and red cloths. Let's see if I can... Have you guys seen the Tibetan flags? Or not flags, just kind of like cloths where it looks kind of like a laundry line, and there's just kind of squares about, or kind of like a banner.
No.
Okay, I'll pull up a quick picture. But basically, he has them in a sort of banner, but they're wrapped around his waist along with his sash. And yeah,
Where's by the way, what happened to Judah?
I think he might have lost connection or something.
heck.
Assuming Scar just goes along with it.
Yeah, welcome back.
Hello.
Hello. Should I
Hey.
repeat anything that I've said?
Black Tibetan, and then it just bleh.
Yeah.
But Varric will look at, assuming Scar kind of just goes along with it since he's not here.
Yeah.
And I'll look at 6 and I'll just say, oh, okay, one of those. I see what you mean.
Yeah, Tenzing just he has one of these, but it's black and red, and it's around his waist currently. That's the only thing that's really changed when he came back.
Got it. Varric will just kind of look at 6 and say, in case some form of conflict comes about for some reason, I'm trusting you to make sure Urkel doesn't get hurt.
She nods her head.
Thank you. Well, let's go see what this is about.
All right. Following the directions, again, it seems to be a short distance away from where you guys are. You find yourselves making your way towards the entrance, the main entrance to Findle Fair, where you guys had gone in and out of many, many different times. And then turning off to the side, following along the wall stretched around the large city. You're knee deep in the vast flower field that stretches out around the entire circumference of the city. You walk a bit of a distance away from the main road into that entrance area until it's just far enough that it's out of sight, and any people going in and out is a blurry image. Until eventually you find the spot that the piece of paper spoke of. And in this vast field of flowers, of pinks, reds, yellows, purples, blues, you spot a disturbed piece of earth and what looks to be a rock that's been altered to the shape of a small tombstone, and resting over the head of it is Kovacs's hat, and carved into the front of this small, out-of-sight grave says, "A friend, a companion, W.K.
Well, at least she kept her word. And Varric will Tenzing, you just see Varric pull out a small wooden box, and you see him pull out what looks to be a cigar, and he just kind of leaves it against the tombstone. One more for you.
Tenzing, his eyes widen at the sight when he realizes what it is. And he walks over to it and he sits down next to it and just starts sobbing in front for a couple minutes. And then eventually he takes the flags that he had around him and puts them around the stone, as well as weaves a sort of flower crown / chain to put over the stone, not over the stone, to put over the hat, and some flowers in front of the grave. And just continues to work silently, finding other small rocks and also placing them around the grave site. And mutters again, just, I hope you're happy now.
Varric will just pull out his accordion and just start to play a small, quiet song.
Alright, your group spends a period of time by this grave that was made to lay your friend to rest. Giving yourselves time to mourn and say your final goodbyes to him. Until eventually each of you are satisfied enough to pick yourselves up and give the grave one last glance.
Come on. It's starting to get dark. We should probably head back.
Tenzing will stand up, and the last thing that he does to the grave is he takes out the little bag of rice, and he sprinkles some over the grave. And as they're walking away, he leaves just a little more of a trail, sprinkling away until the bag is empty, and then gives the grave one last glance, and then turns around and follows Varric.
Oh, Varric was gonna just, as you were doing that, just nod his head towards the grave and just say, "May your burdens finally be at ease, and sleep well, cowboy."
As you step away, giving the grave one last glance, now a bit of a distance away, you see a small wind kind of pick up. The petals off of some of the flowers lifting away from their buds, and yet somehow still strong enough to lift some of the scattered rice. And you could have sworn for a minute it'd take the shape of a man who tips his hat at you before the wind blows it all away.
Well then. Yeah, let's take that. I don't know about you, but I'm not normally the superstitious type, but given everything we've seen, I'm going to consider that farewell. And I'm going to consider that a sign that things have moved on in a way that's not going to confirm Scar's worst fears. Yeah, let's get to the end and grab a few drinks.
Tenzing, as soon as he sees that, as he was tense earlier, the tension in his muscles relax considerably again as he sees what they all assume was the farewell. And he just kind of watches the petals go off and stands there silently, but manages to catch most of what Varric has said and just kind of nods. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, let's go back to the inn, get right shit-faced, and laugh, cry, and otherwise mourn. And we should probably, not today, but tomorrow, we should probably talk about what we're all planning on doing next. But that's for tomorrow. Let's get going.
Right. Lead the way.
And while we're out here, hey Tenzing, you want to see something potentially kind of cool?
Yeah. Why not? And turns to face him and give him his attention, and for once actually makes a bit of eye contact.
Varric just pulls out the pink bag. You may want to back up for this.
Oh,
Right.
jeez.
Oh God. Oh boy.
We gotta break up the sadness for a second.
Oh boy. Yeah, I'm actually tearing up. I need to wash my face. Tenzing will back up until they kind of lightly tap Six's shoulder and just kind of has her follow with the rest. And they stand there and wait at a distance, and he just kind of raises his voice just enough to hear, but not exactly just hollering out. Just, is this good?
You're kind of going robotic on me.
Heck!
Oh, sounds okay to me.
Sounds fine to me too.
Oh. No, you're all going robotic. Hold on.
Oh no!
Better?
I'm a mess.
All right, Nikki, remind me. What am I doing for this?
Alright, roll 1d100.
Oh boy!
All right, give me a second. And
89.
Alright,
Too bad it wasn't 69.
okay. Reaching in, you feel your fingertips touch a sort of hard, smooth surface. And you grip it and pull it out, and you see a copper belt buckle.
a copper belt buckle, you said?
Yep.
No magic on it, I'm assuming?
You don't know.
I would like to cast Identify to find out.
Alright, you cast Identify, and you're not getting any magical sense from
Eh, I figured not. Can I tell how much it might be worth?
You have to check at a store.
Yeehaw.
Alright, generally speaking, though, a copper belt buckle probably isn't worth that much, right?
Probably not.
Okay.
Silver most.
Alright, Varric will just pull out a little
Doesn't
notebook.
say bam.
Varric will pull out a little notebook and write it down. It says, I've made a belt buckle.
Amazing.
Six looks kind of confused as to why they had to step away.
Tenzing is also confused and just like, is everything alright, mate?
It's just how the magic works. You just can't. I can't have people within about a 20-foot radius of me, just in case something goes haywire and it literally explodes in my face.
What the fuck do you have that?
Well, it's I can just make stuff. And
That
I'll toss the belt buckle to the Tenzing. I think that looked good on you.
catches. But I don't have a belt.
All right, here. And Varric is gesturing to catch it.
He tosses it back and just kind of side eyes Six for a second again in confusion. Usually
you see Six kind of like with the two of them walking back up to you. She kind of like crouches down a bit to rest her hands against your waist, Varric, to kind of test the holdout, and then pull out her hands to see the distance, and then goes behind to test it with Tenzing's hips, and it gives you a look.
What? Here, it looked good on you. And I toss it to her.
You again kind of see her like kind of measuring the distance, and then gives a shrug.
Alright.
Yeah, that. So you have a magical bag of things that could possibly come out of it?
No, I have a magical bag that allows me to create belt buckles. It is amazing. This, my dear friend, is how I'm going to get rich. Varric Knuckles Buckle Emporium. Yeah,
alright. You keep on dreaming your dreams and do your thing. You do see like a tinge of amusement in his eyes, despite the sadness still very clearly there, but he's not opposed to what has happened.
I assume with this conversation happening, Scar kind of turns on his heel to start walking back the way you came.
What? Don't think I should quit my day job yet, Mr. Scar?
I'm not going to try his voice.
Also, give me 1 second. I need to like wash.
Just sighs.
We're walking forward.
All right. And we'll say that you guys start making your way to the new inn that was found. Let me switch you.
I'm really glad this town has at least 4 separate inns.
It's a big city.
Let us do our best not to get kicked out of this one.
Boy.
I give it at the end of the night.
1 second, my laptop's freezing again.
No!
Okay, I'm back. What?
Haha, I'm in pain.
How do you think we feel? Hey, at least you kept your word.
I'm in pain.
And as you guys make your way into the inn, it is pretty small. Definitely seems to be on the more cheaper side of things. There's a small little bar, just a few number of tables. Doesn't look like there's too many people in today. You do, however, spot sitting at on one of the chairs a larger than normal man. And Dylan, if you would describe.
Oh, you're a little bit distant, my friend.
He's just a wee bit.
Oh,
yeah.
shit. That is not better at all.
No? Is it not?
No.
Really
Step
far.
away.
I thought I fixed this. I really did.
I mean, I could just turn you up to 200. I'm sure that would fix something.
Hold on.
Let me just bring
Okay.
your volume up all the way.
How do I bring
We
his
can't
voice
hear him
down?
because he's all the way up there.
Too many short party members. I don't know.
Perspective.
This is Varric's perspective of how the world sounds to him. What?
It's just, everything's just so much more quiet and peaceful. How do you think Varric manages to keep calm all the time?
Well, I mean, you also have Tenzing dick off constantly in your face. So
Yeah,
like,
no, it's a trade-off. It's like
yeah.
it's like audio.
My balls, mate.
It's like audio is like much better. Like I'm not as annoyed by the things people say, but then just like I also have to like on the rare occasion that I come across a centaur, it's like the height right there is just really awkward.
The trade-off for the hearing is your sight.
Yeah.
Is this better?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
You're at 200%, but yeah. Oh wait, no, I turned you back down. Never mind. You're back at 100.
So we're good now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi.
Okay. My input was really low. Okay. Yeah.
Hyperventilating.
About 7.5 feet tall, shaggy-haired man. Yeah, with a lot of black hair, like going into his beard. You can't really tell where his beard and his hair start and stop. Wearing a bunch of leather clothes that are all fur lined, with over which he wears like a large duster type coat. I mean, yeah, and that's pretty much. You probably see him sitting there at the table with like 3 or 4 mugs in front of him. But yeah, just a giant of a man with a lot of hair, and yeah, 7.5 feet tall. Oh, about 350 pounds. He's a big boy.
Do we get a picture?
Yeah.
They can blow it up. At least it's token.
I love it.
Large man.
Yes, which is why he stands out very much in this bar.
He's taller than Tenzing.
But yeah, no, and then he looks the adventurous type too. He's got like a very polished axe on his person, a large traveling pack with him, and everything. I would probably say, as you guys walk in, he would be sitting there, laughing, just be like, and he goes, more drinks, just ushering to other people at the tables. And probably as you guys walk in, he'd turn and goes, more friends, good. And he goes, more drinks, on me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Not a problem, little one. And he'll pat you on the head just a little bit. Which he will have to bend over to do.
Tenzing can't help but smirk at that. Just a bit.
It's friendly. He pats you on the head. He goes, not a problem. And he'll take one of the tankards he has and he'll put it in your hand. And he goes, we're drinking. We're being merry.
As you guys do, your server walks towards you at this point. He goes, "Oh, sorry. May I ask what you would have with your drinks today?"
I think I'll take a scotch today, thank you.
Okay, and oh my, you're a big one, aren't you? A centaur. Haven't seen many of you. What would you like, sir?
Yes. I don't really care. Anything's good.
I'll just put you down for one of the house brews then. Oh, and a dragonborn. Well, okay, we'll get you your drink right away. And what would the lady like?
She points at Varric and holds up a finger.
Oh my, well, of course. I will be right back with to the bartender and bring your order. Mr. Gray, you said you were paying for these as well?
Nah, I've got this round. It's on me.
Oh, very good. Wanders off to the bar to go get your drinks.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
Grimson. Mr. Gray's my father.
Mr. Grimson.
No. Grimson. Grim. Pretty boy. Whatever you want to call me. Do not call me Mister.
Sure. Grimson. thank you for the drinks.
Not a problem. Judging from the look of y'all could use it.
Yes, it was rather a trying. It is quite a trying time for us.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, what better place than here to air your grievances?
You know, I appreciate the offer, but I don't wish to speak for the rest of us, and I kind of just look at everyone. We are in a period of mourning, so to speak.
Well, I mean, if you really think about it, there's somebody always in a point of mourning.
Yes, and this would be ours.
So, that's no reason not to drink. No reason not to be merry. I'm sure whoever it is you lost had happy moments they would rather have you look back on.
Something like that, yeah.
I suppose. Yeah, I suppose.
I understand. I get it. I can see looks on your faces. You don't want to talk. You don't want to talk. Drink your drink then. And then Grimson will sit back down in the chair and begin eating probably the whole chicken he has in front of him.
Six kind of gives the both of you an odd look and then looks at this
Hey,
guy. Oh,
Hey!
Crest!
Yes!
I'm really sorry. I know this has happened twice now. It's just wanted to make an apology clear. I really don't mean it to, and
It's all good.
I feel really.
Just glad you're
I feel
here.
really bad about that.
We love you.
We love
Wait.
you.
I
Judah,
will
why did you
try
message
harder in
me?
the future to change it.
Huh?
You sent me a thing.
Oh, how tall is Varric?
Oh, 3'3".
3'3". Okay, yeah. I thought it would be fun for a little representation about the height difference between Grim.
Yeah, Chris, don't worry about it. It's okay. We actually just finished up the main morning portion of stuff. I'll give you a quick summary. The general went to each of your cells to inform you of what she did. Then you guys spent the day in jail, as had been told before. You guys got released the next morning and were given Kovacs's belongings. Some of you went shopping while Scar went looking for a new inn. You guys all met up again in front of the prison, and as you were going to head towards the inn, a young child bumped into Varric and pushed a folded piece of paper into his hand. Inside the piece of paper were directions, and you guys went to follow the directions, which led just slightly outside of the city, deep in the flower fields that stretch around the entire outside of the city, where you found that a hidden grave was made for Kovacs, surrounded by flowers and whatnot, and on his tombstone rested his hat and an engraving that said a companion, a friend, and with the initials WK.
Okay.
And as the group was kind of walking away, a mysterious bit of wind lifted up flower petals that took on the shape of a man, tipping his hat at the group, which kind of raised their spirits just a little bit, and then they made their way to the inn, which is where you are now meeting Grimson Grey.
And
Okay.
Tenzing performed a small burial rite, and I'm assuming that Scar would have done something too.
Yeah, I did have stuff I wanted to do.
Yeah, what
that's-
is it?
No, it's my fault. Don't worry about it.
I'm okay if
Sure.
you go over it. I would love
No,
to.
don't. No,
I
we're
would
not.
also.
Yeah,
love
We're
to-
not.
We can
Nope.
retroactively do it. It's
Nope.
fine.
Nope. Keep moving.
Oh, come on. We
Nope.
want to hear it.
This is the payment. No, I really only had other stuff prepared. Don't worry about it. There was stuff like if something happened, a reaction, but don't worry about it. Move on.
Can we?
Oh, okay.
Well, will we just say that Scar probably said a prayer over the grave or something?
Oh, of course.
How is his current mood after all this?
Quiet.
Quiet. What level of quiet?
Just like a somber quiet.
Mhm.
Well, while everybody's sitting there staring into their drinks and just kind of being somber, Grimson's just tearing into this chicken. I'm like, "You guys want some chicken? I can order you another one."
I think I'm good for the moment. Thank you, Mr. I'm sorry. Thank you, Grimson.
Ah,
How tall is he again? 7 foot.
7'5", or not 7'5", 7'6".
5 inches on me.
7.5 feet. Yeah.
As like as your table is in this like quiet mood, despite your best attempts, Grimson, to lift their spirits a bit, as they're clearly not feeling pretty down. The pause in conversation gets interrupted by the front of the doors to the front of the inn suddenly bursting open with a man falling onto his back and clutching his face and just being like, oh. And in stepping in after him is Judah, if you will describe your character.
Immediately, actually for this case, I guess, immediately what you see is a man roughly about 6 foot flat, kind of walking in, kind of menacingly. A bit of his features, other than his face, is kind of a little bit, hidden by the hood that he wears. Kind of like a half cape, one could say, that kind of drapes over himself with the shoulder pad on its side. Very much a militaristic-esque, but completely renegade outfit that he kind of has, as he completely lacks a breastplate or any frontal protection as far, other than a few bandages and other things and whatnot that you find across his legs, his arms, and his chest, of different tied double-ended blades that are kind of strapped alongside him. He kind of wears and I put in heavy quotes, man skirt, kind of noted within the ancient Greek era. And he has, what's it called? Elbow pads on his knee, what's it called? And kind of leg guards, shin guards. And bandages around his feet, but no actual shoes. And as far as you can see of his face, still kind of secluded, but you can kind of make out the seeming of stubble across the lower part of his chin. And immediately as he kind of stops in, he's just like, "So you like taking money, huh?
That's crazy, I didn't.
You like walking in? Oh, yeah, sure. So you completely just went ahead and bumped into me, right? Yeah, that's what you did, right? Yeah, it was just a little bit of a misunderstanding, a fucking mistake, right?
This man is fucking crazy. You punched me. My nose is broken.
Oh, trust me, I can leave you a lot worse if you just give me the time. Keep this type of shit up, and I swear to God, I will have your entire fucking face. Your teeth, those pearly little yellows of yours looking like a broken keyboard. Keep it up. Now get the fuck out of my face.
God. Fucking asshole.
Move!
You see him spit blood onto the floor and still clutching his broken nose, make his way around to leave.
Barkeep. A glass of water.
Whatever you say, sir. Biff? Oh, of course, Bill. See the mermaid run over and hand you a glass of water?
He kind of sits down and peels back his hood for a moment, and then you begin to see his more other features, kind of like some nice kind of darker, deeper brown eyes, short hair with a braid that actually circles around the kind of mid area of his head, with a bit of a braid tail that kind of falls a little bit behind, reaching about his nape before cutting off.
Tenzing, as that was happening, he looked like he was about to like stand up, just given irritation was starting to bubble from the loudness plus his sour mood. But the boy seemed to be fine, so he just kind of settles back down and kind of half paying attention to his peripheral and then going back to his drink.
Oh, if there's ever a man that needed a drink, there's one right there.
Is this addressed outwardly and towards Klaus?
I don't think it would be said quietly from Grimson, no.
Okay. For the sake of this, I will say that Klaus will ignore the comment. As at this point, he's just kind of like sloppily kind of slouching inside of his chair, kind of tapping the table somewhat impatiently, as his breaths are still a little bit heavy from past adrenaline.
So the lot of y'all, in mourning, what's your plan after this?
That was something we were going to discuss tomorrow, actually, I think.
Why not discuss it now?
We're already here, so might as well.
Alright, well, I don't know about all of you, but I was
No, we don't have anything going on. I don't have anything going on. I don't have to talk like that anymore.
I'm free.
The third person shall haunt me no longer.
In a way, isn't it almost second person? That what makes it worse.
God.
As Varric just starts feeding little pieces of chicken to Urkel, he'll say, right,
Hold on. 1 second. What is that?
what is what?
The little thing you have.
Oh.
The winged rat with the beak.
Oh, that's Urkel. He's my little baby griffin.
Where on earth did you get a griffin? I'm gonna reach down and I'm gonna pick him up by like the scruff of his neck.
He doesn't. You're not supposed to hold him like that.
Urkel turns his head and bites your finger.
Do you want me to roll a bite attack for you?
Yes.
Okay.
the little beak just feels like a sort of sensation on your finger.
Grimson laughs. He's just like, "Oh, what sort of tricks does he do?"
Well, if you put him down, here, and Varric will just kind of like just start reaching up to grab to like take him back,
Yep, there you go.
and he'll just kind of pet him, make sure he's okay.
Urkel kind of shakes his head, fluffs his feathers, like trying to shake away the sensation of being held up by his scruff, and looks up at you, Varric, just making a chirping sound like, oh.
I'll kind of scratch him underneath the beak, give him a little piece of chicken, and I'll look up to Grimson and say, actually, you're not supposed to pick this particular species of animal up by the scruff of the neck. You're actually supposed to pick them up by the, like this, and just kind of showing him as he picks them up, like supporting his feet and whatnot, kind of like a cat.
Maybe if you want to make it soft, but I mean, it's your beast. I'll let you do it. Explain. Show the trick.
Well, sure. Varric will just... Still very distraught about what happened earlier yesterday. I guess he will go sit.
Make an animal handling check.
Okay, give me a second.
I
One
should
day-
mention that. Or go ahead.
Well, I was about to say one day we'll get this down to the point where he'll just do it on command.
Sure.
That'll take some trading.
Yeah. But no, I was just saying that like as this is kind of going on, even though like at first Klaus was kind of ignoring it, kind of upon the appearance of Urkel, he kind of like is side eyeing the party.
Echo,
Okay.
sit.
You see Urkel tilt its little head at you, going, and then sitting down.
Good boy, and I'll give him a piece of meat as a reward.
Immediately, Urkel stands back up to just start tearing at it with its beak and holding it down with his.
Not bad, and I'll clap a little bit. Just,
Well, considering we've only had him for about, it's been about almost 2 weeks now. I think that's pretty good progress.
So, is there a reason a lot of you are catching side eyes from old Punchy over there?
Are we?
I mean,
He averts his gaze after that supposed notice.
he seems to be staring y'all's way a little bit.
So...
You need something, mate.
Talking to me?
Mm.
Not at all. Just looking at the other bar patrons. Don't see the crime in that.
He is correct. There is no crime in that.
Just... yes. Here, let's just go back to our conversation. What were we talking about?
Oh, where you guys are headed after this?
Oh, I suppose, yeah, now we're talking about that. Well, I don't know about the rest of you, as he looks at everyone else from the established group. I was planning on finishing what we started and heading off to Solya Temple. I'm not sure if any of you would like to join me, but actually, if you'd join me on that, I would like to take care of, and I gesture 6. Her appointment is coming up, if I remember correctly, and would you like to go to that, 6?
You see Six kind of tilt her head thoughtfully for a moment, looking at those of you that she knows. And then eventually she gives a small shake of her head and with her very scratchy voice says, "Wait."
Okay. Okay, we can come back to it at a later date. I have a few things I want to handle in town before we head off proper, to prepare for the journey ahead. If you'd like to come with me.
Six nods her head and then looks at the other two.
A few things here that you have to prepare, or
Yes, I have something in the works, and I have a few things I'd like to put orders in for with Binky when we see her next. It may take a little time, but I'd rather have it if we are heading out on such a long journey across such a long distance.
I will note, Varric, since Binky has already told you this, you would know that with the day that you guys spent with her at the circus and then the day you had to spend in jail, she's probably not in town.
Yeah, I know. I'd like to spend a little time in town to get a few things prepared for the road. Oh, wait, that reminds me. I look over at Tenzing. You weren't there for this, but we did get paid for our part in the events that transpired over the last couple of weeks. And Varric will hand both hands Tensing, Scar, and Six each of them a bag of 250 gold pieces.
Oh, so a lot of you are the adventurous type.
Sounds like you want to come along.
What sort of work you doing?
Just work, sensitive work.
I'm assuming it's a bit dangerous after your period of mourning.
Yes. Hopefully this won't. Yeah, 250. Hopefully this doesn't turn into anything actually dangerous. It's more of a, shall we say, delivery.
Is there a chance of danger?
Well, I mean, we'll be traveling the roads for a while, so I suppose so.
I'm in.
Excuse me?
I'm in. I've run this town out of drinks as I push another tankard to the side and start on another one. And I'm looking for my next stop.
Sure, but I'm not sure if you travel with us. I'm not sure if we're really allowed to tell you necessarily the nature of what we're delivering.
Fine by me. I'm not much of a thinker, more of a fighter.
I don't even know what exactly we're delivering either, so he's in the dark just as much as I am, and I've been here longer.
Remember the thing? You know, the thing that we had an argument about? That thing?
Oh.
That thing.
An argument? Did you have to kill your friend in this argument?
No. Well,
God.
no. It was. There was a confrontation, but not anything physical, mind you. Just we didn't see quite eye to eye on this circumstance.
Boring story.
Not all stories are meant to be exciting.
I think they are. Stories are meant to entertain. Why would you tell a boring story?
Because it might impart a lesson or provide valuable information. That's basically the entire premise of school.
You don't tell stories at school?
No, you tell stories at school. It's just that sometimes, like, think of like if you've ever taken a math, lesson, you learn about things like how to do algebra, and you can see it as a sort of story of things trying to get to where
Grimace,
they
stop
belong.
listening to you. So while you're
How's
talking, he'll turn to Scar and just go and like, you're a quiet one.
Yes, most of the time.
I see. So you have a little bit of fancy jewelry there. Where'd you get that?
What is he talking about?
Don't you have like a flaming?
Yes, I do.
Okay. He goes,
Aha!
dungeon? Grave robbing? Huh?
That would actually be a gift from my father.
Oh. Okay.
Here.
Grimson's gonna go back to his chicken and beer, noticing that he is reading the room wrong.
He's trying his best.
Just seeing all this awkward energy going on, Six is going to kind of look at the table and stand up and pull out her chair to move it over by Grimson and point at his drink.
These are mine. I'll get you another one.
She shakes her head and then points at her own drink.
Oh,
I don't know what's going on.
She wants to know. I think she wants to know what she's been drinking since
She shakes her head no.
Oh.
We want a drinking competition with you.
She nods her head yes.
Oh. Hey, you're getting better at this, Tenzing.
Why doesn't she just say that? Little girl, you should probably talk. It's easier for people to understand you. And
Kind of mute. She can't really do that.
I heard her say something a second ago.
Kind of was the keyword there, Miss Grimson.
Miss Grimson.
No, I was starting to say Mister, but I remember that you don't like that, so I stopped midway and
His rolling eyes has evolved into a nose pinch.
So again, I would like to redirect your attention to the small man in the corner.
pay no mind to the man behind the panel.
Just be glad you're finally not called the small man, Varric.
Barrett doesn't care if people call him small. He understands he's a gnome.
I know,
Eric
but
is
it's
not a
new.
small man. He is a large gnome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Average gnome.
And what about me?
You seem to be interested in the conversations over here. If
It's
you
the
can,
only
you can go a few minutes without throwing punches, we'll gladly have a drink with you.
It's the only conversation that is actually happening, but sure.
That's because you're sitting alone.
That's because the other group is mysteriously silent, but besides the point.
Just fuck
Alright.
it. Let's go drinking.
I don't drink. But,
Get out of the bar.
yeah.
Mark's just drinking water too, right?
Oh, yeah, probably.
And there's a lot
in this bar only drinking water. That's odd.
Yeah, well, it's either that or the lake a few miles outside, so kind of added up, I guess. Anyways, you're talking about this delivery or something? Obviously, you can't share too much information about it, but seems kind of classified, since you seem to be unable to share much.
It is. It's a secret mission.
A secret mission that the kind of entire bar knows about. Great. You guys are doing a good job at that one. Anyway, this kind of back and forth is kind of painful, I'm going to be honest.
It's, I mean, only because you're not drinking.
Sure. From what I understand, you're down a number. Seems like this big one is interested in what you have going on. Care to care to have another spot?
I'm sorry. I don't think you introduced yourself.
For the sake of a job, Klaus.
Well then, Klaus. I don't know. What do you guys think? As I gesture to Tenzing and Scar, should we take on two new? Shall we take on two new allies? I suppose.
Tenzing, he just orders another drink and scoots over and just kind of nods his head next to him. Just like, yeah. And eyes Klaus to just kind of expectantly waiting for him to either get up or stay where he is, and then starts chugging down his drink.
For the sake of this, after kind of like a moment of just after a moment of just like no movement, Klaus kind of gets up, grabs the chair, and drags it across the floor to where he will nestle right here.
Mr. Scar, what do you think?
I suppose it's up to them. Be warned, this is merely a trip to the Distalia Temple, not much else, and I do not believe we have any sort of payment waiting for us at the end of this.
I've seen gold passed around the table. I feel like this group has ways of making money. And your friend recently died. That seems about enough of a danger to pique my interest.
Seem like an adrenaline junkie.
Not adrenaline. More high spirited.
You know, Grimson, I think you and I would be having a marvelous time if the circumstances for us weren't so down, shall I say.
Agreed.
Well, I can be somber if you need me to, if it helps out. And then you'll see Grimson just kind of lean back and just put both of his hands on his cup and just sit there and stare at the table.
I would prefer that for tonight, at least. Sorry if this is sorry if this is a little selfish, but I think all of us are ready for more of a quiet evening, if nothing else.
No, it's more selfish of me to impose my way of life on you, wouldn't it be? On the group of you, wouldn't it be?
I suppose. Thank you for understanding.
Depending on the type of quiet you want, then maybe instead of so much more as what has been going on between your personal lives, how about we stick to business?
Well, we didn't really come here for business today. But if you're very interested, and no one's objecting to these two tagging along, we're heading off to Dasalia Temple to make a delivery, the contents of which you don't really need to know. Like my friend here said, and I'll just Scar, we're not necessarily getting paid for any of this. This is just more of we're just trying to finish something we started.
Right. Any more information you can give me other than that?
We're heading to Dasalia Temple. That is essentially it.
If anything, if Wrong Hands gets to our package, then shit would happen. That's all. So, in a sense, danger would come along, depending.
Depending on if we thoroughly handled the situation as is, I suppose, is what you're trying to say.
Well, given the fact that we're talking about a secret mission with a few people not too far away from us, I'm going to assume that your profile amongst the city isn't exactly discreet. Do you have enemies?
As far as we know, no, unless you two, and I gesture to Tenzing and Scar, unless you two have someone in your past hunting you down, I think we're fresh out of enemies. Hopefully, anyway.
I don't think I have anyone by that description, no.
Just stick out, but not enemies, really.
Well then, I think that concludes our business meeting. Back to what we are going on about.
Well, hold on. What exactly are you getting out of this? Grimson here is just here for the ride. Is that something you want?
Everyone wants something.
Care to elaborate on that?
Do you have 10 gold?
10 gold for...
Information. Then I really don't care about telling you right now.
Yeah,
Well,
alright.
I mean, to be fair, we did tell you a bit about us, but...
No, this is Teddy all over again, so...
Let's just go back to drinking. And Varric will sip on some scotch. You know, Kovacs may have had his own way of doing things, but I think he would have at least, at the point we had reached, I think he would have agreed to go to Salia Temple. I think we're doing the right thing, and we should honor his memory by finishing what we started.
If anything, he would have just wanted to keep on moving.
Yeah,
And we've been in the city way too long.
we've only been here for 2 days. You know that, right?
Findlefair?
You've been in there for more than 2 days.
No, we got in, went to the circus for 1 day. General Lionheart got in. Took him to the prison, so about 2.5 days.
In general, we've
No,
been...
we had a day of shopping as well because I have some spell components.
Oh. Well,
We also had the part where we got kicked out of town, or kicked out of the other inn.
yeah, that was all 1 day, wasn't it? Or
I thought it was the day after. Anyway,
it doesn't matter.
From what it sounds like, it was 2 days too long.
No, we've just generally been on this road back and forth too long, and enough shit has happened where, personally, I'd like to keep on moving as well.
Alright, well, like I said, I've got a few things in the works, and I'd like to prepare for the journey ahead, as Findlefair is not exactly close to Destolia Temple.
there are a few things I should prepare as well, especially if we are taking on new fellows.
Yes, so...
Tenzing, oh, sorry.
I was about to say... I'm sorry to not want to really talk about business right now. I'd rather drink and mourn.
If you don't mind me asking, to the two of you, Grimson and Klaus, was it?
Right?
Perhaps would you be willing to tell me where you hailed from, to know you a little bit?
A little town down south.
My family comes from Gray Manor up north.
Do I know of either of these places?
Well, Klaus only said somewhere down south. He didn't give a specific place. As for Grey Manor, no.
What's Grey Matter like? Where's that?
It's in the mountains. And now that was the wrong accent. Jesus.
He was possessed within for a little bit.
I'm still trying to get it right.
It's good, first time.
It's up in the mountains.
Huh.
But maybe you've heard of my father, Cargrim Grey.
Have I heard of his father called Grim
Have
Grey?
we?
Have any of us?
I doubt Tenzin would do this, but...
I've heard a lot of things over the years.
I might allow Tenzing to make history. I'll make a disadvantage with history check.
Alright. Klaus will just straight up say, and who the fuck is that?
Oh,
Do I know? Have I heard stories?
Oh!
That sounds like a nice name.
Again, I'm just, who the fuck is that?
God, he was a much politer man than you.
Oh.
Wars?
Watch
Is he
it.
passed?
Oh, no, he's still being an ass of a father up north.
I see.
And he's still more polite. Damn.
And as a son, you always learn to love your father.
Some.
Well, for the sake of traveling together, I am Scarbarkarth. I come from Guden to the east, and my father was a priest. He is a priest.
Scar. You know, there's something I've been meaning to ask you, Mr. Scar.
Yes.
Is Scar like a nickname or what? Because I've met dwarves. That's not. If you were raised by dwarves, I figured you'd have scars a little bit. And Scar doesn't actually have many scars, right?
I don't think I have any scars.
Yeah, like you don't really have many scars. Is it a nickname or something?
Er, sort of. It's my preferred name. But it's what many people call me. It's simply easier to remember, I suppose.
Oh,
What's your full name, if you don't mind me asking?
It's
Why did it concern you, really? Every man has his secrets. He clearly seems to be uncomfortable as he begins to stutter more and more as you approach this conversation. I'm pretty sure he wants you to drop it.
Simply asked, allowed him out. Doesn't have to ask.
yeah. And if he doesn't want us, he doesn't have to. We just asked.
no, it's merely just no reason to tell it. I prefer to be called Scar, so I'm happy just being known as that.
Alright, sorry I brought it up.
No, it's fine. I understand the questions on it, at least.
Well, Scar, it's a pleasure to meet you. And I'll stand up and reach across the table to shake his hand.
I kind of stand up, kind of like to right my clothes and just use the word. Just shake his hand.
And I believe I was a bit of an ass to the rest of you. What are the rest of your names? And I'll point to Tinzing.
Actually, you weren't being an ass. We didn't introduce ourselves either. Tenzing Kom. I'm also from the North Mountain area. If you know Ireland up north to the west.
No, I'm sorry. We Greys hail from more east.
It's alright, but same weather. And
Cold as can be.
yeah, and Tenzing just kind of nods to his wool coat and reaches out his hand to shake, since that's what he did before. Are you you happen to be a giant of sorts, or?
No. My ancestors have fought plenty of giants, but no giant in me.
I'm just surprised, given that it's rare to find someone taller than I am, as you can see.
The Greys grow 'em big.
So you're human then?
As human as it gets.
That's a answer that's a question I feel like you don't want to give a full answer.
My ancestry gets a bit complicated.
It's okay. I'm not going to push this matter further. If you rather not talk about it, and oh my goodness, I've been so rude. I haven't introduced myself. Varric Knackle, a pleasure to meet you.
And quite the pleasure to meet you as well, Varric. And I'll reach out to shake your hand.
Varric will put out his hand, which I'm sure is tiny in comparison.
I will take the whole thing in mine and shake it.
His
Oh
whole
my.
arm.
Fraction of your forearm is
Are you-
absorbed.
Are you being like really hardy with it, or are you being gentle?
Grimson's always hardy.
Oh my!
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Sometimes I don't know my own strength. And I've met Klaus,
Yeah, you have.
and
Welcome to the group.
I've met Urkel. And what about the little one that's trying to outdrink me?
You see her pause as she's in the middle of taking another sip and sets her mug down to hold up 6 fingers.
I don't know what that means.
She
That's a
prefers
name.
to be called Six.
Oh.
The number?
Yes.
The number.
No, the letter.
Oh.
Not said aggressively. That's a big smile on his face.
I know. Klaus glares at him, but he's just like, oh. Instead, he just releases a short.
6 will lean over the table and hold out her hand.
She want money. What is this?
She's gesturing to shake your hand.
Oh.
Full forearm.
Yeah, I'll shake her hand.
Again, your hand is gigantic in comparison, so she gives it as firm as a shake as she can under the weight.
Well, you seem like a good group, and I understand your circumstances. A loss can be tough, and I'd be more than willing to. And I'll cough just a little bit, and I'm like, oh, and I'll pull out, and I'm like, accidentally swallowed a chicken bone, and I'll set it down on the table. And I'll give you to the morning to think about my proposition to come with y'all.
Thank you, Thank you, Crimson. I appreciate that.
Not a problem.
Missions procedures should be efficient. Clearly, you all have something wrong in your personal lives. It's better to get that sorted before you continue to move on.
It's nothing wrong. A fellow just passed recently.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Taking a moment to that, but it's not wrong per se.
I didn't mean like that. I meant as in he kind of raises a hand and kind of flicks his fingers in a dismissive but not disrespectful way. Gotta get it.
Well,
Just when you get your minds clear, I frequent this place, at least for as long as I'm here.
we'll be sure to let you know. Yeah, we'll be sure to let you know if we are acquiring your assistance. Thank you for the offer, you two.
Not a problem.
Klaus stays silent but gives a small nod.
Grimson will get up from the table, and after having finished his entire chicken, he will go to the barkeep with his 3 tankards and ask him to fill them up, and then he will go to bed.
Bartender does so.
How much are 3 more tankards?
That is...
His poor bladder. Oh my god.
No, the Grace can take it.
6 copper.
How
This
much?
isn't.
6 copper.
Okay.
Him and Varric are going to get along beautifully, just not at this moment in time.
I already love how they invited polar opposites into their party.
I love so much. That's
I'd like to point out that they were not invited, neither one of us.
I
they invited themselves.
It would seem like a narratively unsatisfactory moment if these 2 random strangers just disappeared suddenly.
I kind of hope you guys do invite me along, because it'd be weird if you guys were just like, well, that was a dude, and then just left.
So we're gonna leave
Barrett
before those
probably
2
will.
assholes, right?
Yeah, it's definitely like, you guys definitely want to stay in character, but at the same time, you gotta give them the incentive to get it.
Yeah.
Oh no, trust me. Klaus was just like, you guys clearly are down a group or like down a person. You need an asset. It seems to be pretty sensitive. That was his pitch.
And Tenzing
Trust
has
me.
run out of fucks for the day, so he's letting them both in.
Trust me, with Grimson's first fucking comment, Klaus kind of wanted to jump over and choke him, but he didn't. Okay, I'm being very in character. Trust me.
I was about ready to bring that up.
No!
I don't even.
All right,
What's
so
that first comment? What did I say?
Oh, jeez. My fucking finite ass memory cannot possibly
I
recall it, but
believe
I'm
the
pretty
phrase.
sure.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure it was the comment about his father being not as rude.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure if anybody even heard it, but Klaus just said quietly, just like, watch it.
Oh, I didn't hear it, but that's
No, I did.
funny.
all right, so Grimson, you make your way up with your tankards. Everyone else remains at the table.
Is it? Are we still able to do some shopping, by the way?
Yeah, since you weren't here, there was a small period to go shopping if you wanted to.
Okay. Especially with that payment, Scar is going to look for 3 things. The first, I wanted to get like a smallish kind of metal chest, like a Foot Locker-esque thing. The second thing is I wanted to get a very well-made scroll case that would not burn easily.
A what case?
A scroll case.
Okay.
I thought you said squirrel case.
Yes. In fact, for all the scrolls I have, I will need it. And then the third thing, I am looking to purchase... hold on, I need to actually double-check the spell.
I like to imagine it's just a tube that Scar just he sees the
yeah.
squirrel, makes eye contact, grabs it, and then just shoves it in there.
I would need 200 gold pieces worth of incense and powdered diamonds.
Damn.
All right, so 200 for that, you said?
Yeah, so I need 200 pieces worth, like gold value.
Okay. All of that together, then I'll say comes to 203.
Okay, 203 gold?
Yep.
Okay. Oops. Crap. Oops. Okay, so I've still got 267. All right, and yeah, I'll send you a message of what I plan to do with that.
Okay.
So,
What? Why did you get that so quickly?
Made it.
Wait,
that's
what?
amazing.
This is handmade.
That's a superpower.
Fucking.
No, I just Googled.
Did you literally just?
Oh my fucking god.
All right, so that
Zaku,
shopping happens.
Can I ask a doodle request?
What am I doodling?
I want just a doodle of Scar, like just within a clenched hand, like crazy eyed, looking at a squirrel in his clenched hand, as the squirrel just goes.
Oh
I
my
will
fuck.
draw.
All right, anything else you guys want to do in this period of time?
Yeah, Varric wants to just start saying, like, you know, it's been a crazy couple days, to say the least, but I'm glad that you, at least everyone's alright. Well, everyone here is alright. But I do want to... I know we didn't get a chance to really give him a proper send-off, so Varric will pull out that box again, and he passes to Tenzing, Six, and Mr. Scar, and he'll just say... And he passes each of them a very fine, looking cigar. To honor Kovacs, I think it would be appropriate if we had a shared one cigar for him.
And I'm out. At this, he's gonna go ahead and head to his own room. Actually, he's gonna head out the door just for the meantime.
Six gently sets the cigar down on the table.
I don't mean to be rude, but I don't really smoke.
Oh, I don't either. Besides, cigars you don't actually inhale, you just keep the flavor in your mouth for a second, then exhale.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah, I don't really care for smoking much myself, but you're getting to college, you learn a few things. But no, for cigars, you're supposed to just smoke them for the flavor, and then once you never actually inhale them into your lungs. They're more for luxury.
Ah. Oh, well, I suppose one wouldn't hurt.
Tenzing, I'm gonna let you do an intelligence check.
To see if you smoke it properly.
To see if he can smoke properly. I mean,
See
he's
if you
probably
can be
gonna
one of the
cough it up
cool
anyway.
kids.
That's not a cigar.
Oh dear.
Wait, what? Did I get cheated?
No, that's not it.
Hold on. Intelligence. Where's it? Oh, right. It's on my thing.
Alright, continue.
Oh, yeah.
Could I potentially? Is there something wrong? Is this like I should know?
Wonderful dumbass.
And yet, not the dumbest in the party
Oh,
by
boy.
stat standard.
Who is the dumbest in the party by stats?
That's a scar.
Oh no, the boy. Wait, what?
Wait, Scar, what's your
7.
Ah, damn.
Yeah, Chris, if you want to do an intelligence roll, go on ahead.
Oh, I'm 11. Eee.
9.
Okay. Continue as you guys.
Okay.
I'm concerned.
Yeah.
What are they? Am I making an intelligence check?
You already said what you were gonna say, so you guys just continue.
I'm so confused to what's happening here.
Why did they make intelligence check?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
That's
Wait.
for me. No.
Would this be like if this is something about honoring like Kovacs and a burial rite? Would this be a religion check?
No.
Okay.
No.
I think it's just an impromptu to honor the cowboy.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about it. This is just me knowing if I need to say something or not.
I'm worried.
Hey.
And does Mr. Scar take the cigar?
Yeah, I suppose I would. I breathe fire. I don't think it's gonna
Yeah,
bother.
I
I don't
didn't
think a bit of
think-
smoke's gonna bother me.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd be bothered too much. Well then, 6 you sure you don't want to...
She shakes her head no.
Fair enough. Here. And Varric will... I had to remember, do I actually have the spell? You know when you haven't looked at your character sheet in 2 months and you have to remember what
Oh,
spells
I get
are
that.
available?
I spent most of this conversation just me setting my spells.
Yes, I do have it. Varric will just use Prestidigitation to just light the end of each of these and say,
Well, I'll just.
to Kovacs.
To Kovacs.
Kovacs.
And, just heal.
You guys keep talking. I gotta
Okay.
check.
Oh, okay. Actually, when you get back, Tenzing will remember that he has the bag. And, he takes it off his shoulder, and he puts it on the table. Well, we still have this, so... Sure.
Right.
Feels
Right.
odd rummaging through it, but I don't think he'd want his belongings to go to the trash or anything.
Right. It's important that we honor him and whatnot, but before we do that, Miss General Lionheart told me that there were things we didn't know about Kovacs. Apparently he wasn't very welcomed in his home in the south. And that got me thinking a little bit that his story is now only a fraction. The story we can tell is only a fraction of what it actually is. And I'd rather not that be any of us. But I haven't lied to any of you, but I haven't told you one thing. Claus did leave, right?
Once the smoke is settled, so I'm assuming he wouldn't be here for this particular conversation.
Okay.
Maybe afterwards.
Varric will
He
just say,
stepped off because of the smoke.
okay. So Varric will say, I told you, Lot, that I was out here for inspiration. I did talk to you about this, Tenzing, but that is true. I am here. Part of my journey is looking for inspirations to create my own masterpieces and follow the steps of my father. But I also have another reason I'm out here. A few months before my father passed away, several of his most valuable paintings were stolen from their exhibits, and he was unable to, at his age and at his condition, unable to make replicas of them. And so, as he passed away, his paintings also were considered to be lost, and I personally can't stand the idea that a thief has my father's legacy hanging up on some wall somewhere. So I've been trying to track them down, and I have reason to think that one of his paintings may actually be on the island that the Stalia Temple rests at. I still am there to complete our mission, but I want you to know that I'm also looking for something very important to me while we're there.
So you're planning to bring it back home, or
I'm
put
planning.
it back? You're not
Yes.
going to steal it back or anything, right? You're going to ask for it.
Well, considering that whoever has it probably had to get it through illegal means, considering that is a very famous painting, and anyone who would actually have enough money to buy it would know that it was stolen. So chances are that I will have to. Chances are I'm going to have to get it back one way or another. And whether that ended up in someone's hands that they didn't realize that they purchased stolen property, it still belongs in a museum where he wanted it, so that everyone can see it. So one way or another, I'll be getting those paintings back.
Well, right.
That seems like a worthy goal, at least. I hope it does not come to a sort of stealing back and forth, but I do wish you luck on it.
Thank you. I don't know. I promise that it's not going to get in the way of what we're there for. Just know that I may be if I seem a little distracted, or if I seem like I've been pondering something else, know that I'm not doing it out of any ill will.
Right, well, since we're all together, we'll help you out within reason. Just, I don't think you're going to
Of course.
try to unhinge a painting from the wall that's probably bigger than you and run away with it, so...
Right. Don't get me wrong. I understand that you're not. I'm not going to ask you lot to get involved in my personal matters. But I did want to be honest with you and not really keep any secrets if I can help it.
Ted, you're just gonna... Oh, sorry, keep going.
I think we've been through enough together to that you've at least earned the right to know that.
That is fair. I understand leaving for a goal of sorts.
So, what was your goal for leaving then, Mr. Scar?
Well, I had been, how you say, tasked with a pilgrimage of sorts. I received a vision or a blessing, you could call, of the task of finding a flame that knows only creation instead of destruction. I seem to be looking for that and to attempt to find such an impossible thing.
And what did you do once you found it?
I don't really know. It, I imagine it... I don't know. I thought maybe I knew if I was supposed to do anything when I found it.
Well, sounds like we still have a bit of time before you find it, so I'm sure you'll figure out what to do with it by then.
Yes, well, at this point, I'm honestly not sure if it exists. The concept is very alien, but, I still feel that if I have at least been charged on this task, then there is a purpose to the journey, not just the destination.
Given who you are, I don't think it would have been given to just anyone, so I believe you'd be able to find it. You have a skill set and mindset. You only want to do good. It's all for, like you said, creation, not destruction.
Yeah.
Figure it out. Well, Tenzing just kind of stares at the table for a second and taps his glass. Since we're being honest, I've also been searching for things scattered. You know, I've mentioned the Mungteni and my people. Well, so where I come from wasn't part of the Empire, and his hand starts to tense a little bit. It starts to hold the glass a bit tighter. My family and community stayed on the island in the northwest, and we were raided for the Northern Empire's gain. So a lot of us were slaughtered. And I'm looking for what's left of my family, specifically, as some of us were most likely sold off for slavery, and to be honest, I know who was the commander of it, and I know it's part of the Royal Guard here. So you've probably noticed I don't like them very much, and to be quite honest, I would love to, do something about her, but after everything that's happened, I've questioned what I want to do with this information. But the main part, I'm just looking for people that are like me, and if I find them in slavery, I want to free them, because they're not supposed to be there in the first place.
Oh my god, I'm sorry, I never had that, I never knew.
No, it's fine. I didn't bother telling you. I didn't think it was necessary information, given what our group was like before, but since we're planning to stick around each other longer, and we've talked about our real goals here, I may as well tell you, and I'll consider you all as friends at this point, so it's no use hiding it.
Yeah, we're all friends. DM, does that sound like something like that's normal for the Northern Empire? Like, is that legal from what Tenzing said?
From what you know, there is no territory in the north that does not belong to the Northern Empire, under your understanding. So you're not sure.
At this point, I don't think that we're getting our land back, and we've probably already settled there years ago. As much as I would love to just go back to the mountains, but it's far too late. So it's just me, as far as I know. And I'll just be searching. So if you see someone who's just like me, talk like me, look like me at all, they might be part of my people.
Of course. You have... I don't want to speak for the rest of us as I gesture to the other two, but you have at least my support. If we find anyone who may be, who have maybe part of your family, I will be certain to let you know, and I will help you in your efforts to reunite yourself with your family.
It's a sort of selfish thing to ask your help the way, but understand that doing such things will probably not be within. Then he just kind of quiets his voice. Legal means.
Hey, listen. We've been through a lot, and I think we've definitely seen some horrible things, and I think we should be completely honest. This world's not perfect, and I know that I'm not sure 100% what the South is like. My father always talked about it a lot, because I was actually born there, you see, but I don't remember it very much, as we moved up here fairly early into my life, but Mr. Scar, like, I heard that the South was a lot more fair.
As I know it, yes, I'm not nearly from the heart of it, but I would say life I knew was fair.
Well, alright, well, I don't know what we could do, but Tenzing, if people are out there who are hurt, and we are not to toot our own horns here, but we may not be the most powerful individuals, but we're certainly more capable than a lot of people. I think we have a responsibility to help those who can't necessarily help themselves and who have been wronged in such a way, don't you think? And I kind of gesture, and I kind of look at Mr. Scar as well in 6. Maybe we... I don't believe much in destiny, but maybe we happened to find each other by chance. Maybe something brought us together, but why don't we stick around in each other? Because I think we're capable individuals, but I think we're better off together. We could potentially go and help people. And I'm sure we'll make mistakes along the way, but I think we could make a difference in the world. In small ways, at least.
Small ways seem more reasonable. We've, in a sense, already started doing that. I used to dream big. Maybe change the ways of the government and all that, and hope there'd be a way that I could plead to end all of this injustices and all that, but I know that I'm only one. And we are just one small group, but at least the smaller things that we can handle, I think, is a start. So.
And I know something that, and I think we're all ready to, and Varric will pat his bag. I think we're all ready to put something behind us. So what do you say? After this is done, why don't we stick together and see if there's something else that we could do?
I do still have to travel anyways. If I'm to find my goal, I see no reason, in part, to do it with at least people I somewhat know.
Yeah, I don't mind as well.
Then let's
Unless-
make an agreement.
Hmm.
Let's agree that throughout our travels, while we are searching for our own personal goals, if we see others who need help, why don't we try to do something if we can?
We've already seem to be following that pattern, so I don't really think we need an agreement for it, but sure.
Well, I like to make sure everyone's on the same page and make sure that we're all crystal clear. Besides, saying it out loud instead of assuming it means that we've committed to the idea.
Well, if our supposed new members also agree with that, see how they feel about it.
Well, as I see it, we've already established this group. If we, how about this? Why don't we consider this mission a trial period for them and see how they do in terms of their abilities and how well their abilities and morals and how well they get along with everyone here. If things don't end up well, we can always just tell them we don't think they're a good fit for this group, and we could, and then we should part ways. But if things go well, maybe we can introduce these ideas to them and see if they want to follow suit.
Well, one's right here, and then it's just kind of.
Oh no, he left the building. Remember?
Oh, wait, did he leave?
Yeah, as soon as we started.
Hi. Yeah, after that happened, but I'm assuming by now, for the sake of sorry convenience, he would be kind of heading back in.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, just nods his way.
Yeah, he acknowledges it.
Alright, well,
Well,
Upon walking into the room, can he tell that the atmosphere has kind of changed a bit?
Make an insight check.
Wonderful. Oh, not great. Damn.
Little hard to say.
well,
Alright. Well, he just plants himself down and it's just like, is there something that you wanted to... Was there something you wanted to talk to me about?
no, just. I think we've at least, and I can't look at the other two. I think we've agreed to let you, Miss. That's gonna take some getting used to. We've, I think, agreed to let you and Grayson join us on our travels for now.
Gripson.
Grimson. I'm sorry.
Alright. Good to know.
We'll discuss on what we're actually going to be doing tomorrow, I suppose. But for now, and Varric will lift off his glass of scotch. To Kovacs. May he rest in peace, and may his good deeds be echoed.
To Kovacs. And thinks.
Works.
And then, Tenzing's gonna stand up after he finishes his drink. Well, I've run out of energy for the rest of the day, so I'm going to head out. And Tenzing is gonna go to the bartender for a second. It's like, excuse me.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, what is it?
It's honestly every part. It doesn't even matter at this point. But do you happen to have rooms on this floor that could possibly accommodate someone like me that is not a stable?
kinda looks you up and down. Takes
Tenzing
your,
already just like sighing.
takes your measurements. If you take out one of the beds, maybe.
One day, you'll get there one day, Tenzing.
This is a regular thing.
This is quite the regular thing. This town does not have a lot of centaurs, nor anyone else outside of humanoid peoples.
I was about to say this is the north. Not much else up here.
It's the north. But, I'll take it. Does anyone else, well, if you're willing to cram in with me, if anyone else wants to share.
He looks again at you, he's like, you don't understand. The room would pretty much be you.
Just kind of sighs, get God fucking damn it.
Damn it, Dylan! How do you do that? So quick-witted.
Oh, so God. In this case, instead, I suppose, would it be alright if I stayed by the couches over there?
Tenzing.
Looks you up and down again, rubs his chin.
I'm not gonna lay on the couch. I'm just gonna stay in that general area.
Hey,
If you have a
Tenzing.
blanket, yes.
Here's an idea.
Mm.
You remove the bed from the room. You take off the mattress. You take off everything else, and you can use that as a bit of a mat. It shouldn't be too uncomfortable for someone of your size.
Tenzing looks at Klaus and seems to approve of the idea, then looks at the barkeep and see what he says.
He gives you a very peculiar look. What do you say? Persuasion check, God?
Yeah.
Should I make the persuasion?
Klaus or you, I guess, considering it was Klaus's idea.
Just for the sake of this, okay, if the barkeep is giving kind of a look and it's just like, well, you could kind of build up a reputation of, denying other races of people inside of your establishment. Wouldn't be good publicity, but
Do it with disadvantage now.
Yeah.
I'll kind of turn it into intimidation, but it's fine.
You're not very good at it with people, are you?
You could say the same.
I'm
Right.
very good with people, actually, believe it or not.
Woo! 2 net ones! I think the stable's good enough. As he glares at Klaus and Tenzing after that snide comment.
God.
Barrick just lets out a
Tenzing-
sigh and just goes,
So it's alright. It's alright. I will camp outside. I will see you lads in the morning. Tenzing gives.
As you
Klaus
guys
just-
are actually before you can leave Tenzing, you see Six get up out of her seat, pat your side, and she smacks down a bag of gold in front of the barkeep.
Yeah. Thank God it wasn't being character for Klaus to do it. Thank you, Six. Thank you.
Bill looks at the gold. Okay. You get room and bed. As he picks the gold up, and how much gold did he pocket out of curiosity?
How much gold?
Did Six
15.
just 15 go? Oh boy, yeah, he just puts it. You just see him take it and put it right into his apron.
Oh my gosh.
And as Six just gives him a tense smile and then looks towards the group with a rolling her eyes and like putting her hand in front of her chest, so only you guys can see her flipping it off, putting up a middle.
I give Six a big thumbs up and say, well done, lass. You definitely know how to speak better than these two.
You're fucking insane. I love it. Thank you.
Klaus will give Varric beautiful, beautiful dagger eyes, but as far as Six goes, with that little show of gusto, he gives a concealed smirk.
So that would come probably down to being 150 times what the room is actually worth. That's fantastic.
So Six will give Klaus a little nod and then make her way towards what the room that the barkeep gestures to get working on pulling out a bed for Tenzing rather than having him try to squeeze in.
Tenzing will help her once she's out dragging it, and just kind of thanks them both and sighs, but this is his life, so.
The strife of a horseman.
And once that's all settled, you see her actually go into the next room over, which would be the one that she would go in, and she starts working on pulling out another mattress.
Oh, actually, before she goes to bed.
No, she's not going to bed. She's pulling out another one to set beside Tenzing.
Okay.
Keeping me company, lass.
Gives you a thumbs up.
Well,
That's awful
thanks.
kind of you.
And he will also give her 7 gold back. No, make that 10 and just kind of slip into her hand, just like thanks.
She gives you a look, kind of like asking if you're sure.
I'm sure it's fine. I've a lot more of gold than I'm really know what to do with, so don't worry about it.
Six, could you do me a favor?
Looks at you.
Considering how you just got Tenzing out of the cold air, I think you deserve a little reward. And he'll kind of like pick up Urkel and is like, "Would you like to watch him for the night?"
She gives a quick nod of her head and holds out her arms.
All right, I just turn him and look Urkel in the face. I'm like, "You be good for your Auntie Six." All right, good boy. I'll feed him a little bit more chicken. Hand him off.
He'll like do the whole taking it in his beak, tilting his head back, and go like.
He's so cute.
Do you normally take baby animals on the missions with you?
Yes, it's quite safe, I assure you. I look at Six. Oh, by the way, he usually has to go out around 2 o'clock. So you just be aware of that. He's probably going to like nudge you awake.
Nods in understanding.
Well, I'm going to head out for a little bit. Go for a walk and clear my thoughts. I'll see you guys probably in the morning.
Very well.
Yep. Night, mate. Don't get mugged.
Oh, you know I can handle myself.
Alright.
I once convinced the mugger to actually give me his money.
I suppose I could see it.
All right, I'll see you folks tomorrow. And Varric will get up and leave the establishment.
All right. All right. Before I continue with you, inside, is there anything else you guys want to do, or are you settling in?
I'll pay for a room. Gotta wish Klaus and Six good night and go into a room myself.
All right. Klaus, are you taking a room?
Yeah.
All right. As you all settle in for the night, Klaus, you find yourself rooming into the room next to where the other stranger you met had disappeared in. And as you close the wall and settle into bed, you can hear rumbling through the walls a loud snoring.
I really should learn silence soon.
God.
And Varric, as you make your way outside, you catch a glimpse out of the corner of your eye, a small hooded figure, hood is a familiar color before they seem to dart away at your appearance.
I'll just kind of follow in that direction for a minute.
Okay, walking to the edge of the building and peeking down the little alleyway, you see the flap of the cloak behind them as they take another
what?
Take another turn out of sight.
I'll follow again.
Are you just casually walking, or are you chasing? What are you doing?
I'll more casually walk.
Alright, you peek out into the next alleyway. You see at the end there's another turn to the left and right, as well as in the middle a area of like a pile of garbage. You don't see the cloaked person anymore.
Can I tell which way they may have gone?
Make an investigation check.
Investigation, you say?
Okay, 1 second. Okay. Looking down the oh god, Discord, please. Looking down the alleyway, you can't really see anything. Can't really get a glimpse of where they disappeared.
Alright. Was it the same person? Can I tell if it was the same figure who gave me the note?
Yeah, with the roll that was made on my end, yeah, you get the sense that it was probably the same person.
Alright, I'll just stand there for a second and say, whoever you are, thank you. And Varric will start walking the town a little bit.
Alright, as you walk back the way you came, you do see Klaus standing outside looking very annoyed as you walk by to go.
Annoyed is an understatement.
Can I... What's been going on with you?
Define going on.
You seem a little annoyed.
Come here real quick.
Okay.
Just quiet yourself and listen out into the air. Tell me what you hear.
I'm not back in the inn, am I? I wasn't heading back to the inn yet.
Even though you're standing outside, I'll let you roll perception with advantage.
With advantage?
Hush, my child, do not question.
That'd be a really good ploy. Just be like, hey, build up this character for like 2 months and then be like, nah, brah, he's the next villain.
Oh, you could easily hear the rumblings of the snoring coming from the room of Grimson Grey, just shaking some of the furniture in the air.
Well, I do have one thing for you. Varric will just pull out some cotton.
Wordlessly, but at the same time enthusiastically, he will reach out to obtain such and shove it very deeply into his ears. There's not a thanks, but admittedly a look of appreciation.
Good night, Mr. Klaus.
Nice.
Varric will keep walking the town a little bit, probably heading into the direction of Pinky's shop.
All right.
He begins to walk away. I will say that as kind of like the moment as quiet comes by and as people typically don't snore entire nights. Once now noise and all senses kind of die down, just kind of quickly flips around to his little bit of a satchel and kind of brings out a bit of a sketchbook. And he's just going to kind of look about at the passing by city, and he's just going to go ahead and start drawing a sketch of just what everything he sees.
Art buddy!
With a traveling trail of Z's that kind of fall across the side in the very small corner.
Okay.
So far, this is everything I ever wanted from this character.
I love so much.
Varric, you make your way out to the city. It's dark out, but it's still that pointed time of night where people are still bustling a bit as it's just beginning to near closing hours. You make your way towards Pinky's shop. You see that the lights to the shop are out.
I'll let myself in, as she told me I could go in when she's not there.
And then rob her blind.
No!
Romance was a ploy.
I have a feeling you and I tried to rob her.
Kovacs is haunting us, guys.
Does Varric just hear all this in his head? It's like, oh, motherfucker.
We are still here.
I'm trying to remember. Did she ever say you could show up when she's not around?
Yeah, because she told me I could take a look at that book of hers when she's not there.
Okay. Got it. Alright, you make your way in. Place is a lot quieter and just has more of an empty feeling without all the high energy in the place.
Alright. Varric will just take the silence in for a moment. Probably enjoying it, and then, just for the moment, and then head to the back and find the book. And I think I already have 9 hours into it, so Varric will just put as many as he can before he feels like he should probably be going to bed.
Well, how late exactly are you planning to stay?
What time would it be right now?
At that time, it'd be about 8:30.
Alright, so probably around till maybe 11, 12.
Alrighty. Alright, so you spend your time studying the book. Make an intelligence check.
Sure, give me a second. I need to turn off advantage.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. And intelligence.
Okay, skimming through the page, at one point you do reach a page that seems to go into more complicated studies and equations, but you manage to figure it out after kind of reading through it a second time and continue on until it reaches the time of night where you decide to slowly shut the book and make your way back to the inn for sleep.
Alright. Yeah, so in terms of the book, I actually want to make sure I'm actually keeping track of this better instead of trying to keep track in my head. Do you want to say I have 15 hours into it now, just to round it to a nice number?
I'll say, because let's see, you've studied with her once, right?
No, twice, because there was the first night, and then there was the time Varric was very tiny.
Okay, then I'll say 15.
Alright,
Or no, wait, 13. Make it 13.
okay, I'll put it in additional features and traits for now. What, like, as I'm reading this, what ideas do I get from it? Like, what exactly is it?
A lot of it is experimental mixtures and what's the word I'm looking for?
Arcane.
Designs. It's a mixture of arcane and inventor. Inventory is not the word. It's a mixture of knowledge between the arcane and mechanical inventions.
Alright. Out of curiosity, like, what is... You told me there was a purpose to reading this book. Can I figure that out yet, or no?
No.
Okay.
All right, so you make your way back. You see that despite the rumbling snores, some have finally managed to fall asleep. You make your way to the room that you had rented and settle in for the night. Until the next morning comes, the sun rising in the sky and peeking in through the windows of your rooms. Each of you find yourselves waking up for a new day.
Well, alright. Well, well then. How's everyone this morning? Hello?
I'm alright.
Grimson would like to wake up and approach the barkeep first thing in the morning. Get 2 slabs of bacon.
You're really distant again, Dylan.
I don't know. Better.
Yeah,
Better.
Oh, okay. Get 2 slabs of bacon.
Actually, while we're waking up, can we have our bathroom break?
Oh, sure. Let's take a short pause.
Sounds like a plan. I will pause the recording. Remind me to start it again when we get back.
And
I'm
start recording.
Again. Yep, I got it.
Start the morning after the morning. That's what you call it.
You get 0 points from me.
So, how's everyone? So, everyone's feeling good and dandy. I think, like I said, I have a few things I want to get done that are currently in the works.
After Grimson kind of followed out, Klaus kind of goes out looking, frankly, just as tired as he was when you first saw him, if not more.
Grim would approach the table and like, I got breakfast for the lot of y'all, and I'll set 1 slab of bacon down
For everyone?
1 slab for all of them.
Oh my fucking god.
like one strip of bacon or like a whole ass pig?
Like a chunk of bacon.
God.
That's for all of y'all to split, and then I mean
It's like a cut of bacon. It's not just a single. It's like a cut.
Well, thank you, Mr. Grimson. I'm sorry. You'll have to forgive me. I have a habit of calling people Mr. Thank you, Grimson. I am happy to tell you I feel a bit better today. I think you and I are going to have a fun time today.
Also-
Barrick,
Yes.
actually, I'm sorry to pull you away for a second. Could you meet me in one of the rooms? My room, specifically.
Oh, of course.
And I'll just kind of bring Varric into my room, which has both the scroll case and the chest, kind of, or in like the small footlocker. Like on there, it's like, I was planning on setting a bit of a protective measure for the contract.
What were you thinking?
Well, I have a spell that recently I found myself advancing as a beacon for Moradin's energies, and so I can object with a nearly invisible glyph of sorts that should trigger upon people tampering with it that shouldn't be.
Oh, okay. And you're confident in this measure?
Oh, actually, hold on. I'm reading through it one more time. Okay. Oh no, I think I may have misread this, and I'm not sure if it'll actually. It says, if I choose an object, that object must remain in its place. Does that mean if I put the object within something, it has to remain within that something? Or is that I specifically cannot move it?
Which
Which
spell?
spell is that?
This is Glyph of Warding.
Oh, yeah, because I've definitely had some theories of what I could do with that.
Hold on, I'm trying to get the thing to pop up, but it's not.
I've got it. 1 sec.
Did you choose a level? I made that mistake recently.
Glyph of Warding isn't a level-based casting spell, or I guess it. Yeah, you do have higher levels. That is true.
Yeah, you do have high levels, but I can only go third because that's the size
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have.
When you cast a
When you cast
spell,
a
you
spell,
inscribe a glyph that affects other creatures either upon the surface, such as table, section of floor, or wall, or within an object that can be closed, such as a book, scroll, or treasure chest to conceal the glyph. The glyph can cover an area no larger than 10 feet in diameter. If the surface of the object is moved or more than 10 feet away from where you cast the spell, the glyph is broken and the spell ends without being triggered.
So I was wondering if that
So,
meant.
Yeah, it meant where you cast it. It can't be more than 10 feet away from the area you cast it, not on the item.
And
That's
in
why
the
it says the
box
surface
when you
or
cast it.
object is moved more than, yeah.
Yeah, if you choose a surface, the glyph can. Yeah.
So just stand in the box when you cast it.
Well, it says, yeah, sorry. It says if you choose an object, that object must remain in its place.
Yeah,
If the object is moved more than 10 feet from where you cast the spell, the glyph is broken.
yeah, exactly. So you would,
So,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
so are you going to put the contract in it and then cast?
Well, yeah, so what I was going to do was I was going to put the contract within that metal scroll case I got that was supposed to be resistant to burning.
Mhm.
And then I was going to place it on top. Like, I was going to place it on the scroll case itself. So that if somebody starts messing with the scroll case, it goes off. And then I was going to seal the scroll case in the footlocker. So it wouldn't be something that someone could like pickpocket out of me. It's like a large, like 2 foot by 1 foot footlocker.
I'll allow it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
And I'm trying to do it so that the canister itself won't, so that I won't burn the scroll if it goes off. It'll just detonate like outside of the scroll, and thus the canister. That's why I had the scroll case be made of metal.
Okay, got it. All right, cool.
Yeah, that seems feasible without me destroying the scroll because I don't want to go through that again. And you'll let me move it, so long as it stays within its container, then I do that.
Yeah, so long as it's in its container.
All right. I'll also set the condition that I and Varric opening it do not trigger the glyph.
I'm so happy you trust me so much.
All right.
Or I guess I could do Tenzing too. Should I do Tenzing? Should I allow that Tenzing could?
Considering that charms are a thing, and Tenzing may not have the best ability to resist such things, why don't we keep this between us? The less people who know about this, the better.
All right.
Besides, if people think I have it, then there's less of a chance that it ends up in the wrong hands. Can I actually see your spells, the spell case, before you do all that?
All right. And I had him just that metal scroll case.
Does it have, opening it, does it have, some sort of lining on the inside, like cloth or leather or something?
For the scroll case or the
scroll case, would it have, some sort of, leather around it to, so the paper doesn't get, nicked on some...
Scuffed, yeah.
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 Chip.
I would have figured Scar would have wanted it to be, in a way, yeah.
I just want it to be something that if a fireball detonates around it, the scroll will not burn.
Would you mind if I did something just for one last layer of protection, just a small one?
If you wish, I see no reason not to.
Alright, and Varric will just very carefully kind of make a incision in that little layer between the actual metal and the like leather of the scroll case, and he will then just sort of slip the contract in between that and cast mending to seal that back up.
So it
Okay.
looks like it's an empty scroll case,
Yep.
sort of. I mean, that would just be like an investigation check to see if they could.
Yeah, but since it's mended, there's no sign of damage.
No, but there'll be like a slight change in feel and height, like very slight, but still definitely able to be seen.
It's a little extra protection. All right, I'm on board with this plan.
Oh wait, I can actually make it so. Okay, hold on. I will actually make it so that I don't have to worry about the scroll being destroyed. So yeah, so once we have that sealed in there, I'm going to seal the scroll case itself. I'm going to place it within the box, and I'm going to cast a spell. And just to make sure, like you're saying with this, that I can, so long as it remains in the box, I'm fine. Like it's able to be moved in that.
Yes.
Okay. So I'll place it in the box, and I'll start casting the spell, and I'll expend both of my third levels as. I'll also ensure that rather than it being its regular effect, I'm going to put the Spirit Guardian spell on it. Which only affects creatures, not objects.
Alright, can you post that one?
Why is it not letting me post spells right now?
Are you hitting the level for it?
Oh, that might be... Oh, it was. Hold on. Okay, there's gonna be a lot of these. Hold on.
You can just hit
I had my character sheet in the right spot. Okay, yeah, so let me just change this from being a attack to a spell card. Or I can just include description. That fucked up. Hold on. One more time. I swear I've got this. Hold on. There we go.
Alright,
So that's Spirit Guardians, and I can link the Glyph of Warding if you want.
Third time's a charm.
Yep.
if you're good in nature, social harm is angelic. Perfect. If you are evil, they vanish. Cast a spell, you can designate any number of creatures in the affected creature's speed is halved in the area of the creature. Six. Fail save creature takes. Assist. Alright, how long does this last?
So this lasts for 10 minutes, and because I'm casting it into Glyph of Warding, it will always last the full 10 minutes.
Okay. I will keep a note of that.
There's Glyph of Warding if you want to read the whole giant thing it is.
Oh, Zaku, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to insult you like that.
Huh? No,
Oh my god.
no, it's fine. I mean, that's in Tenzing's case, but no, I'm joking.
No, I know. I'm just. I just thought that was funny. I just noticed it. Sorry.
Alright, that's all set.
Okay. And with that, then, because that takes me an hour and 200 gold pieces worth of materials.
Oh my god, where'd you get all this?
I bought it.
Fair.
And I'll seal the box, and I'll attempt to move it and see if anything triggers.
You pick up the box and move it. Don't say anything.
Can I tell if the spell's still on it? I'm just making sure. I've never cast this before.
Next to his ear.
Make an arcane check.
Well, I mean, I said it so that I wouldn't trigger it if I opened or screwed with it. So I'll just open the case and look at it.
I don't care how it is. I'm imagining a kid when they shake a present to see what's inside.
No.
Alright, you open the case. See everything's the way you had said it.
Okay, I will close it. I will. Did I buy a lock for the? I need to buy a lock for the.
Oh, what if we actually went to a blacksmith and had them milled the metal together, so that way no one can actually open the box, and we can just bust it open when we get to where we need to go. Or we could buy a lock, either or.
I think I'd prefer the lock. I'd rather not have someone immediately working on this. As
It explodes and
just
kills
said that
everybody.
Well, I mean, it's not going to explode. It's just going to summon a giant dwarvish spirit that'll smack them around a bit.
I like your style.
So you said that took an hour?
Yes.
I ate both slabs of bacon.
The moment I walk outside, I'm like, all right, ready for some bail.
We can buy you another one.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm capable of getting my own meat.
Klaus will cut what he currently has in half and push it towards the center as to whoever may grab it.
Grab it.
Wordlessly, he cannot eat that much.
Then we'll just grab a couple and let the rest do their thing.
Urkel makes his way onto the table and start dragging some pieces away.
No, shoot!
No.
Klaus does not fight this. He's amused, if anything.
Crimson's shooing away.
But yeah, so then I put the lockbox on the bottom of my bag, and then I head back out.
Super safe.
Yeah, look. I know burning it's bad, but I also don't want anything touching it. And we've had issues with Teddy before. So at least this way, there'll be a 15-foot tall dwarvish spirit smacking him around.
I do
Also,
like
it's-
this.
This
Also,
is
it's-
your spirit, honestly. This
You're
Also,
so
it's really
paranoid.
big, so I can hopefully see it.
You're so paranoid thinking he's in the city.
I know, I just don't want anyone touching it. It's just, look, we had this issue where Teddy tried to steal it. Now I've made it so that it's in a really big box that's not easy to move, and also it summons a giant dwarf that smacks your shit if you open it.
To be fair, is that his fault? He stole it because two people in your party, one of which you were saying you trust with it, paid him to try to take it.
Wait.
No, wait, not Varric. One of them did.
I didn't trust Kovacs. I barely considered him a fellow.
I am
Hurt.
But we both know it's true. Look, I'll mourn you, and I'll consider you a man I respected, but calling you a friend and someone I trusted is not true. We've fought way too much. We're on the opposite sides of the spectrum.
Look, I want to point out, Kovac stayed in this city for y'all. Alright?
And you are the one who flagged me on the general.
The big boys are fighting! No!
Again!
Scar wasn't his friend. Everything was a lie.
I viewed you as a fellow, but our ideals were so different. Could we really call each other friends?
I had
Happy and
to
Darcy.
bury my dead people. I tried
I'm a priest. Everyone makes me do that.
Why does this feel like a breakup?
You guys just look over at Scar arguing with some distant voice in his head, eh?
Barrett looks over.
It was my fault. Leave me alone.
No. Barrett just passes and goes, "Oh, you too?"
Nosebleed. No, Klaus will look up and it's just like, so I take it you've had some further precautions towards the mission?
It's a big
We were just discussing it in general.
Yes, we have certain battle plans we go over as a team.
The box is visible, right?
No, it's in my bag. I didn't show it to any of you.
Okay.
This is layers upon layers upon layers of security.
Ben retcon that. It was like saying, it was like if he carried it out in the open.
Nope.
Even though it probably creates a bulge in the bag, but that's beside the point.
Look, I had it. I mean, technically, if I did the shopping before I came here, you've never seen me with not a bulging bag.
That fair. Okay.
Innuendos.
So, like I said, I have a few things in the work, and I do want to wait for our good friend Binky to get back, because I do have some things I would like to request from her, including, and I want to give this idea, throw this idea out there, a magical means of storage. She said she had something called a bag of holding. It sounds interesting.
And who is Binky? Another person in your party, or?
She's more of a vendor that we frequent often.
This is girlfriend.
Hey, I wouldn't say that. I just, anyway, no, she's She's a very skilled enchanter, and I have a few things I'd like to run by her, see if I could get purchased.
Speaking of Binky, where's Tim Tim?
And who is that?
Rival, love interest.
Mutual.
No, he was a mutual friend of Binky and was tugging along with us for a while, but he was.
He left when the general didn't need to talk to him anymore. Why don't I could send him a message to see where he's at.
Wait. What's General?
Oh, don't worry about that for now. Just know that we are being employed by someone who is, shall we say, very high up on the chain of command.
Still an asshole.
Klaus zones in for a moment, but kind of forces himself to become. He forces a look of disinterest back onto his face as he's just. All right.
Do you have something against, Royal Guard?
Figures of authority.
Something like that.
Oh God, why is this
How
happening?
long does it take Binky to come back?
She'll be back tomorrow, if I am counting my days correctly. So, I do have a few other things in the works, but that's gonna take at least 2 weeks, and I don't think you all want to stand around here that long.
I thought Binky vanished for weeks.
No. It's every 2 days.
Do we really have to stay here for 2 days?
Well, no, we just have to stay here for well, it's going to be another day for her to
Do
get
we
back.
really have to stay here for 2 days?
I mean, well, I would appreciate the opportunity. I want to prepare for the journey ahead, and we do have a decent amount of coin. Like I said, she said she had a bag of holding, and like I said, that would be a very useful thing to. It sounds like it'd be very useful for us to have additional means of magical storage.
Efficiency is important, but preparation is also important.
Six squeezes her hand a little bit to try to get your attention, Varric, and gives you a curious look and says with again the scratchy, broken voices us.
See, she does speak.
She has trouble speaking. What did she actually say again?
Cost.
The cost, I'm not entirely certain. We didn't get that far. Like I said, this is why I kind of want to talk to her so we can figure that out and hopefully make an arrangement. It sounds like she already has the item prepared and ready to sell, so we just have to talk to her, figure out how much it would cost, and then, potentially discuss if we want to split the costs and make it a sort of a group asset.
I suppose. Speaking of bags, and Tenzing will take out Kovac's bag and open up the flap. Well, since we technically have another bag here, but we need to split off whatever that hell he had in here.
Oh, that's a very good question. What does he have in here? I'm pretty sure that got confiscated.
Yes, that was confiscated. Are you gonna look at the bag or?
Tenzing will rummage through the bag and put things out on the table when.
Alright, you find cigarettes, lighter, components pouch, crowbar, 5 torches, manacles, a symbol of some sort, flower bracelet, bottle of booze, studded leather armor, poncho, cooking pot, tent, the quote-unquote health potion you got from Tim Tim,
Right.
411 gold pieces, a lucky coin, duckling hat, and ring of invisible air.
Alright,
This is whose stuff?
The other man who died.
Yeah. Seems like an interesting person, that's for sure.
Why are
Fucking
these
Kuban,
items
he's-
bloody?
You both spoke at the same time.
Sorry, you go first.
Why are some of these items bloody?
We've been through a lot.
Clearly.
What is this goo? As he picks up like the armor.
I wouldn't touch that.
He sets it down and snips his fingers. Ugh. Ugh.
What?
You might want to wash your hands.
I don't. Anyways,
He was a very interesting man.
clearly.
So, with that being the case, first off, I think we should do the easy part, and there was 411 gold there. Why don't you, me, Scar, and 6 each take 100, and then the 11th can go somewhere.
Very well.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, I
And
figured that one's kind of easy, just to spread it around equally.
Tenzing will eye the flower bracelet. Yes, us. Wait, did 6 say something or?
Nope.
No.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I
that
heard a
drop-
hiss and I thought that was her for a second.
No, that hiss was me losing
Oh.
more fractions of my soul. Sorry.
yeah,
You said there was a
Tenzing-
symbol of some kind. Is it like a holy symbol, or?
I think it's his badge.
Sounded like it.
It is. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dylan. None of them have seen it.
I don't know. I don't think I ever pulled it out.
Yeah, so none of you have seen it.
When we met that farmer with the
Oh, yeah, no, yep, I did. Yeah, no, I presented myself.
Oh yeah.
No, do I, now that I'm actually getting a good look at it, do I have any idea what this could be, like from stories or illustrations that I may have seen over the years? Over my over 100 years?
What about me in my
me?
19 years?
I'll actually let Scar make a check.
Cool.
Yeah, you can make a history check.
Damn.
A history check
Oh,
concerning what?
Yeah, you're if you know the
shit.
symbol, right?
Yes.
I believe in your efforts, Mr. Scar. I will give you a bardic
Given
inspiration.
Klaus's background,
I
would
did a 19.
know anything at all?
Alright, one moment. Klaus's background, no.
Okay, that's fine.
One moment.
Tenzing will. Yeah, keep going.
Oh geez, Zeku, do you have headphones?
Wait, was I not on push to talk?
No, you're on push to talk. Sometimes my own voice comes through when we're talking.
Oh,
at the same
sorry.
time.
Yeah, I put up the volume because I was in the kitchen, but I'm moving back to my room, so it'll be all good.
Okay.
Okay. Alright, so. Well, actually. Varric, I'll let you make a check too, actually.
Oh, history?
Yeah.
Hey.
Okay. You guys recognize it as the symbol of a group of royal investigators from the Southern Empire.
Oh shit.
What
Oh
is
my.
it?
And you know that the name of the group is called the Watchers.
Who watches the Watchers?
And those. Wait, was that in character? Sorry.
No.
Oh, okay.
That was very much.
But that is correct. Walter Kovacs is the alien.
Yeah, I know.
You don't have to yell at me, Chris. I'm sorry.
I just look at Mr. Scar, I just say, looks like Kovacs had, apparently, oof. It seems Kovacs has, had quite a history behind him.
Indeed.
Well,
What
I
does it
suppose,
mean?
it means, oh, if he was not welcome back home.
Well, no shit. That's what he's told us from the beginning. But why?
Hmm. I don't know why, but I know that from what I understand, it could be very, very. How would you put this, Mr. Scar?
Well, he was perhaps before his incidents of a higher standing in Vatal Rock than originally thought. And it also means that if he was, well, there may have been powerful people against him, so to say. I understand a bit more his concern.
Yeah, let's My, this is that's certainly something. Let's hang on to it for now, just in case we find someone who liked him. Maybe that could comfort them if we find someone who liked him in his past.
Well,
Zing doesn't seem satisfied with the answer, but he lets it go and takes the flower breed.
What else is there? Can you just put a list in the chat?
Just a bunch of shit and a crowbar somewhere in there.
Yeah, I'll post it. Hold on.
Thank you. I'm trying to think. I know he had that cool fucking ring, but I'm not sure if it'd be appropriate to ask.
yeah, the one where, he went in.
The one you what?
Held my breath until it passed out.
Yep, that one.
The duckling hat.
The duckling hat.
That's right. the duckling hat. Well, there's that really. Cool
The face is not in there, by the way.
God.
What about that coin? And I kind of pick up the coin. Do I get the sense of any magic from it, or like, can I tell where it was printed from?
You recognize it from the circus.
Oh, that's right, the coin. What does it do again?
Bring up specifics. So
Is it in the treasure
when,
stuff?
yeah, you can decide to when a combat happens, you can decide to flip it and guess on which side it will land on. If you guess correctly, you get a luck point. If you guess incorrectly, you get disadvantage on your first.
Well, we have the coin here, and Varric will just kind of flip it. Tenzing, I think you might get some use out of this, or
It doesn't hurt to have it, I suppose.
yeah, and I'll flip the coin over to Tenzing. Alright, what else do we have here? Looks like we have a crowbar. Anyone need a crowbar?
Oh, actually, there is one thing from the list that was forgotten. There will be a canteen of water.
Oh, yeah.
And since it's been a while, I will make a refresher to the one character that will know, Scar. You do know that there is that special type of water that is...
Oh, right. Would that have any effect now that we've taken it out of the...
You don't know.
Oh, okay. In fact, no. Funny you should mention that. I'm trying to think of.
I don't know that, so I can think whatever I want.
I'm trying to trick my players into taking a a vial of urine as a reward, as like he's like, I don't know what it is. Like, here, you can have it,
Oh
and
my
just kind of just see what happens with it. Just to be totally rude to them.
What about the components pouch? Does anyone need that? I kind of look over to Mr. Scott. You and I are really well. I shouldn't presume. Mr. Klaus and Grimson. Are either of you particularly gifted in the ways of magic?
Close. Oh, go ahead.
I don't know. I know a few tricks my father taught us, but I don't have to talk like that anymore.
Don't worry, we understand. It's a process.
we know.
This is good. This is great.
I know a few tricks my father taught me.
Oh,
Nothing special. Lick a wound, sturdy your belly, things like that.
oh. So do you use physical components to use these tricks of yours?
Oh, no. We use this, and I'll reach inside my coat and pull out a small little carving of a bear head.
Huh.
Just on a silver chain. That's about it.
That looks rather lovely, actually.
Did you carve it yourself?
Yeah, that was actually part of the process for learning to do these tricks.
That's good.
That's fairly interesting. Also, I now know what you are.
What's your guess? I want to hear it.
Barbarian, totem, warrior, bear.
No.
No.
Oh,
Yeah, I already know that ain't true. I've been paying attention.
damn. All right, now I feel like a dum-dum. All right.
Yeah.
So-
But Klaus will kind of, at that question, he looks at Varric, looks down at his own body with several different knives placed across his body. He looks back over at Varric, and with a raised eyebrow, he just says, "Take a wild guess."
Hey, I've met plenty of men before who are both proficient with martial weapons and know how to use the arcane. But from your tone of voice, I'm thinking that you are not one of those people. So I look back to Mr. Scar. I'm like, huh. Things sort of flipped on their heads here. Used to be the other way around.
I do have my holy symbols. I could make use of it, but very unlikely to.
All right. Well, I use my accordion, but I suppose if I want to play something if I want to do something a bit quieter, it wouldn't be bad to have an alternative. I suppose I'll take it. And I will take the component pouch.
All right.
I would take the tent, but at least for the top part of it, really fit through the rest of it.
Yeah, we don't.
You are free to.
Yeah, because does anyone here need a tent?
I have one.
I believe I also have one.
Yeah, the outdoors doesn't bother us. Me.
Can I ask you a question, Dylan?
What?
When you were getting to using secondary, I guess, were you making mistakes about saying me and
100%, yes.
Yes.
100%.
Oh, the tables have turned. The turntable!
This makes it so much better. Oh, okay. That's all we needed to know.
Right.
By the way, Tenzing will speak up and say, since none of us seem to really need any of these so far, we could just hold on to the bag in general, and if we need something out of it, we'll just use it.
Sure. Well, I do want to. Well, there are a few things in there that. A few more things that I would like to take a quick look at, make sure we could get maybe a little more use out of, such as the and he'll point to the duckling hat and the ring.
Oh, the hat.
Yeah.
And what do those do?
You know, would you like to actually try it on?
Oh.
Klaus immediately squints his eyes.
Varric will do that
Okay.
little thing where he flutters his eyebrows, not eyebrows, eyelashes, in the most innocent-looking way possible.
Touch me with that, and I'm going to break your smile in half.
You wouldn't hit a guy who's half your size.
I don't know. He seems
No,
like the kind of
I
person
would-
that would hit anyone.
I would punt a guy your size, not
You
hit.
did the first person coming in here.
What can I say? He was trying to steal my coin purse.
Oh, that reminds me. We should probably do something about that. I had an idea. We'll talk about that later. Well, in that case, does anyone particularly care for the hat or the ring?
Six holds out her hand,
Which one?
points at the hat.
The hat is yours, and Varric will give the hat to her.
You immediately see her place it on Irkel's head.
No!
And for those at the table who are new to the group, there's a poof of smoke as Irkel's body suddenly disappears, and you see something kind of wiggling underneath the hat, and Six lifts it up with a big grin on her face, and you see a little duckling standing.
Varric
Yeah,
is just jaw on the floor
You
like,
understand the duck drawing now?
yeah. No, you guys explained it to me before, so like immediately, trust me, I wanted to put it on so badly, but I knew Klaus wouldn't allow it.
Varric just looks as like, why?
Well, he's still a bird. It's not that much
Klaus,
different.
he clenches his jaw while looking at Varric. It's like he doesn't say anything, but he's just like, so that's what you were trying to do.
Oh, relax. If you were actually going for it, I would have told you not to.
It
Anyway,
only lasts 8 hours. It's fine.
but my bird!
His face drops at 8 hours. Like, huh?
Six shakes her head at you, Tenzing, and points at herself, and then holds up six fingers.
Oh, no. It lasts for 6 hours. Just 6. That's fine.
Who the fuck made this?
An associate of ours. Moving on. The ring. Who would want the ring? Also, Six, please don't turn my bird into another bird without asking first.
What does the ring do? Another polymorph thing? Hopefully not.
No. Basically, if you hold your breath while wearing it, you turn invisible.
Is anyone here actually stealthy? Because I certainly am not.
When I'm not throwing someone through a door, I can be.
I'm decently. I can decently hide myself, although I can already turn myself invisible. But that's at the expense of some of my arcane might for the day.
You guys don't know me that well, but I could make good use of it.
Let's.
Kind of look to him and it's like, you're a Varric.
Say. Tell you what, if you do a good job on this first mission and you contribute to the group and whatnot, and let's just say if we find your company worthwhile to keep after this first mission, we'll talk about it further.
He just nods. Alright?
But in the meantime, I suppose I could hold on to it unless I look at Six or Scar. Either of you two?
I mean, anyone could, but I think it would better be suited on you as well. And he kind of takes like one of his arm gauntlets and drags it across the scales, like.
Fair, very fair. Six, do you have any particular care for this ring?
She doesn't seem to be paying attention, is more focused on just pressing her face into this little duck.
Why? I have to ask, why did you turn my bird into another bird?
I
She
don't
looks
think it's
at the duck.
technically a bird, and it's a.
Something, Darwin's theory, something.
You see Six look at the duckling in her hands, and then look at you, and then look at the duckling in the back of you, just like with a face like, "What's wrong with you?"
But I kind of like him the way he is. Just
Eric, he's adorable either way.
I know he's adorable either way, but still, I mean, like, I feel there's a principle there.
Six rolls her eyes.
Someone doesn't like change.
It's not that I don't like change. It's just, you know, I don't know how he feels about being a little duckling.
Does he look? Wait. Does he look upset?
The duckling turns in Six's hands, flaps its little wings, just quacks.
It's fun to me.
I'm gonna cry.
It's okay for now, I suppose. But please don't do it again unless you ask first. Because now I can't train him for the next 6 hours.
You could try.
You see Six kind of think about that and set Erica on the table, and she's going to. Oh god, this probably isn't going to work, but she's going to tap Erica's beak and then tap the table and say, "Sit." And let me roll.
Animal hand.
Does she have disadvantage because you turned my bird into another bird?
No. 13. There's like a moment's pause, but eventually the duckling kind of like smacks its little feet against the table and settles.
I feel like this is DM bias here, but okay.
Not bad.
You trained the half bird, so why not a full bird can still be trained?
But I like my half bird. I like cats and birds. It was the perfect thing.
We'll come back in 6 hours.
Does he normally get this emotional over temporary things, or?
Nods her head, yes.
Yes.
Okay, first off,
Such
No,
mixed answers.
First off, not necessarily. Second off, maybe it's just my bird. I like to be careful with him, okay?
Alright.
Sure. Sure.
So, in the meantime, I suppose I'll hold on to that ring. Ooh, I'm getting all blinged out. And so, the rest of this we can leave with the rest of his belongings for now until we have either need of them or find some other use for them.
Well, I can take the metals. I perhaps could make use of them. So the lighter, the crowbar, the manacles, the canteen.
That would be nice. Thank you, Mrs. Carr.
If you guys aren't too sure about what to do with, I'd be more than happy to take that booze off your hands.
I'm fine with that. Anyone else have any objections?
You have the better guts to drink than the rest of us so far, as much as Six tried.
Yeah. And then, we'll reach across the table. I will grab it and I will shove it in my pocket.
Aw. Look at that duckling. It's adorable. Alright, so we do have some time to kill before we head out. If anyone has any projects they want to work on, and I kind of look over at Six and I say, why don't... Well, you and Tenzin could spend this time training you to fire that crossbow of yours.
Actually, yeah, we actually have time now. Strange to say, but do you want to do that, Les?
She gives a shrug and nods her head.
While we're at it, I suppose you could see the abilities of the others. Klaus, you throw knives, I'm assuming, and Grimson does magic. I tested out.
Magic's not really my strong suit. I mostly hit people with an axe.
Oh, perfect. Then we can all test our aim, then.
Actually, if we have some free time, I actually have something else I'd like to take care of.
Question: what is this magic talk in reference to? Sorry, I think I maybe glitch out a bit.
Earlier, we were giving a components badge and asked if Grimson...
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
It's headed back to that. Okay, thank you. Just
So-
making sure.
So I actually have a few errands to run, and I have some things I've been meaning to take care of for a little while. Six, as you seem to have turned my bird into another bird. I'm assuming you don't mind watching him for the time being.
Shakes her head no.
Please don't do it again.
She kind of gives like a dismissive, like, it's fine, wave of her hand.
Oh, no, it is not just fine. You have to ask first. That's incredibly rude to the little guy.
She gives you an odd look and then looks at the little duckling who seems to just be daintily just smacking its feet against the table.
Okay. Listen, just I like him the way he is. Okay.
She just has this like, okay look on her face.
I mean, tell you what. Every time from now on, if you turn my bird into the other bird, you have to then the next day turn into a bird.
Is that a smart thing if we're on the road?
Absolutely not, and that's why I want to do it. So she won't do it.
High profile
She
mission.
grins.
Six we're talking about.
She grins and nods her head excitedly.
I have made a horrible mistake.
High profile mission, huh?
Anyway,
Oh dear. Alright.
alright. Well, unless Mr. Scar, do you have any business you're attending to today, or no?
Not that I can think of, but I imagine I can waste time on something.
Alright.
But I would ask you be sure that Binky is coming back tomorrow. For the less time I spend here, the better. See?
I could send her a message right now if you want.
It would be easiest, yes.
Alright. And Varric will cast sending, and he will send a message to Binky and say,
Post it again.
oh,
25 words.
Yep, and
a 5% chance of failure if she's on a different plane of existence.
It fails. She's dining with Asmodeus.
Varric will just say, Binky, darling. Quick question. You're coming back to Findlefair tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, correct? And also, I hope you don't mind, I went to the shop.
Yeah. Wait a second. That was 6. Went
That
to
depends.
the black.
Wait, that depends if you counted the
Oh yeah, that gets counted.
Damn it!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Went to the. Went to the.
Damn it.
Alright, let's see.
Please dial again.
Her voice comes through and it's just like, hello, Varric.
I've
It
missed her
can
voice.
be
Oh my
a
goodness.
little hard to say. After all, the magic is a little unstable, and oh geez, I'm running out of and it's cut off.
Come on! We need an answer, damn it!
God, I want her and Audrey to meet in some form of alternative universe.
Oh, so much chaos.
Oh,
Chaos.
I wait a second to see if I get a response in another form or fashion.
Let me check.
She's got the message in a bottle thing, right?
Oh no.
Hold on, we told her what was wrong with it. She may have made improvements by now.
and
That
that's
doesn't
how
mean
Varric
she'd be
lost his
unstoppable,
2
you
front
never know.
teeth.
Listen, it already dislocated his jaw once. He had to go.
We knocked all the teeth out of the cleric's mouth on my Friday game because he went down 5 times in a fight against werewolves, and we repeatedly smashed health potions into his mouth.
Oh god.
All I want for Christmas is my two front teeth. My two.
It was like he went down, and like the DM was like, "Okay, you lose two front teeth," as the NPC like smashes a potion in your mouth, and then everyone was like, "Oh, we're smashing his teeth in, okay." Just like as every time he went down, another health potion used on him.
I like to imagine he's just like, thanks, guys.
Yeah, it was very like he was like,
Hey, guys.
I don't know anymore.
He's just like, I'm gonna go eat some porridge now.
But to answer your question, once she cuts out, there's this silence. Anything else?
What are we waiting on?
Don't think she's.
Hold on, give me a second, and I will. Fucking hell! I hope we don't get into any fucking issues today. I will cast sending again.
God fucking.
And I will say, careful with words. Rough estimates. When will you be back? Also, I went to the shop. Hope you don't mind. Send a letter if can.
Why are you sending messages to a can?
It's a magical can.
Bullshit.
You would be surprised.
Infant. Some people, unfortunately, the first time round.
A prototype. It's a prototype. Anyway, do I get the response back?
So you hear back,
Oh, it's funny you say that. I just finished. Oh, wait, you might want to die.
and as she's saying that, I need you to make a dex save.
Do I get advantage because I got the warning?
No, she didn't get to finish.
Aww. Dex save?
Oh,
Yep.
you might want to die.
Oh, good.
With lightning flash reflexes, you hear that familiar crackle that you know is going to soon be followed by pain if you're not careful, and duck your head just as a bottle apparates in thin air and flings itself at where your head had been, thus smashing into the opposite.
Do I get to hear the rest of that message?
You did not hear it over the sound of the magic and it smacking into the wall.
Oh, there it goes.
Ah, there we go. I will go over, pick up the bottle, and read the letter.
So the letter goes over her saying that she should be back tomorrow night, but not to bother waiting for her. She can just, if he messages her again looking for something, she can just try to get something set up for that it's ready, and he can leave the money there. And what was the other thing that you asked?
Just telling her that I was in the shop. Hope she doesn't mind, and yeah, basically just asking when she'll be back. So wait, she's telling me to. Can you say that in a different form or fashion so I can understand it?
Basically, telling you to tell her, message her again what it is you want. She'll tell you the price for you to leave the coin.
Okay, I will. Seeing as I'm out third level spell slots,
Yeah.
I will write the letter. I'll just take another piece of parchment, write a letter, and back saying, "Well," saying,
The bottle is shattered.
"Oh, it's shattered."
It's smacked against the opposite wall once it missed you.
While this is happening, Klaus just has like the most genuine look of confusion that you guys have seen him, other than like brooding and tired. Like this is just like, huh?
Mr.
So,
Scum,
this is
would you
normal.
happen to be able to send a message to Binky?
I am unable to.
You have a very warped sense of normal.
You're not wrong, and you are walking into this. Well, from what she told me, she should be back tomorrow night. So we might be here just a little longer if you all don't mind. I just, like I said,
She did also say you don't need to wait for her.
well, what do you mean by that?
Just tell her what it is that you want, and she will know how much coin to expect in the.
Yeah, but I still have to pick up the goods and whatnot.
Like basically, she'll tell it. Tell her what it is you want. Leave the amount of coin that she tells you to leave. And whenever you tell her whatever it is that you want, she'll point it out.
Oh, okay, I see. If it's already there.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I look at them and I say, well, she told me to tell her what we want and how much it would be, and just to leave the coin there. But unfortunately, and I look at the broken glass, I have no way of getting that information to her today. So we're probably going to be here at least till tomorrow, maybe a little longer.
See that resounding joy coming from everybody.
I'm trying to prepare for the road ahead, alright?
So you'll be able to get the information tomorrow morning?
Yes, so... Like she should be back tomorrow night, and, but, you know, I can, send her the information tomorrow morning and see what we can get and whatnot. I was also hoping to maybe just get a chance to see her before we leave, because it sounded like she had an experiment she wanted to try out, and I would absolutely hate to miss the opportunity to help her with the research.
Well, as long as this is for the sake of preparation, it makes sense as to why.
Yes, and
Other than that, I don't exactly have anything that I personally need to do, so...
yes, and we could take this time to work on other projects. You know, I was actually thinking about heading down to the market and picking up a couple of empty coin purses and handing them to everyone so we don't get pickpocketed again. You know.
Quick thing to interrupt, Michael. Since it has been a while, you probably don't remember. She did not have anything else for you to try at that moment. You guys tried everything that was currently available.
Oh, I thought she said she had another experiment she wanted to do
Oh, yeah,
specifically
that's
on
right.
Varric.
What was that, Zaku?
Oh, sorry, I talked over you again. Yeah, the last time we experimented and she gave us stuff to try out, that was the last of it.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought she said she had one other thing she specifically wanted to test on Varric.
No.
Oh. Oh. Okay. I was very excited to be a guinea pig again, but okay.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you're trying to get us out of Findlefair as quickly as possible so I don't get sleeping.
It is, half of it is that is the truth, and the other half is me as a DM trying to go along with the combined size that I had received.
Combined size?
Yes. So like I mean, if everyone is fine with the whole, because what time is it? 11 p.m. If you guys are fine with playing through the RP of that, or if you would like a quick time skip of that, that's up to everyone.
I mean, I'll have to go in a couple minutes here. Like 15.
Oh,
So,
okay.
it's up to you guys. I mean, whatever. That's regular for me. You guys don't
I
gotta
don't-
worry about it.
I don't mind doing the time skip to, get to the other stuff, but...
No, don't, sorry, that was meant to be more of a don't factor me. 'Cause no matter what, kind of around this time, I'm gonna have to be going.
Yeah.
I don't mind time skipping, we're doing this for X amount of hours sort of thing.
Yep, so,
I'm in sort of the same boat as Chris too. Like if we're gonna do more things in town. Grimson doesn't have much to do, so I'll probably just hop off for the night. Y'all can play that.
There's only one thing I'd like to do, and if I can find DM,
What's that?
which would be a diamond worth 300 gold pieces.
Diamond worth 300. Okay, yeah, I say you can get that.
You know, just in case somebody gets hanged again. But I'll write that up on my
wait,
sheet.
wait, is that the Revivify thing?
That would be for Revivify, yes.
Chris
Okay, yeah, that was one of those special ones where that would have to get RP.
Dylan,
Okay.
how does it feel to get bullied by Chris the entire game?
I built a character with a really thick neck this time. So.
All right.
Okay,
I like him so far, I really do.
Oh, thanks.
But yeah,
Yeah, we have the.
Like fucking Kovacs.
You'll get there, buddy. You'll get there.
but-
Small strength.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say though, Chris, it's diamonds worth 300.
Yeah,
You don't
diamonds.
need-
I don't need
yeah.
it. You're right.
Yeah.
But I mean, a single diamond would just be easy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Harder to find,
diamonds?
though.
Okay.
Yeah, it's harder to find though. It's easy to
Oh,
find
yes.
a bunch of
No,
little
you're
diamonds and one
definitely
big
right.
ass diamond.
You're definitely right.
Break apart the diamond.
All right, yeah, that's one of those special ones where you'd have to do a bit of search.
Well, I mean, if I can get just a bunch of diamonds worth 50 gold pieces, I do that. It's up to you.
I'll allow it for this.
Okay. So yeah, I'll get 6 diamonds worth 50 gold pieces.
To answer the question earlier, I'm good with either. Like, if we're gonna roleplay the training where we're all together and helping 6, that's fine. Or if we're gonna time skip this day to move on to the next, I'm also good with that. So
Yeah, like I just wanna. I didn't wanna. We could just time skip that.
Since we are kind of normally I would be like, oh yeah, let's roleplay. But as far as it goes, it seems like since there was a previous hiatus, we're trying to get the ball rolling. So that also makes sense to me.
Yeah, because we spent 80% of the session just in the end.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine. Let us continue.
we can continue. We will learn more about the characters on the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I totally wanted the experience of you guys getting to know each other and all. That's totally fine. It's just more like getting the ball rolling of getting out of the same.
Yeah.
All right. So in that case, I'll just tell you what Verica was gonna do this time. First off, he's gonna send some actual regular letters out. First off, he's sending one to the guild with 60 gold, basically apologizing for being late on dues and that he got caught up in some business that demanded his attention and that he was on the road for a while. So he put 60 gold worth into that letter, and that should basically cover his dues for a year.
Okay.
He's also going to send a letter to his mother, just to kind of give her a bit of an update. A more sanitized version of his adventures thus far.
Okay.
So she doesn't worry. And then he will be sending a letter to his cousin, who is the lawyer. And he will be writing an apology for accidentally sending him a glass bottle that that knocked him out and broke one of his vases, and he will put a very nice-looking vase that used to contain gems into that package.
Okay.
So great, though.
Is the rest of the party okay with that?
Yeah. Klaus is just gonna do a few things. I'm doing a thing. Or,
No, I meant more the rest of the party okay with the gems getting sent out.
Not the gems. No.
Got it.
Just a vase.
Just a vase. God.
Oh,
no.
okay.
Yeah. No.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, Varric was actually gonna go sell the gems. Because I don't think anyone knows he has those.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he's gonna go sell the gems. See what he can get out of them. He's definitely gonna try to upsell them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Are there diamonds?
Are there diamonds actually?
Are there
Scott-
diamonds or rubies? I think I could use both. I could light more things on fire with more rubies.
I mean, I think I said that might have been some in the gems.
If I remember correctly, yeah, there were like a couple, but they weren't very
High quality.
Yeah.
more of like they were just small pieces that it wasn't worth a whole lot, but there was like some in
Right.
diamonds. I don't think there were any in there either.
I'll get them evaluated and then figure out what I'm doing with them.
Okay, that's all stuff I can message back and forth with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
These
Do you want me to just make a general persuasion check to see how much I can get out of them?
Sure.
Okay.
Woo, woo.
Okay.
You get 21 gold.
and then lastly, send out the letters. Did that. I think at this point, Varric will go back to the shop and. How many hours has it been sending out all those letters? It wouldn't have taken him that long.
Yeah, we're
So
we're skipping over the course of this the time between of shopping and.
Yeah, but he's gonna go and study the book for the rest of the day.
Okay. I'll say 6 more hours.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay. So I'm at 19.
Okay. Anything else for anyone else?
This isn't as important, but over the course of the almost 2 days.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess given that, Klaus will, in between areas, just kind of immediately after kind of what had happened there and the group kind of disbanding, he would just kind of find a nice place to sit and he would draw a sketch of Varric doing the Matrix dodge, dodging the teleported bottle, nearly murking him. And later then, that same day, he would probably draw a sketch theorizing on how Tenzing slept exactly, given his human half.
Okay.
Just like with lots of question marks, like scribbled around, like certain like different orientations. Like, how's that happening?
Okay. Anything else for anyone else?
Tenzing will be training 6 and helping her with her aim. So then hopefully when battle comes around again, she won't have to have frustrated sighs.
It'll take a... this is me, DM, telling you as a new player. To get proficiency, it will take a bit of time, but that's a start.
Yeah, at least like they've established now that whenever they have the free time, he's not gonna like help her out.
Okay.
With that. Let's see. No shopping. I mean, Tenzing will have a slight gay panic realizing people that are entering into their group now, but you know, whatever. Training is important.
Got it.
Totally gonna pick his brain after that.
Oh dear.
Anything else?
No, that's it. Just establishing training.
So that's for the first day.
All right. And Varric, you're gonna try to get a bag of holding from Binky.
Well, yeah, I was gonna try to get a bag of holding. I was gonna see if she had anything that could make my spellcasting any more potent, anything for general defense, and where the collar that I commissioned for Urkel is.
All right. Bag of holding. That'll cost you 500 gold piece.
I will consult the group on that.
Okay.
Don't ask me, buddy. I ain't got nothing.
So, who could contribute to this wonderful item that could help us manage our inventories and basically neglect the effects of having to carry heavy things?
Scar does not make eye contact.
Goddamn it. I just watched you pass around hundreds of gold on the table. I think you'll be fine.
You would be wrong. That's a lot even for me.
Tenzing
you
will
have?
A little bit.
You still
Okay.
haven't split the money you guys found in the cave.
No, we did.
They
Did we?
Time Kovacs had money.
Yeah.
That was the first time Kovacs ever had any money.
I did have like 200 gold, like which we haven't done anything that really we haven't got any real gold aside from those two things. So that's
No,
probably
in like that little hidden cranny area.
Yeah, no, we split that. Varric
I think
couldn't
we
carry
did.
all that, remember?
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, we did.
It was split because that was the only thing Kovacs had money for.
because
got it.
remember I bought like my Cliverance or my augury sticks.
Oh, okay, I got it.
Tim's fake potions.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. All right. So yeah, that's the cost for the bag of holding. Commissioned a collar, right?
Yeah, which I think I already paid for.
Mm,
Oh, also, I forgot to mention, Varric, the previous day would have gone out outside the town gates in an empty area to pull from the pink bag again.
okay, roll 1d100.
Oh boy.
Well, how many coins do you have, Eric?
A number? 44.
Why do you have only 44 gold? What did you spend it on?
No,
No, that's
Oh,
taking from a magic
I see.
bag. He bought-
Tenzing would help out with the costs, by the way, because he has from the lake and everything. I somehow have like 1,000 gold. I don't know if that's right.
what?
no, that's right. You pulled out like 600 gold from a lake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Richest person. I wouldn't help Michael. It seems like he has the gold and doesn't.
Oh no! Like, why would? There's really no reason why close doesn't help with that. That never does.
Does anybody want to ask him?
I have a number of gold. Anyway, what I pull out of the bag? Literally anything else.
Damn.
Eric's got plenty of gold, you little.
I guess. Oh no! I'm gonna say something terrible.
Find the sewing kit. Inside is some loose blue thread and 10 fine needles.
So I found a sewing kit with. So I found a sewing kit. You said
Yep, with
sewing kit with. Yeah, you're kind of cutting off there when you try to describe it. So a sewing kit and
10 fine needles.
10 fine.
All right, and then 10 fine needles. Sweet. So Varric will say, I can put 250 in if someone else wants to cover the other 250.
Yeah, I can carry that.
All right. So that's 250 from each of our inventories. Hold on, I gotta think. Math.
It's not scum. It's for the rest of the group.
Yeah, no, this is a group item. All right, this is to be used by all of us. All right, so we have that. So I'm assuming I have Urkel's collar too. All right, I will.
Wait, I can't remember. You asked for anything specific with it, or just a call?
So for the collar, I asked that, and I think I had already paid for this. It's been a while, so I think I did, because that sounds like something Varric. I think, well, knowing Varric, you probably would have paid for it up front, because it's Minky. But it was basically a collar, just a red collar with Urkel's name on it, with a tag that said Urkel's name on it, and that it had the return to Varric Knackle if found lost, and basically I was asking if it could grow when he grew.
Right. Okay.
So I'm assuming I can find that.
Yeah.
All right. Now, anything for general protection or anything fun?
For the time being, she is out of stuff for you to test.
Not test, just something that's fun. Like bag of beans or something like that. The beans.
She does have something that can help with defense, but it is 5,000 gold piece.
So something fun.
That is everything for now.
All right. So, oh, and was there anything that could make my spellcasting more potent?
In what way?
I'm just out of game. I'm just looking for like a +1 spellcasting focus, or just something that does something with my spellcasting.
You gotta be a bit specific on what exactly you're looking for.
Like +1 spellcasting focus, like something to make the accordion as my spellcasting focus and be a +1 spellcasting focus.
Oh, got it. 1 sec while I figure.
Well, you're looking for +1 for saving throws or +1 for attack rolls, because those are very different things.
Doesn't +1 spellcasting focuses cover both?
No, there's no such thing as a +1 spellcasting focus.
Yeah, there is. Wand of the War Mage.
That's a +1 to your attack rolls, I believe.
No, it's 2 saving throws as well, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, give me a second.
Maybe. I could be on. I'll check. I'm checking it right now.
Well, there's there's the warlock specific like item like the pack keeper that does both.
Yeah.
So there are items that affect
a
both.
bonus to spell attack determined by the warlock's rarity. Has nothing to do with your DC.
Oh, okay. In that case, if I pick between the two, I would say something that increases my spell save DC.
I mean, they do exist. Like I said, there's like the warlock rod of the pack keeper, which does both. Like it's not like it's an unheard of item, if that's what you guys are questioning.
Yeah.
Okay, so a +1 to your spell save DC?
Yes.
One moment. You guys can go ahead and talk amongst your characters.
Well, I'm just saying it's always nice to be able to have additional storage in case, we come across something that's a little awkward to carry.
But it specifically seems like you were avoiding every question. How much gold do you have?
It's a number between 1 and 1,000,000.
Varric.
I am specifically asking just so I have a general idea of how much money I might make on excursion.
Withholding funds while making this seem very necessary. Interesting.
Well, I don't really like to talk coin when it comes to my personal finances. You don't want to say how much you'll have in case someone is eavesdropping.
Also,
The
Varric,
one thing you don't like to talk about.
Varric, the cost of an item like that would be about 1,100 gold pieces.
Oh my god.
God damn it! I just dipped below that.
Why do you have over 1,000? Where does everyone get all this coin from?
I work for a living.
Varric,
They keep taking y'all's money to spend things.
Do you understand what kind of
Yeah,
savings you can get with a lifespan of like 400 years? Or more?
Damn rich people.
Old people.
not sure.
To be fair, Varric has been working for a living.
For a few livings, because you're a fucking gnome.
You've done, what, 1-2 commissions?
I've done a few things. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I've been saving my money like a good noodle.
Mm-hmm.
And also, a lot of that money has come from Binky's experiments. Moving forward,
that makes sense. That does make sense.
I have side business. I have side ventures I invest in. Alright. And last question, is there any more of those magic beans I could buy? Say again?
Not at the moment.
Aww.
Aww.
There's nothing else really fun and wacky? Okay. I would like to rent the bag for another week. So, what was that? 100 gold?
Yep.
Okay. I am sad.
Miss those beans.
I still have 2 left.
With
Yes.
that, though, I do have to dip out. So
Okay.
thank you very much for the session, everyone. I'm terribly
Bye,
sorry
bye.
for being late.
It's okay,
and I won't let it happen again. I'll talk to
See
you
you
later.
next week, bud.
See ya. Yeah. Bye.
Bye!
Bye. Oh, since it's a new day. Once I get all that squared away, I would like to go out into the middle of a field and test the bag again.
Is it a new day? I thought you pulled it for this day.
No, I pulled it for yesterday.
This is over a 2-day.
Oh, okay. I thought you were picking it up the day after. I got confused with what was going on.
Alright, roll.
I can't wait to get that fireball.
Good lord.
I may have spoke at just the right time.
Okay.
This is why we're standing in the middle of a field when we're doing experiments.
So you reach in, feel kind of a longer shape with a bunch of different curves and bumps over, and you pull it out, and you see what looks to be a small figurine of a person that you don't.
I found a small figurine of what?
Recognize it though.
You're cutting out. Hold on. Let me disconnect real quick.
No,
It's not
No,
just you.
it's Nikki.
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Heck yeah.
Yes.
Alright, it's a small figurine of a person, but not a person you know.
I guess I will keep the mystery figurine.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Is it like a human, a dwarf, or like?
A human.
All right, and I will. All right, and then for the rest of the time, I will go back to the shop, assuming this didn't take too long. Pay the money and then study the book for as long as I can.
Okay. I will say you get an additional 4 hours. Alright, anyone else have anything?
You said this was over the course of 2 days, right? Can we spend the first day hunting and the second day salt packing some meat?
Sure. Are you hunting anything specifically?
No, just enough for a few days worth of food. I think if I hunt, I gather twice the amount of.
Alright, so you're going out of the city to, like, the nearest wooded area, I assume.
Yep.
Alright, just make one survival check for me then. Sorry, I must have cut off. Make one survival check for me. Okay, I'll say you get about a week's worth of food.
Okay. And then how much would some salt cost me? Packet.
For all of that, I'd say 3 gold. Well,
oh.
actually no. I'll cut that down to I'll say a gold piece.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I'm at 23 hours. Don't know if that matters. No, like Nikki, no, I'm at 23 hours. I don't know if that matters for anything. I can't hear you.
Nope.
Okay.
Wrong with what's happening. Hold on. It might be my push to talk is wacky for some reason. All right. Anyone else doing anything else?
Sorry, guys, I took so long.
Yeah, you just
I'm chilling.
All right. Okay, so all of your guys' shopping is all set.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, before I forget, one last thing. One more thing. So for those shops, for those other things, those other projects are in the works right now. Is there any way I can get them just to hold on to that until I get back? Yes, no.
There is no problem with that.
There is what?
Why am I cutting out?
It seems like a connection problem. What are you normally on? Because it seems like even your mic quality isn't the usual.
Yeah, you sound a little bit muffled today.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Is it because you're on a different device or something?
One second.
Okay.
Sorry if I took so long with the shopping. I've been looking forward to shopping.
It's been 2 months and you were just waiting with your list.
You have no idea. I really dude, one of my favorite types of sessions. Obviously you have the actual adventuring stuff, but I
Do
love.
I sound better?
Yeah,
Yes.
a little. Yeah.
A little bit, yeah.
But I love the shopping days. All right, it's always so nice to be the fruits of my labor.
Let's go shopping.
Actually, Varric would probably ask Six while they're in town if she wanted to go shopping for summer clothes.
I'm looking forward to capturing more of these moments inside of Klaus's sketchbook.
I'm so excited.
This'll
we
be
need to
fun.
draw Audrey's little doodles because she also does the same thing.
Cool.
All right. So also you do a little bit of shopping with Six as well. And all right. So all your shopping and whatnot is all set. Now, what is it that you guys are going to do?
Oh, I'm assuming that we would start getting ready, correct? Well, we are ready, really.
We just had 2 days getting ready.
I mean, we could wait another day.
Oh my god.
Tenzing already starts walking out.
Fine.
All right. So do the rest of you go on ahead as well?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry,
Are
I
you?
can't stay here anymore. This is too much time. Let's go.
All right. So you guys, are you making way over to the docks?
Are we charting a ship?
Yes.
Oh.
I thought we had to take the road to the city near the island.
Nope.
Oh.
Different ports.
Even ports.
Given the importance of the temple, it makes sense why there'd be several different ports going out to this place.
I
Yes.
suppose. So, guess yes, we're heading to the docks. This is... Ooh, we're gonna be on a ship. This is gonna be fancy.
Let me make some changes.
Speaking of, would Tenzing have ever been on a boat before? I mean, given how many...
Nope.
I was just going to say, I've never been on a ship before.
Well, actually, no. Tenzing probably has been on it once.
Okay. Because, he had to get off the island somehow.
We're all going to be on a ship eventually.
Ha 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 ha.
Boy.
It's a fact!
Varric, Varric's probably been sailing a couple of times.
All right, so you guys make your way towards the docks. The closer you get, the stronger the smell of the water hits your nose, as well as the smell of fish. You've been briefly down this way before, back during the beginning of the whole searching for the killer mess. Yeah, and it takes a bit of looking around for you to eventually spot where you're probably meant to go. Amongst all the fishing boats and whatnot, you can spot a boat off to the side where there appear to be different looking guard than you're used to seeing. They seem to be dressed similarly to the guard that you see in Fiddlefair. However, there is more cloth to their armor. They have more of a religious feel to them, and the way that they hold themselves is a lot less tense and a little more relaxed.
Well, shall we be off? And Varric will just walk up and approach them.
One of the guards looks down at you and holds out their hand.
Varric will produce the papers.
They'll take the papers, read them over, and then eventually say, Under the approach of the General of Lionheart of Fiddlefair, I see. All right, go on ahead. Hands you back your papers, and the two guards step aside to let you.
Thank you very much. I will turn back to the rest of them and say, "All right, time to get on."
All
Klaus looks distracted for a moment before he kind of like comes back to the present. And it's like he just nods and starts moving forward.
Tenzing will look out into the sea for a bit and have a both sad but also nostalgic look. And he remembers, like just to himself, he remembers somebody that he met in docks like these before. And then he shrugs it off. Nods. Yep. I've only been on a boat once before, so it should be interesting.
Does Klaus notice this somber look?
Make an insight check.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
All right. Doesn't say much. Just kind of moves on.
But, well, I personally am very fond of sea travel. So, and Varric takes a look at the endless horizon in front of him. God, that's beautiful. Actually, and he'll pull out his painter stuff and just start painting the horizon. Sea in the horizon.
Is there a place on the boat that isn't exactly as heavily populated? If at all.
It seems that the people that are on the boat are kind of loosely scattered. You do see that there's like a doorway that you assume probably leads further down the ship to where the rooms probably are.
Wherever he can be that's away from the party, he would kind of like to just move away and kind of sit down, kind of taking in the well, I mean, this is, if I remember correctly, the area where the Desalia little area was kind of a lake, so it wouldn't know so much be briny water, but just like the smell of fresh water, the casual mist, the air. How's the weather?
Skies are clear. Temperature is nice. It seems like it's a very nice.
I'd say that Klaus kind of steps away, takes a deep breath. Not a smile, but the tiredness in his eyes kind of like disappears for a moment as he goes ahead and takes out his sketchbook. Kind of looks left and right, keeping a watchful eye on anybody from the party that may approach, and he begins to paint out the scenery.
Varric has also been painting out the scenery. Do I notice him do this?
He steps away out of sight.
Yeah, he went away out of sight.
Alright.
As you guys are doing what you're doing, you can hear like the occasional passenger that looks to not be one of the ship crew making their way on. You assume that they're similar to you, where they have their papers and are traveling over there. Which, nothing too noticeable. However, at one point, you do find your attention kind of drawn away as you hear what sounds like the sound of a smaller trumpet blast out towards the ship. And you see that it kind of gathers the attention of a couple other people on board and the crewmates who glance over towards where people are boarding, kind of like a little confused. And stepping aboard, you see a young gentleman, very like blonde hair that's so clear that it's almost white. He has these thin-rimmed glasses resting on the bridge of his nose. He's dressed in like a sort of white, gray, almost tux sort of thing, minus the jacket portion. And he has kind of like a bit of a peppy skip to his step as he lowers the trumpet and gives a large grin out to everyone on the ship, and it's just like, "Everyone make way, the great Eleanor Farsi is here."
The great what?
The who?
What?
And you can make their images appear.
His peace is disturbed as Klaus puts down his sketchbook
So,
and
just for
looks on
exploding
over.
purposes, this would be the person that blew
I
the
already-
trumpet.
He's handsome, but I hate him.
Alright. Got a real Malfoy vibe going on.
Long story short, twink.
And who is this other person?
You would. Do you want to describe it?
Yes, you see, as the guy shouts that with a happy grin on his face, you see him, like, he has this giant backpack perched on his back as well, which he sets to the side and go, like, looking through it. And he pulls out what looks to be some kind of red rug of some sort, which he quickly rolls out onto the ship.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh boy.
And you see him then reach into the bag and take out a pouch and dig his hand into it, taking out these fistfuls of red petals, which he starts throwing into the air. And followed in behind him is what appears to be a very, very, like, this is real. It's hard to come by elves this old, where it shows in their features.
Oh shit.
But an elven woman comes through with, like, wrinkles. Her eyes seem to have, like, clouded over in her age. She's dressed in very, like, elegant dress that kind of flows out behind her as she steps onto the ship and gives this man a mixture of a fondness, but also, like, exasperation.
Oh my god.
You know, you don't have to do that every time I get on a ship, my friend.
No, my lady. It is my duty as your side-hand butler to make sure everyone on this ship knows of your presence.
I mean, that's how you make an entrance right there.
See, he understands.
Oh, good. Another one. Excuse
Oh.
him. Little bit of a, excitable.
I mean, it's hold on. Well, I mean, it's not. I will say that's definitely a grand entrance, though you don't seem to be much of a fan.
Oh, nonsense. My lady is just too humble. Please don't mind her. Please, my lady, if you do not mind, you see him, like, crouch down onto one knee and hold out his hand to help her take those 2 steps down onto the flat surface.
Takes his hand and just goes, so, like, that sigh of, like, I am doing this to amuse you.
Upon seeing this, Varric will just say, May I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance?
Oh, of course. I am...
No, my lady, allow me to introduce you. This is the great Lady Eleanor Farsi. I'm sure you've heard of her. Everyone has. And, I am just her humble...
I'm decently informed.
Klaus will walk back to the mix of it all.
You said make a what check?
Make a history check.
Tenzing just pipes up. I've never heard of you. He would know, right?
While the Klaus and Tenzing are sitting there looking out the sides, Grimson will approach and go, you gotta pay attention to the rich ones. They always know how to eat.
Varric, you would recognize the name. In terms of nobles, she is one of the ones that is up there.
Oh, I say, oh, I have heard of you. Wow, it's an honor to meet you, ma'am. Varric Knackle, by the way, and I'll give like a slight little, like a, not like a full bow, but just a little bow to sort of show the proper amount of respect. Varric Knackle, proud member of the Painters Guild.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Knackle.
Oh, Mr. Knackle is my father. Please call me Varric.
Very well.
I've been waiting for someone. No, I've literally been waiting for someone to call me Mr. forever.
And
I've had that since day fucking one.
You stole my line.
And as you shake her hand, the man standing beside her, very prim and properly, like rich, but with like an almost puppy-like excitement to him, like holds out his hand next. It's just like, and my name is Reginald Silvertray III. It is a pleasure to meet you, Varric.
What?
It's a pleasure to meet you, Reggie. Was it Reggie or Reginald?
Reginald.
It is a pleasure.
Silvertray the Seventh.
Silver Fairy?
Silvertray the Seventh.
Oh.
It is a pleasure to meet you,
I will
Reginald.
show the names for people's sake.
Thank you.
7.
Also, here I'll throw up the images into Discord.
Oh, Farseer. Okay. Okay.
I will say to him, it's a pleasure to meet you both. I see you're heading off to the temple.
Oh yes, of course. The lady, hardworking as she is, sometimes needs her breaks, and whenever we get tired of the vacation mansion back home, she likes to come here for some rest and time.
Resting from vacation.
Well,
Sorry.
You would be amazed how much vacation time much you need when you're on vacation with dear little Vanny here.
no, it's my late. It's Reginald. Please.
Vanny.
I could-
You'll always be that sweet little boy that loved his pudding in my eyes.
You can see a red flush come to this man's face as he quickly tries to fix his glasses and keep his.
Aw, Varric will just chime in and say, "Well, it seems as though you're looking to." Sorry, I lost what I was going to say. All right. Well, it seems you're certainly in good company. So you're on vacation.
A bit of a journey. I go to the temple every few years. A bit of a spiritual journey, you could say. Make my dues and such. Also, occasionally while I'm there, I see if they have any rare antiquities for purchase and such.
Really?
A bit of a collector.
Well, if you're ever looking to add a, shall I say, future masterpiece, my services are always available.
He's actually really good at painting. You should see some of them.
Oh dear, I did not see you there. Hello, what is your name?
Oh, sorry. Tenzing Com. Nice to meet you. And he puts his hand out to shake for both of them.
Tenzing, it is a pleasure. I must say, though, I've yet to meet a centaur that is not a soldier. It is fascinating.
We're around, just not much up north. So.
My. It is a pleasure, my friend, Mr. Tenzing. But it is rare to see a centaur days. Back when I was a younger girl, of course, I knew a few around in my time.
Oh, really? There were more around this kingdom?
Well, when you're old as I am, the world changes a lot. You see many things.
You'll have to tell me.
Just for a folk, she's going to go into her little. She's got a little purse satchel, and she pulls it up. Would you like a peppermint, sweetie?
Tenzing just lights up. And he's charmed by this older lady. He doesn't care if he's like the Grand Duchess of blah 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 blah. All he knows is that there's a sweet grandmother in front of him.
There you go. And he's just going to put this little peppermint in your hand, wrap it up.
Thank you, Mom. Really.
With a bit of an. Oh, go ahead.
I was just about to say to Eleanor, I was like, "Oh, you're so kind. I'm glad to see that what people say about you is true."
Oh, and what have you heard about me, my friend, Varric?
Well, I've heard that you are. First off, I heard that you are very, very much a prominent figure in certain circles. But more importantly, that you're also very kind-hearted.
Well, I'm glad my
Is that true,
reputation
by the way?
precedes me.
With that history check, I would say that yeah, she does have a likeness to her that people are attracted.
Okay. I will then say. Oh, by the way, would you like to see some of the things I've been working on?
I suppose it would be an honor. It is a long boat ride to the island, and perhaps meeting such a fine artist of yourself would help pass the time.
Oh, you do me so much honor. Very well, and I'll start pulling out some of my paintings. I will show her the one that I have labeled Good Night, which was of a starry sky. I will show her the one of Urkel.
Klaus would like to try to sneak a peek.
He trying to look at the
these
old
are
lady's dress.
These are
Not that.
these are some very, very nice, professionally done paintings.
Oh, show the one with the lake.
Oh, right! And I will pull out the garden.
Oh my, this is very fascinating. You do have an eye for beauty.
Oh, thank you. I like to think of it as something I've acquired over many years of focus and study. But as I find many things to be quite beautiful, not only scenic landscapes, but the people and the ways that they go about their lives.
Indeed. People are fascinating. One should always observe them with the closest of eyes.
As you guys are talking, Reginald seems to kind of drift away from the conversation for a second and go sifting through his giant backpack, and you see him pull out a little umbrella, sort of like paper umbrella, and he holds it over the woman's.
Mr. Greg Universe. Greg Universe.
How do you do?
I will, ignoring that, I will just continue to say to her, you must tell me more about some of the things you've seen throughout your life. I imagine someone, and I say this with the utmost confidence, that someone with your experience must have plenty of stories to tell. I'm actually a bit of a poet and a performer myself as well.
Oh, that is very good, but would you like a bit of a suggestion, my friend Varric, when you introduce to an old lady as myself? The word you are looking for is venerable.
Venerable.
Indeed.
I will keep that in mind. I apologize.
Oh, it is okay. I always am eager to teach.
My lady is so kind. Oh, I'm sorry. You see him
Vanny,
get a handkerchief
please.
and dab his eyes.
Listen here, lady. Before this little one talks your ears off, I saw you had candy in that purse.
Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking god!
Oh, you are a big one, aren't you?
You got candy in your purse?
I got this away from eating.
Well, of course. Here, just one moment. You pull out a peppermint in your giant palms. Here you go, my sweet boy.
I don't
enjoy.
Not to sound stingy or greedy. You mind if I get two?
Oh, well, I can see from your size, but you remind me of such my dear little Vanny with his pudding, always asking for seconds before you finish your first, but here you go.
Does he have pudding now?
Vanny, did you bring your pudding like you always do?
Oh my fucking god!
I love
This guy, we're turning this guy into the villain of the campaign right now.
Yeah, y'all are bullying him. Klaus doesn't have to do anything. I'm surprised.
I'm not doing anything. I'm conversing with this wonderful, wonderful lady here.
You see,
He's not bullying. He is after pudding.
yeah, you see Reginald kind of going, I can't lie to you. You know, you put the hand to his-
I mean, it's okay to have. I look at him. I say, it's okay to have things that you enjoy. It's not a crime.
I should mention,
Certainly not going to upset me.
Klaus's face has kind of changed from like a look initially of annoyance upon their arrival to something a bit like a modicum of peace, and it's just right back to annoyance with everything that's going on.
Reginald like shakes his head at you, very just like, no, it's not that. It's the little nickname my lady decided to give me. She sometimes calls me Vanille because I always loved vanilla pudding too. It's very dear to my heart. But my name.
Sweet.
Please, he gets a little redder in the face.
Look, nicknames are all right. I've already given all Patriots here nicknames. They haven't heard of them
Wait.
yet, but
You have?
this is Nickel because he's so small, and I'm gonna point. This is Scales here, and I'm gonna point at Scar.
I
This one
do
right
not
here.
appreciate that. Scar just looks at you and says, I do not appreciate that name.
The grumpy one here, he's Hood. And then Tinzing here, our centaur friend, is Crimson Thunder.
Crimson Thunder. I love that. I'm keeping it.
I don't disagree necessarily with that one, but I do want to pick your brain for the logic behind it.
He's got the red and black, and I couldn't think of a good nickname.
Thundering Hooves makes sense. What clever little nicknames you have given them. What is your name, my good sir?
That'll cost you a peppermint.
Well, you are pretty good, aren't you? But a hard negotiator's always worth a moment, and she gives you another peppermint.
My lady, please don't worry about it. Allow me to take care of it. And you see him go into his bag yet again. You see him like stuff his arm into it. Like the bag is like from his waist to about a foot above his head when he has it on. And he pulls out a pudding cup and a little baggie of peppermints and holds it out to you, Grim.
Oh, Grimson takes him with a big old smile and he goes, "Name's Gray from the Gray family." And then I'll turn around and I will go enjoy my spoils.
Well,
wait, Crimson.
You know
Say
what,
thank you.
Vanilli? He reminds me just like you when you were little.
Grimson has very high seagull energy.
I love Grimson already.
This is great. Guys, with that, Grimson's gonna enjoy his pudding and peppermint, and I have work in the morning, so I got.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
See ya.
See you next week, Dylan.
See ya.
I love your character.
So, Reginald
Varric?
looks at Varric and Tenzing and Grimson, who just walked off, and is just like, so, is this all of your party? What a delightful lot.
Well, there's me.
Oh, hello there, you're not speaking, I'm sorry. What is your name?
I don't typically. Klaus. You're original, right?
Yes, Reginald, it is a pleasure to meet you, Klaus. Klaus, is her last...
Stick it to Klaus.
Stick it to Klaus, that is a long last name.
It's rather suiting.
You see, like, seeing the look of annoyance on Klaus's face, Reginald kind of gives, like, the big grin, like, cheery puppy face kind of grin, kind of melts into a wincing, like, I'm sorry, I'm a good butler, not the best comedian. Klaus.
Like, the tension that, like, built in his body from that, like, kind of, like, half releases as he just kind of, like, makes his way towards the bench or wherever that he can sit and kind of watch the party's interaction.
Upon that, Varric will look at Eleanor and say, well, you've been so kind to share your sweets with us, I feel as though we should do the same. Tenzing, do you have the pie?
Oh, that's right. Do you have anything to cut it with?
Varric will produce a dagger.
Okay, so I do see on my list that I did have a shopping list of like a pie container, so he has pie in a container, not just like smushed in his bag.
You have the never-ending pie tin.
Yeah.
Okay, so it actually like it would be squished, right?
No, it's a fresh pie.
Okay. It's in the tin. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, he takes out the pie tin, and he holds it up to the two, and just, well, we have this pie here that we won at a carnival, and it does something really interesting. Oh right, you have to eat the thing. How much would you like? And takes the dagger and
Wait. Reginald turns to Eleanor, is like, as always, my lady, I must, for your safety, not to say that I do not trust you. And he looks at your group as like, I swear, it is common courtesy. I must, for her safety, of course. And you see him like dip a finger in, then stick his finger in his mouth, and like wait for a moment, and then pat his chest down.
I kind of look at Eleanor as he's doing this.
Klaus just kind of whispers to himself, that is the smartest thing he's done since he's gotten here.
Does Tenzing hear this?
Maybe. Are you sitting on the sidelines as he is, or? I mean, it's up to, of course, the perception check, but yeah.
I don't see where our tokens aren't here, so I actually don't know where we are.
I'll put your tokens out, guys.
Wonderful.
I am curious though, what is Eleanor's reaction when she sees all this?
She more than has like a face that she's used to this. As Reginald kind of gives like a sigh of relief, as she's like, "All right, very good. It is not poisoned, as you may, my."
Yeah, we ate it. We had pie contest, and if you want us to eat it too, we can. It's nothing in it.
Oh, hello.
You can never be too careful. After all, I lost my great-great-great-grandfather to poisoned eggs. It was a rather painful moment for the family.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, we promise our pie is not poisoned.
Yes, as I am still standing and breathing, I can say that is true.
How is it, by the way?
It is delicious, but you might want to add a bit more cinnamon. I do not mean to brag, but I am a wonderful cook. I try my best. A little hobby of mine.
Varric will.
Attention peaks.
Varric will use his will use prestidigitation to add a hint of cinnamon to the pie.
Reginald will take another taste again and be like, "Yes, that is exactly the right amount. Perfect."
Wait, you could do that all along? I had a taste of like 50 grams, like 100,000 grams of sugar in my mouth when we were doing this contest, and everything just tasted awful.
Well, I mean, I learned it recently, and I
did not learn that recently. I'm pretty sure you've had it.
You ever hear a lie so bad you don't even need to make a deception check?
No, I'm trying to think when I just got that cantrip. I'm trying to think when I would have gotten it. Hold on. When do bards learn another cantrip? 4th level, so I probably had it for a little while. I forget. I learned it recently, and I forget that I have it sometimes. Tenzing, I promise you, I just wasn't thinking of it at the time.
Okay.
But how is the pie?
Gives a slice to both of them, like a proper slice. Oh no, we don't have. We don't have plates.
Reginald, I'm sure you have some in that bag of yours.
Oh yeah, yes. What is it that we are looking for?
Plates, my dear.
Oh, of course I have plates. Why wouldn't I have plates? And you see him go searching through it, and he's like, let's see, bowls, knives, forks. Oh God, I don't have plates. I don't have plates. Oh God, wait right here. I will run to the mansion and be right.
The boat is leaving. No,
Faust will
the
stand up.
bowls?
Faust will stand up and take out a few mess kits out of his bag. Return them after you're done.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Klaus.
Oh, thanks, mate.
That is wonderful. Thank you.
Very kind of you.
I also have some cooking pots in general. I have 2 of them. I mean, if the rest of the party wants some, I'm sure Grimson will want.
Oh, I'd like a small slice for me and my little buddy here. Oh, I forgot to introduce you to the last member of our little band, and I will hold up Urkel.
Who?
Well,
Oh yeah, back to normal.
the sweetest thing.
Isn't he? And I just scratch him underneath the beak.
A griffin. Oh, I used to have one when I was a small child.
Oh. Oh, how I have been curious. Darn, I slipped into Darcy. I have been curious. How fast do these guys mature? Do you remember?
Oh, it takes a few years before they're full grown, I'm afraid. And they do eat like the dickens. I mean, they could put your big giant friend over there to shame possibly after a while.
Oh, I find that hard to believe.
You said that was the last member of your party?
Well, oh, right, that's, and I'll adjust her to 6. Well, we do have another.
Of course. I noticed her not speaking earlier.
She's a bit shy. Darn it, I slipped into Darcy. It's gonna take a minute. She's
the
a
ocean.
bit, she's a bit, yeah. She's a bit shy and doesn't speak very much.
Oh no.
What?
There is no need to be shy. We are friendly, I assure you. 6, was it? Why is she named after a number? No, I shouldn't judge. That is a wonderful...
Perhaps she just liked to eat 6 of everything, little Vanilli.
It's more of a nickname, really.
Well, very good. And she'll approach 6 and go, "Hello, my dear. Ah, you are lovely, aren't you?"
6 gives a shy little smile to play up the shy act and holds out her hand.
Oh, of course. And hands you puts a peppermint in her hand.
Oh my fucking god.
I love her.
I can't wait till she stabs us in the back.
Right?
I know, I'm crying.
You're only saying that because I'm playing her.
No, I'm saying that because this is way too convenient. Like, a nice, sweet old lady and her Draco Malfoy ass looking servant comes aboard this ship and is like, "Oh, you rough band of adventurers are so nice, and I'm one of the most respectable nobles in this land saying that. I don't believe this shit for a fucking minute." Barrick doesn't think anything of it, but Michael is suspicious as hell.
I'm not. That's funny. I'm personally, as a player, I'm not very suspicious, but Klaus, on the other hand.
The opposite way.
I was kind of suspicious, but Tenzing just loves this granny, so if he could call her granny, he would.
So Reginald looks through a lot of you and is just like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a little curious. What has you heading towards the temple? Are you also on vacation?"
More for business than for pleasure.
Oh, are
you
you
are
there
all
to sell
businessmen?
some of your art?
Oh, that would be a good idea, actually. Well, I generally like to sell my art somewhere where I know a lot of people can see it. I like to make sure that my art, unless specifically asked by someone for their own personal use, ends up at places where people can see it.
Ah, bit of an entrepreneur. Prefer to be seen in the public eye. At the museums and such, are you?
No, well, not so much so people see it for my personal gain, but so I believe that everyone has a right to see works of art. Sort of like a way to give back to the world.
Very noble sentiments, my little friend. Very noble indeed.
You are truly a kind-hearted person. I'm sorry.
Watching this, just from afar, can Klaus kind of like look towards just to see if this is like some weird act? Like, he's never met someone so fucking animated before.
Make an insight check.
God.
Oh,
You get the sense that this is genuine.
oh my god.
Oh boy.
I love.
Klaus doesn't laugh, but he does give like a quick snort of like an amusement. But like he's just folding his arms and just kind of watching everyone go about their business.
You seem so you seem so friendly, ma'am, and for someone of such prestige, I'm very surprised you're talking with us.
Well, I've always said that is the important part of a lord and lady, to make sure they are friends with all they see. A true leader has to be a servant to the people and not the other way round.
Yes, yes, and you see Reginald start clapping his hands, excited, like rapidly.
I'm very much. Oh my goodness, you have made such a very good impression, especially compared to the last lord we've encountered.
Oh, who was that?
Well, I shouldn't name names, but if you would like my personal opinion, and if you would mind if we kept this between us.
Oh, of course.
I'm not a very big fan of one of the Lords of Findlefair, Mr. Oh, what was his name? Mr. DM, please help me. It's been a while.
Cooper?
Thank you. The Lord Cooper.
Oh, Lord Cooper. A bit of a pompous ass, isn't he?
I am in love with you right now. You are amazing.
I knew him when he was a small child.
Was he always so round?
His hands.
Oh my.
His sticky fingers everywhere.
Oh my. Well, I'm glad to see that we have that. You know what? May I make a proposal to you and offer to
Oh, so young in the evening. I'm afraid you're a bit young for me. As he gives a little laugh.
Sensing will just, he can't help it. He's gonna start and trying to hold in a cackle.
As much as I would love to jest, I was more referring to capturing your visage in paint.
Oh, that would be lovely.
Would you like to do it? If we pull up a chair, would you like to do it against the backdrop of the lake here?
Oh, that might be very polite. Reginald, do you have a chair ready?
Do I have a chair? Of course, my lady, of course. You see him reach in again and pull out a chair from the back.
As Reginald does that, Eleanor's just gonna lean close to Verixie and goes, don't mind him. I like to try to make sure he keeps himself useful.
I just kind of smile. I just kind of give like the okay sign and just be like, I understand completely.
And as he's pulling up this chair and kind of getting it ready for her to sit in, like dusting it down, laying out a new little carpet, and kind of taking out a broom to start sweeping the area there, he's just like, I am not one to typically speak badly about other nobles, but Lord Cooper is, I mean, that is the first time I have ever been scolded for washing the feet of servants. It blew me away.
Oh, actually, may I be frank with you, my lady?
Of course.
Me and a friend of mine had a little fun with Lord Cooper in the past.
Oh?
Well, given your disposition to the Lord, I find you'll probably find this more amusing than anything. Me and a friend of mine, we decided to play a little prank on him.
Oh, and what was the nature of this prank, my friend?
Nothing long-lasting, just, at a party, we decided to change his, outwardly appearance by magical means.
They turned him into a donkey.
I was getting there.
I see. So you made his outer self reflect his inner self?
Oh, you are too funny,
Exactly that. You are such a refreshing take on nobles.
What were you saying, Judah?
Just like as Klaus is hearing this, he's just like, "Wait, like they did what?" He's like, "No, they really." He's contemplating who he's taking a job from right now.
Yeah, no, I was about to say, he just realized he signed up for the crazy train. It was quite a lot of fun until, a mutual friend of mine, decided to out us.
Well, I suppose it happens, but quite a clever little prank you did.
Oh, I should tell you all about what we did to prepare. It was such a delightful time.
I am sure it was. But, one moment. I should probably get myself ready as she sits in the chair. Whenever you're ready, my friend Varric, we can begin the portrait if you wish.
Of course. Would you like to have Reginald in the portrait as well, or would you like to be the single focus?
No, Reginald should stand by my side, as he always does, as his father and grandfather and great-grandfather and great-great-great-great-great-grandfather has done before him.
As she's saying this, you can see in her eyes the exhaustion.
I will say, I could also after this paint you two separate portraits.
I don't want you to strain your head, my young friend, but if you insist.
Well, if he does get a strain, I do not mind massage. I am quite good with my hands.
I may take you up on that offer, but we'll see how things go.
Of course, of course. Allow me, my lady. I will stand to your right as always.
Indeed.
Oh boy. Alright, so performance check.
Yep. Okay. It's still pretty good.
Hold on, let me try that again. I'm still getting my sea legs to me. Give me one moment. If you wouldn't mind posing a bit longer.
Varric, I believe in you. I can't give you an inspiration, but I hope my words will give you some.
So, for each painting, it take about an hour at least for that to happen. Are you?
Yeah, I will just ask her. Just tell her I'm like, it seems I'm still finding my sea legs a little bit. Would you mind posing for a little longer?
I suppose one more couldn't hurt, my friend, but remember, at my age, I shouldn't sit around still too long.
Oh, of
seize
course.
up and never move again.
Oh, okay. I'll try to make this quick, and I will paint another painting real quick.
No, you're
jeez. You make absolute perfection.
Oh my god, a 30.
Yes. There we go. I'm sorry for the delay, but I hope you'll find that it was worth it, and I will show her the painting.
Oh dear goodness!
Holy shit, man.
I've never seen her captured in such a way before. Oh my god.
Shit, mate. And just kind of makes everybody come over like, look at this! Look at this! And just drags Six over and just tries to flag down the others.
Oh, you should have... Oh, if you like this, you would have loved to see my father's paintings. They were a league above this, I tell you.
Oh, your father was a painter as well.
Yes, maybe you've met him actually. Bilber Knackle.
That'd be your call. God, would Eleanor know who that is?
Knackle who?
She has probably heard.
Oh yes, I have heard of him. I mean, never met the man, unfortunately, but I have heard of his wonderful work. So you're that Knackle. I should have put two and two together.
Oh, don't worry about it too much. Not most people recognize the works, but not necessarily the name.
Well, it is an honor to meet the son of such one of the world's prestigious artists.
I'm honored to hear you say that, ma'am. And Varric will give a little bow when he's saying that. I'm glad you approve of the painting.
Oh, it is wonderful. I will have to definitely hang it in the gallery with my others. Perhaps a
No, my lady,
fireplace.
this one should be on the front entrance wall, so the first thing people see when they walk in is your beautiful.
She said, might be a bit presumptuous, my dear Reginald.
No,
to get
not
too
at all,
strong
my
in-
lady. It would be a gift to anyone who walks through your door.
Oh my fucking god.
It may be disturbing. The painting is wonderful, but the eyes seem to follow you as you move around. At the front door, that might be a little disturbing.
Why don't we, if I may suggest, why not put it somewhere, say, in the sitting room?
That was my original suggestion. I'm glad to see we think alike, my friend Barrick.
Well,
Oh.
if you insist, of course, my lady.
Yes, I agree with the lady, because this painting, while a grand hall, if I may presume, usually tends to be much far more open, this painting actually sits a bit more comfortable in a more confined and cozy environment. You can see as the cool colours would contrast very nicely with the nice warm interior of most sitting rooms that I've been in, anyway.
Oh, you are very right, Mr. Barrick. And she leans in. By the way, if you ever hear him talk about painting a portrait on the side of my wall, do me a favor and turn him down.
I give just a nod and be like, I understand completely.
As you guys are talking, Reginald suddenly holds up a finger and with like eyes shining bright. She's like, "I just had the most wonderful."
What would that be?
I can see it now. The entire front pane of our mansion. Her face decorating every window.
That's a bit much, lad.
Yes, unfortunately, that would be a See, you see, I don't really work well with painting on things like stone. I'm more of purely canvas. Like I've mastered my craft to a T, so I'm not sure if I could bring such a magnificence to a high enough standard on such a foreign material.
Oh, that is a shame.
Indeed, a shame. But this painting will be very lovely, and I will definitely hang it and cherish it as our first meeting. I'm sure
Of
the day
course.
you become famous, many people will be astounded to know that I have an original piece from the great Varric Knackle.
You flatter me so, ma'am. If you ever desire another painting, please let me know.
Perhaps one day in the future I will do such a thing. Perhaps one day Reginald will have to get you to come and paint a portrait for him.
Well, I could do that. Perhaps later today, if you so desired. Although I will have to say, I do have to eventually, at some point, start charging.
Of course.
Oh, of course we will pay you for the painting you just did.
Oh no, consider that one a gift.
Very
What about a
kind
tip?
of you.
No tip.
It is not necessary.
Now, don't insult the man, Vanilli. It is let the man share his art the way he does. Not all artistry is needed of representation. Sometimes the mere beauty of the work is what is important.
Exactly
You
correct,
are
ma'am.
so wise, my lady.
This is a good day.
Klaus is not enjoying what's happening.
I'm gonna be so fucking sad when this somehow ends up backfiring on us.
Only if we let it, if you keep blabbering.
But Miss Eleanor, I thank you for your time. This has truly been enlightening.
I am always pleasure to meet such fine folks on these long, dreary journeys. It does take your time, and meeting interesting people is always a worthwhile venture.
But thankfully, even when there are not interesting people around, the lady will always have me right by her side every waking moment.
Yes, always is quite the accomplishment of... Yes. First time at the loss for words. It's like... just
Reginald,
like
I
your
would...
father, and your grandfather, and your great-grandfather, and your great...
Oh,
great,
Reginald,
great,
do me a favor.
What was that?
I'm going to turn to Reginald and say, "Oh, Reginald, could you do me a favor?
Oh, of course, I am happy to help.
I left my sketchbook down in the lower cabins. Would you mind grabbing it for me? I did want to write down some information in case she ever wanted to contact me."
Oh, yes, of course, Varric. Which room is yours?
It was room, I believe the cabin number was 5B?
5B, got it. I will be back in 5 minutes. No, 2, 1.
Take your
I will be
time.
back in.
Take your time. No need to rush. Make sure you
Yeah,
get
we're
the
not going
right
anywhere.
notebook.
You
Read
see
it
Reginald
carefully.
You see Reginald kind of like adjust his glasses, slick his fingers through his hair, adjust the front of his shirt, get in a running position, and then just dash.
Oh my god.
As soon as he's out of view, I will just pull out of my art supplies the sketchbook. You've got a minute.
Thank you. He's a lovely lad, but a little over eager to please.
It sounds like that's something his line has experienced.
He's kind of like a puppy dog, to be honest.
He is a puppy dog.
He was
person.
a sweet boy, but for whatever reason, every time one of the Reginalds get married, they have this crazy notion that they have to name their firstborn son Reginald Silvertrade the next, and have them train up as a butler for me, since they know that I'll outlive them. I'm not quite sure where that came from, but after 986 years of Reginald's, I could use a break.
Oh,
Well,
you know what it is. You know how it is. You know how it is. Fatherly pride, concern over things like that.
and
Does.
cherish family when you have it, right?
Well, I do love the boys, but sometimes I wonder if they only get married so they can make me another butler.
sometimes it's just nice to have a little peace and quiet.
Indeed, though they are cute when they are growing up. You know, Vanilli was the chubbiest little boy.
Oh, do go on.
Oh yes, just rolls on his little cheeks. I used to pinch them all the time when he was growing up. He always was ready for a sweetie.
At that, you hear feet tapping against the wood, running back.
Oh no.
Reginald is like,
If you need any help, extra hands for a little bit of a refreshing new face to see once in a while. At least I'm not sure about the rest of the party, but if you need help with anything, feel free to ask me.
I'm sure a handsome man like you would be very welcome to help at any time.
Oh, ma'am, you're too kind.
Varric will just, before Reginald gets back,
I'm back.
never mind. I was
You
gonna,
go faster than I do.
Sure, you get one more.
I was just gonna say, I could probably keep him occupied for a few hours.
No, I don't want him to fret, Varric.
No, I meant in a positive way.
He looks you up and down. To be honest, I'm not sure if you're his type.
Not what I meant, but I was not expecting that.
She gives you a sly little smile.
And that is when Reginald starts coming back, and he's just like, what are you talking about?
Oh, just the sea air. Did you find it?
You sent him to get, what was it again?
My sketchbook, which I have on me.
Yeah, he's like, I am so sorry. I looked very hard. I couldn't find it. I can try again if you need me to.
Wait, hold on. And I will just pretend to rummage through my things. I'm like, and just kind of like do a little bit of a face palm sort of thing. I'm like, I'm so sorry. I pull it out. I just missed it. I'm so sorry about that.
Oh,
Oh.
Varric, you've done it again.
That is all right. We all make mistakes. It is okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Here, Miss Eleanor, and I will just quickly write down like the guild contact information and whatnot, and tear it off, hand it to her.
Well, thank you, Varric. I will look over these with great pleasure and hope to hear from you in the future. I'm sure
Whenever.
there will be work for you.
Whenever you need me. Oh, and Reginald, I was wondering, you seem like a very studious young lad. Would you care to learn how to paint?
Well, it never crossed my mind before. I could always learn. I could just decorate the lady's house and beautiful portraits of her. Why didn't I never think of this before? Yes, I would love.
Eleanor just looks over at Varric with a like, what have you done?
Barrick gives the look of, I may have miscalculated here. Well, keep in mind, it is something that does take many hours of practice before you could ever capture someone's true beauty, such as Eleanor here. But I could teach you the very fundamentals. It does take a while to learn, though. Usually, most people spend a lifetime developing skills such of which I have demonstrated here today. As I myself am actually 100 years old, so I'm not sure if how quick of a learner you are, but I do have other things I could teach you.
Well, as I've been told many times in my life, what I lack in skill, I make up for in persevere.
And
You'll do.
tenacity.
You'll do very well. Tell you what. First, I think we will work on how to draw a straight line, because believe it or not, most people can't do it until they've learned after many hours of practice.
So you want me to make multiple straight lines until I get it down perfect, correct?
Yes, and I can show you here, and keep in mind, this is something you really have to focus on. So it's usually best to put yourself in a more quiet environment, such as a small room or something, and it requires deep concentration. So it's often a very good concentration method is to stay perfectly quiet as you focus every little bit of your attention onto crafting the perfect straight line.
Tenzing is trying to keep a straight face because he's right there, but oh my god.
Reginald seems very serious as he takes in your words of wisdom, nodding his head and holding his chin thoughtfully. Is just like, man, it is true that years give on more and more wisdom. You are a wonderful person, Varric. I am so thankful to you for being willing to teach.
Of course, and like I said, it does take many hours. In truth, the lessons I give are only guidelines. It really takes the hours of practice to perfect this art. I can only teach you so much, but you must practice on your own, because my words can only convey so much information. But experience, that will tell you everything you need to know.
Alright, when should I get started?
Oh, effective immediately! Here, and I will open the sketchbook. Why don't we head somewhere quiet and away from everyone else, and I can give you tasks to start off with, to sort of build your repertoire, as it were.
Of course.
And I will start walking towards the cabin, kind of open the door for him to be polite.
Yes. One thing before I forget. Safety first, after all. You see Reginald go into his backpack to search for something, and he pulls out this tiny little silver whistle, which he goes over and hands to Eleanor, puts it in her pocket. She's like, as always, you need me a single whistle in my life.
I know, Reginald, I know.
Alright. I will lead him into his cab. I will ask him to take me to his cabin, where we will sit down, and I will spend probably 20 minutes giving him some classy-ass bullshit on how, things to not necessarily misguide him, but definitely make it harder for him to understand at first.
In other words, you're gonna act like an arch teacher.
Yeah, I was like my fucking figure drawing teacher. He says, paint the essentials. And I'm just like, what does that mean? He said, you just
Paint the essential.
Yeah, exactly.
Make a deception check.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
I love having the skills.
I'm not gonna even
Like-
bother to roll because I wouldn't be able to beat that.
In any case, while you're gone, though, Eleanor. So, my friend Tenzing, I
Oh,
wouldn't
yes,
mind
ma'am.
having a word with you.
Sure.
I mean,
And
as I
he
said
sits back up, just stands back up and walks over.
I would love to hear what part of the Centaur clans you are from. It has been quite some time since I've known any.
Oh, well, have you heard of the Montini?
Well, yes. Long time ago, I admit. There was some unfortunate business with them of recent years, wasn't there?
Tenzing's eyes first get excited because, like, oh, someone finally, like, actually knows what he's talking about, but then it quickly kind of slumps over.
She puts a hand on yours. She goes, "I am sorry."
Let me
It's
message you
rather-
something real quick, Heath.
Oh, yep.
Da-da-da. Da-da.
So the straight line, to give you a context of what it actually represents,
Oh my
It
fucking
was-
god.
it represents not only purity.
No, this sounds like my art critiques. No, don't give me more flashbacks. See, the blue line over here, it symbolizes, the way that life slowly connects together, and then there's a little bit of turbulence as it starts to squiggle off, and then the white is like, the purity.
Oh my fucking.
Yeah, no, this is like, I'm just giving him a lecture on just straight lines, being like, the straight line represents a rigid form, but it is malleable.
So mean.
Given shape, you could create infinite possibilities.
Okay, back.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh my
And I
god.
will literally create the infinity sign.
Right, Reginald is actually absorbing all of this with the most serious concentration on his face.
Oh my god.
Well, I am sorry about what happened to your people. It was a rather unfortunate series of events, wasn't it?
Unfortunate, an understatement.
I suppose so.
I'm on the search for whoever was left of that. Would you happen to know where they are?
I would have to say I'm afraid not. It's a bit out of my reach, though I'm still in politics. They tried to keep an old dotty like me out as much as possible, I'm afraid.
That's alright. That's a big question to ask. It's just,
Oh,
I've yet to find anyone else, besides, people of power, such who know of it, so
well,
it helps.
I'll tell you, my friend Tenzing, that if I do run into your people or find anything out, I will be sure to try to get you some information on it.
Appreciate that a lot, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, you are quite
You-
welcome, my boy. As I
You
said...
remind me of, oh, sorry, continue.
Oh, it's nothing. I was saying, I know what hardships life can bring, and it's always good to have a kind face to help with once in a while.
You remind me of a few people I've known. The elders in my village, and well, it's funny. I knew this one woman. She's a bit opposite of your personality. She's much more headstrong and such, but she. This old
Headstrong!
woman.
You might be more common than you think, my friend.
Well,
You have yet to
wonderful,
see me debate in front of the councils.
Well, then, pardon me for assuming.
It's alright.
It's this old sailor woman back a long time ago. I've known. She took care of me and just kind of acted like a grandmother figure and made me see that happiness in life again. So it's nice to see that.
Well, I'm glad us old ladies can always help the next generation along.
You have a very powerful role in this world, and I appreciate that. So thank you for all you do, even for Vanilli down there. Whatever the hell he's learning.
Well, it is nice to have a moment of peace. Normally I have to wait till he goes to sleep and sneak off on my own to have some private time.
Have you ever talked to him about all his thing? I'm sure that he wants, or at least have thought about his own life and independence and wants and needs other than what his family told him.
My friend Tenzing, you have hit the nail on the head. I have tried to get that boy to go out and meet people, enjoy life on his own. Unfortunately, the only time he does go socializing is when I go socializing with him. And unfortunately, he does not make the best impression upon people. I do hope that one day he does find someone to make him happy.
At this,
Unfortunate, given given I don't know how long elves usually live. I know for a long time, but even then, not having friends for this long is, it's kind of sad, isn't it?
Sorry. Are you referring to Reginald or myself, Tenzing?
No, Reginald, just, it's not, I don't mean to be offending, it's just, there's so much, you have so much extra life, and he does, and not having friends of his own, there's so much he's missing.
I encourage him to have as many friends as possible, but he just likes to dart on me, I'm afraid.
Well, if it
Perhaps
makes
you
him
will all
happy.
be good friends with him. It might help him along.
at this point, Varric is then saying to him, "So now that I've taught you how to hold your arm, I must impart upon you one final lesson before you go on to your 3 hours worth of training per day on just drawing straight lines."
Of course.
Feel
It
the
is
straight
true.
line.
It is
Calm
true.
the straight line.
It is true that this paper in front of you holds endless possibility, but the moment your instrument touches it, that possibility vanishes. And at that point, I will hold my breath to activate the invisibility ring to disappear,
Oh, goodness gracious!
and I will sneak out back to the top deck.
You see, you don't see him, but he looks around the room with, wide eyes, just like, where did he go? And then it's just like, you see him look at the canvas, then look at the brush in his hand, and go like, I misunderstood the power this sort of skill can acquire.
Oh my fucking god!
I sneak back to the top deck. Go.
As he's coming up, Tenzin will be like, yeah, why not? You could be his friend. He's a nice lad. Doesn't seem like he means any harm. He's doing his best.
Varric
Welcome back, mate.
just walks up and is like, he has I will tell you, he is very determined in things he does. By the way, I think I've bought you, at least for a little while, for a couple of days, if nothing else, about 3 hours to yourself.
Oh, this is very appreciated, my friend Varric. Very appreciated indeed.
Of course, you seem like you need a bit of time to yourself.
It does help one plan and think ahead.
Cherry lad, though, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, indeed. As I said, I do care for him, though he can be a bit of a bother. But Many things we love can bother us once in a while.
I understand that.
It's not the
So-
worst thing, considering.
Yes. Well then, oh my goodness, though, it has been such a pleasure getting to know you, ma'am.
And you as well.
Oh,
Though, I must admit, your quiet friend in the corner over there seems to be staring at us rather tensely.
not
You want
now.
to join in on that conversation, mate? He did this at the bar, too.
In this case, Klaus actually wasn't so much as watching them. He occasionally would look over if something like happened, like for example, Varric's sudden appearance and whatnot. But you know, he was kind of just like fiddling around, kind of twisting a blade in between his hands before he kind of like pockets it. It's just, I'm fine.
Well, one should not keep to themselves too much. It's a good way to become lonely.
He won't respond.
Oh well. Each to their own, I suppose.
So, I have to ask, like, no, I'm like as DM question. What do I know of her based on my history? Like, check, like, what has she been known for besides being nice?
She is a collector of ancient pottery. She is known to be typically neutral for the most part when it comes to politics.
Alright. Alright. So, Miss Eleanor, so tell me, you're interested in, if I heard correctly, you seem to be quite the pursuer and, if I dare say, expert on ancient antiques such as ancient pottery.
Oh, indeed, I am. In fact, I usually try to find some at the temple. They tend to buy and uncover ancient pots so occasionally. I mean, honestly, I always do get so excited if I can find some that predate my own lifespan.
I would imagine that's like. Do tell me more about that. I am curious. What sort of like things would you say are like? What is like one of the most interesting periods of history as not only from your experience, but from past that as well, in your opinion? I personally have found that the, I don't know, DM, what's a really interesting period in history?
Make a history check.
I have a 14 in intelligence. Do I have base knowledge?
Have what?
I mean, I got a 14 in intelligence. 16?
16.
Alright, interesting in what way?
Just overall, like, a very interesting, maybe romantic time in history.
Okay, one moment.
To be frank, I'm gonna have to look at those notes myself because I don't know the 1,000 years worth of history this lady's been alive in.
I like to imagine that now Nikki is just very quickly typing a couple of paragraphs, going crap.
Yeah, I'm quickly typing something out to Heath.
I figured.
By the way, Tenzing's gonna kind of gently pat Eleanor's shoulder, just kind of signaling that he's gonna leave this conversation because he doesn't know any of this artsy shit. He's gonna.
Well, I would have to say the most interesting time, or at least the time I miss, is when I was but a young maiden of under 200 years old. It was over 800 years ago that was. It was a nice time. It was a short time when there actually wasn't any tension for war, and the two nations actually had a peace treaty that spanned into a delightful time for both races to live as best they could. Both nations.
So I have to ask then, what caused everything to change to become the political landscape that it is now?
I'll wait for you to type that out, Nikki.
I already did.
Oh, did you? No one
Oh.
knows, actually. It was a matter of confusion and such. Even us nobles aren't sure what caused it.
Really? That's quite strange.
Indeed. I've had people discuss it before, but no one seems to be able to agree upon any one thing that could have been.
Huh. That's... Huh. So, what, in your... So, from your experience, though, and from what you know of the event, what would you say were some of the, in your opinion, some of the factors that led to that discontent?
Well, I'm not sure, to be honest. It goes on both sides. A lot have to do with it. It's just honestly the viewpoints of our two cultures not meeting eye to eye on so many different things.
Interesting.
I mean, our nations are different, unfortunately, and we tend to look at things with a more traditional light, let's say, up here than they do down in the south.
That's what I've heard. My father and mother were from the south themselves. I was born there, actually, and well, I did not grow up there, and obviously I took up the accent of the north. I am curious what my roots hold.
Wait, what specifics are you looking for?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Oh no, like Barrick's just making conversation about that. It's just like, yeah, I have Southern heritage. I actually am technically from there, although I don't really remember it all too much. But I am kind of interested of like where my roots are from. Like he's making conversation.
Got it.
Okay.
Just to kind of give some fair time while that is happening, Klaus and Tenzing, would you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, hi.
Hello?
How well?
Yes?
Should I just repeat since we just started?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Tenzing walks over to Klaus and like his arms are kind of dangling over.
Actually, can we pause for 1 second?
Yep.
Okay, I just had to stop and restart the recording because we were approaching the 6-hour mark.
Got it.
Man, like, guys, this day went from like sad to mournfully okay to now we're having a great old time. Kovacs who?
God.
Alright, start up the recording again?
Yeah, the recording's starting again.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So Tenzing walks over. His arms are dangling over the edge of the boat, and just kind of watching the waves go by while he's sitting there, and just kind of looks at Eleanor and Varric and Reginald, just kind of all of them doing their own thing, and he just
Reginald's downstairs.
Oh heck, he's
Left alone.
Left alone for 3 hours, striding straight lines.
I have to ask Zaku, how accurate is that to actual art? Learning how to do stuff like that.
Okay, so it depends. You don't do it for 3 hours, but if you are in like industrial design or something, you do need to learn how to properly draw lines, quickly and accurately along curves and stuff. So it's
And if you're a puppy like Reginald, then it kind of makes sense.
yeah. Yeah. But yeah, he looks at the two that are chattering and just kind of sighs with endearment, just like, yeah, this stuff is over my head.
Kind of sits there for a minute. Yeah, jeez. It's not for everyone.
I suppose I'm just not used to that kind of art. Back home, it was more of tapestry and artistry within your clothing and such. You had decorations and whatnot and pottery still, but for the most part, things are functional.
Lots of symbolism then in your clothes and whatnot.
Yeah. See, it's for us, our tradition's more verbal, telling stories as for bedtime and lullabies and different, songs that we could play, throat singing and that sort of thing. And tapestry, we had different gods and deities woven in, and we tell stories of that. But as far as painting goes, it's not uncommon, but we just showed it in a different way.
He kind of like gets this puzzled. A somewhat of a puzzled look on his face as he kind of just hears everything that like Tenzing is kind of saying.
He looks at him and tilts his head at the puzzled look.
You kind of carefully measures his words. What was What was your friend like?
Teze was waiting patiently and then has a somber look come over him as the question is asked. And he looks back out to the ocean.
With that somber look, Klaus kind of speaks up just one more quick time, and he's just 3 different times that has been brought up, and everyone else has their ways of concealing it, I've noticed, but something changed. Is there a reason why?
Yeah, it's fine. Our friend, we called him Kovacs. It's his last name. Walter Kovacs was a reckless and, frankly, somewhat unpredictable cowboy. He's has his ways and he's very dead set on his goals, and we didn't always agree with his ways of going about doing things, but he was a good man. He really was. He was funny in his own way, and fucking morbid sense of humor. And, well, in all our time with him, he tended to do sort of things on his own whim, sometimes oftentimes without consulting us first, which had kind of gotten us into a bit of trouble here and there, but all with good intention. But in this case, we were being interrogated for a mission we were working on. And he, once again, tried to do his own thing. And, he'd always say that no matter how many times he fell down, he'd always get back up. But, not this time. I suppose death was always around him. Literally, quite literally, death was always around him. He was surrounded by ghosts. It's a thing that he did.
Interesting.
It just, it caught up to him this time. So, we were let out after a night of interrogation, and he didn't come back with us. But as much as he was a pain in the ass to watch over, at the same time, he was good company. So it's him. It's what he was like. It's just hard losing another friend. We've only, our party's only been together for how many months now? Have they been together? Like 6 months, 4 months, a year?
About 4 months.
4 months.
Say,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, we've only been together for 4 months, but I believe that's enough time for friendship to happen, and we've been around each other for every day. And he's anger and sadness are starting to build up, and he's balling his hands, and then he just kind of lets out a very heavy sigh and just kind of stops, or kind of gives up on trying to find words.
You know, your friend, he, going to be honest with you here, sounded kind of like a complete idiot.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Walter Kovacs is a big idiot.
Reckless. As far as it goes, he didn't seem to maybe even acknowledge this seeming care that you have for him. I don't put myself.
I like to think he did. Regardless of whether we saw eye to eye, he did firmly say that we are all friends here. I'd like to establish that we were friends. So, he was so dead set on his own ways of doing things that, this is what he did. Sorry, continue.
For a moment, Klaus kind of doesn't get closer, but just kind of, even as Tenzing would like stare off into the horizon and whatnot, Klaus would kind of keep a semi-concentrated look onto his face, but kind of looking a little bit closer for one moment. Can he kind of just tell that Tenzing's good people?
Insight check.
All right.
21! Holy shit.
You get the sense Tenzing's pretty good people.
He kind of gives off a sigh. Sometimes, the way you speak about them, it sounds like you are angry at them. I wonder, do you understand that? And I mean this completely from a business standpoint, that he jeopardized himself. That, from the way that it looks, it was entirely his fault that happened. He played so devilishly with death that through one of the many hurdles, he threw himself over. Finally, he tripped.
As much as I hate it to say, it's true. And that's why I'm mad at him. He had so much going on for him, and he was starting to get better. He realized that we had his back, and we wouldn't let things go the wrong way as much. We'd try our best and we'd do things together. He was starting to get better. It's just,
I wonder.
as impulses go, it's wrong timing again.
Are you mad? Are you mad that it wasn't so much that he did it? Are you mad that it's because that you couldn't stop him?
I was in a fucking jail cell. What am I supposed to do? But
The mind can play tricks on you to make you feel as though you could have. It's typical.
I could have done a lot of things. I could have held him back because that man had the strength of a fucking squirrel. I could have.
No.
I could have done things back then. I could have done something.
Tenzing?
that-
He's put the blade that he was kind of flipping in between his fingers back into its small strap of holster and kind of looks up at him. No, you couldn't. From the moment that seeming train wreck of a man fell onto this world, he seemingly had a very, very clear idea of what he wanted.
Yeah.
Sure, it wasn't the way that it seemed any of you wanted it to play out, but don't spend time sitting there pretending as if anything you could have actually done would have really helped someone that seemed to be so stuck on their ways. That's not for you to concern yourself about. From what it seems like, and from what I can read of you, I doubt you did anything actually wrong. Goes back to flipping his knife.
Tenzing, starts to he crosses his arms over the bearing of the wood and kind of half buries his face in, and he just kind of mutters, just, when you just see, even if I didn't see his specifically, just when you see them right there, arm's reach, they're right there in front of you. Suddenly they're taken away. And the rational part of my brain knows that there wasn't anything I could have done. It's the part of me survived who had to witness being taken away. Wants something to latch onto. And unfortunately, it comes to the guilt of knowing that I was there. They didn't take me. That I wanted to be taken.
Hey, the thing you said, that it wasn't your fault. You don't have to listen to me. You know shit. You know jack shit about me. You barely even knew me. But whenever you look in the mirror, whenever you wake up, whenever these types of thoughts come your way, tell that to yourself. It helps if you can look in a reflection, maybe the surface of the water. In fact, actually, look down into the reflection. It's a still day. You should be able to see yours if you look into the water. Tell it to yourself.
Well, even though I know jack shit about you for now, I do know you have enough heart to give me a word or two. Well, just... I do have to wonder though, speaking from experience, or is this just general knowledge of the world that I had to absorb?
When he says that, he kind of... At first he was looking down, more so at his hands, but after kind of saying that, he kind of gets a bit of a 100-yard stare kind of out in front of him before kind of like flicking an eye towards Tenzing back at his lap, and you'll have to wait and see. He's gonna get up, giving Tenzing a last look, half a nod before moving on to go back to this more secluded area of the ship.
Before he leaves, Tenzing will watch him get up and say, either way, I won't cry. So, thanks, mate.
He like squares his jaw for a moment, and he'll just nod, just one last time before moving on.
Nods back at him and continues to watch the sea. Takes out his brush again and just kind of idly start brushing out his fur on his horse half and take out the tangles that are definitely there that he hasn't really been able to brush since the mission and everything and all the hullabaloo.
As for Klaus, when he gets back to that area, still of course making sure that nobody can sneak up on him, he takes out his sketchbook, kind of taps his chin a bit, and he begins to, and I quote, sketches a drawing of a kangaroo with Eleanor's face drawn over top the mother, with
God.
Reginald as a Joey in her pouch.
And man,
In a nearby lake, there are crocodiles with crude drawings of each of the other members' faces on them, but while the others are kind of sticking out, Tenzing's crude drawing is looking in the reflection of the water that they were kind of half submerged in.
That's nice.
Alright, is there any other particular conversations you guys want?
you just hear Vera go, and that is why I love the Odaran era of politics, because the Great War that was about to happen was brought to a halt by two lovers from both sides. Oh, it's such a romantic tale.
Off to the side, you see that Six is like eyeing her bow very thoughtfully.
My
Go
dear,
contemplating murder, you know?
oh, my dear Eleanor, you're such a delight. We must talk again at some point.
He warded off Vanilla Boy only to get another version of it.
You guys literally just pretended to throw a ball and he went for it anyway. He's a puppy running as far as he can for that invisible ball.
Yeah.
You mean that
Y'all
invisible
laser
card?
pointed him. Y'all laser pointed him. I'm mad.
I will say probably after talking to her for a little bit, I will say, but I could ramble on for hours. But I do appreciate your company, and I'm sure you would like to enjoy the sea air and some peace and quiet.
Indeed. I'm sure we will meet again before the sailing is over. As I said, it is a long journey, and who knows what could happen.
Of course. We sh- I shall. I would so very much love to speak with you again at some point.
I would enjoy it myself, you and all of your charming companions.
I appreciate you saying that, ma'am. All right, enjoy your day.
Yours as well. Which gives you a bow.
Barrick will bow back, and he will start walking away, and he'll approach Tenzing and say, "Hey, Tenzing, I have had such a lovely conversation. How have you been?"
Seeing as, like, he had that conversation with Klaus just earlier, so his demeanor from before when he first started talking to Eleanor, and after he left is definitely different. He has some, like, he was tearing up for a while, but he wiped that away, but he just kind of has that exhausted look.
You okay
from,
there?
like, the first night. And to be honest, mate, I feel like shit. But, you know, it's part of all this, everything's happening, so I'll be alright.
Do you want to talk about it, or?
Just, I already had a talk with, us about it, and honestly, I'm a bit emotionally exhausted topic, but just, it feels weird without him here.
I will admit you're not wrong in saying that, but Tenzing, you know that there wasn't anything we could do for him at that point, correct? Me and Mr. Scar talked to General Lionheart for half an hour trying to convince her to give him a second chance, and by that point he had already ruined it.
Yeah. That's just what makes me angry about it. You know, cowboy will be cowboy. That's just what he did. Just trying to fight my brain into the, you know, the irrational side.
Listen, all we can do at this point is make sure that whenever we tell his story, we tell it well. And
yeah,
we have to accept that the events that went forward, there was nothing we could do to stop them, and Kovacs made a series of very poor decisions that we had no power to stop him, and he should have been aware of the consequences.
Just, he did what he did. And, yeah, like, to be honest, I feel bad for shit talking the dead, so we'll just remember the good parts.
Yeah.
And if anything, he's with the others now.
Yeah, and Tenzing, I want you. It's not. You're not shit talking the dead if you're just stating what happened. But that's not what's important. What's important is that we need to learn from what happened here. That is the best thing we can do, and we need to learn from his mistake that the things we say and do have very very dangerous consequences, and we can't always rely on the systems of government that are put into place to keep us safe. If we even potentially come up against those systems, we have to assume that they'll bend to fight us, I suppose.
I've learned that long.
Well, I definitely know that you have, and for very good reason, a desire to. Well, I know that you don't particularly care for authority figures.
Oh, not really.
But laws are important. I just think when those who make them without the intent to actually help others and to protect the people, that's where that's where a lot of problems can come in, and a lot of horrible things can happen.
It's like General Asshole. Despite me still hating her for doing what she did, in reason I know, she did end up giving the requests. I basically shouted at her to give Kovac's body back, and she did. So.
And she also seems to have honored my request to leave his name out of the report so his reputation can live on well.
So, again, not every authority figure's the best. Just...
Kovacs put her in a corner, from my understanding.
I need to just...
I'm not defending her, I'm just...
No, I'm just tired, and I think I'm going to stay in the barracks for a while and just kind of shut off my brain. So, I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, I understand. Can you fit down those stairs?
Oh, fuck. God. Fucking damn it! And he just kind of yells out into the ocean.
Wait, hold on. They might be big enough. Cargo's got to get down there somehow, right?
And he just kind of... What was like a sort of really somber burying of his head into his arms is now fully just like burying his face into his arms and groaning loudly.
Wait, Tenzing, they have to move cargo down there. They might be big enough.
At the sound of your shout, Tenzing, you hear rapid footsteps running up the stairs. And out comes Reginald wielding kitchen knives, and he's just like, "Where is it? What's going on?"
Oh, no, it's fine. I'm just...
Stop the hoof.
No, there's no danger.
Klaus will also peek around the corner.
It's fine. Sorry.
I heard yelling. Is everything okay?
Yes, everything's fine. How are your lines?
I am still working on that, I promise. I just heard yelling, so I came running. Is everything alright? What's wrong?
Everything is fine as soon as your line work is to perfection.
Klaus will kind of like appear around the corner. He's of course gonna finish the drawing later, but like first he just like sees Reginald again, and just like after like a hefty he just begins to march on over to him. Goes ahead, grabs his forearm, takes the backside blade of the knife, pushes it into the correct position that it should be held.
Well, actually, you are gonna find Klaus, strangely enough, despite how out of place his body language is, like he could easily be pushed over, the way that he is wielding the kitchen knives is with that of someone who is not just some random person holding knives.
Okay, interesting. But that being said, if that's the case, then Klaus will literally go ahead, like,
lightly but like firmly slap the lower back to like fix his posture, move him to the side, and like get his posture up to where he's like actually standing at a lower but proper stance, and he's just like better. And then he moves on back to where he was doing.
Just for that, goes on his merry way.
This pup needs some fucking discipline. God damn it.
Let's get down to business.
Derek just kind of looks wide-eyed, just going like, what the hell is that about?
Reginald, like, kind of feels out his back for a bit, weighing the knives in his hand. She's like, that is much better. Thank you, Klaus. Wait, Klaus, are you a fighter, perchance?
He was walking like how I'd say he would be about like right here at this point before he kind of like hears out and he's just like the fine fighter.
Well, do you wield? Do you spar? Do you roughhouse a bit, as the people say?
Tenzin also perks up in interest at this question.
He'll go ahead and in a kind of strategic moment, movement with his hand, even though he very clearly has like a more seemingly actually ornate, I forgot to mention this, but he has a more ornate kind of, from what the scabbard kind of seems to be, kind of curved dagger on his right hip. He has another dagger that is actually tied via bandages around his forearm, and even though it looks pretty tight, he actually does like a quick flick of his arm, and the blade goes flying into his hand, and he goes ahead and raises it up. This is what they use.
Well, you see, these are my tools, and he holds up literal kitchen knives in his hand.
Oh my god.
I hate how I can't explain why this is killing Klaus on the inside, but Klaus just kind of like sees this with like it's this war of amusement but like frustration in his head. He kind of like flicks the blade back into the bandages just about as effortlessly before he just kind of stares. Yeah, he just kind of like stares back at Reginald for a moment, and it's just that posture that they put you in. Keep it up.
Yes, let me here. Actually, with that posture, let me try see if I can wield this a little better. I'm gonna
He like
roll
keeps
something.
on like trying to walk away, but at the same time getting pulled in by this kid's enthusiasm. So he just like he's very much like foot pointing in the opposite direction, but at the same time
But
still like
turned
now
around.
facing him.
Oh, geez. Okay, that's not a bad roll. Okay, got a 19. So you see, Reginald do a similar flourish with the two kitchen knives in his hands, where they kind of do sort of a juggling motion, where he does like a, with a delighted little grin on his face, like a little spin in his place, and before he catches them and wheels them again, she's like, "Aha! That really did help. Thank you."
Ooh, good showmanship.
Who
Good
taught
show.
you?
Well, yes, as the right-hand butler of the great Lady Eleanor, I have to be able to defend.
Why am I getting sudden Black Butler images in my head?
You're one hell of a butler.
I have figured it out. Do
Klaus
I
kind of
get
like-
bonus points for this?
Klaus kind of like sits there and just like watches him for a moment. You're going
Reginald's
to
just staring back, like blink at the silence.
yeah. He's just like, you're not going to protect. You're not going to protect. God, my head. Why are you forgetting mid-sentence? Okay. You're not going to protect jack shit if you can't keep your posture on the ground.
Yes, of course, forgive me. I should be wary of my posture at all times. I was a bit in a fret at the shouting, unfortunately. Well, it is nice to meet another person who is, well, a wielder of the, he looks down at his kitchen knife and then looks at your dagger. He's just like, pointier. Small, pointier.
I would.
Right. Well, perhaps at some point you can get yourself something more military grade and less shopping celery grade.
I don't know. I kind of want to see how this sparring match between you two would go. But after you work on your lines.
A sparring?
well-
I would be all for a sparring match. Of course, after my lines, I do not want to be rude to Varric, who has been so kind as to teach.
Perhaps straighten out your back alongside those lines, will you?
You see him straighten up his back, moving up on his tippy toes a bit.
Keep up that posture while you write, too. It's a good practice.
Remember to stretch, though.
I am sorry if this is a bit forward, but Varric had told me he was 100. What was it again? Years?
104.
Yes, 104. How old are you, Klaus?
I don't see why that matters.
No, there are so many elder people here. I know who I need to know, so I give the proper respect if I am amongst elders.
Later 20s.
What was that?
Later 20s.
Hey.
Is that true? Hold on.
No, it's kind of like been muddling around in my brain as I'm trying to understand like what the things that we've been doing with his backstory. At first, it made sense earlier with the original thing, but after the things that we had recently talked about, it sounds like mid to late.
Okay, so Original kind of blinks and is just like, mid to late. So, 25 to 29,
That's a good start.
Oh dear, then I am not sure if you are an elder or not. Well, that is... I will still treat you with utmost respect. Now, what, again, why the shouting? What was going on?
Tenzing stubbed his hoof.
No. Well.
Oh dear, without even listening to what you're gonna say, Tenzing, Reginald runs over to get down on his knees.
You don't have to.
Klaus, like, fucking drags his hand across his own face. It's like, you can't even stub a hoof.
No.
Are you certain? I have medical supplies if you are hurt.
No, it's fine.
He will be fine.
What I need help with is
lad.
whether I'll be able to sleep in the cabins. Well, not even sleep, just generally get downstairs if I can fit.
Well,
Yes.
I know how they can do that for you, my friend Tenzing.
Oh, you can.
That is right, I can take care of it.
Reginald!
He goes to his backpack and pulls out a saw and wood for...
Oh, no,
Reginald, no! They have exactly this sort of thing for moving creatures. I mean, not to insult you, my friend Tenzing, but they do have horses on these boats. And
so it's a
rowboats.
No,
You see the giant thing in the center?
My lady, I'm sorry, of course I would never want to interrupt, but as I understand, referring to them as horses seems to be a bit, crap.
I wasn't referring to him as a horse. I was referring to that they have horses on these boats. It's a similar size thing.
It's alright. It's just comparison.
But in any case, generally with the larger creatures, shall we say, they can open up the gates there and lower you down and up.
If an emergency arises, how do I get back up by myself, though?
You don't.
Pray like a motherfucker.
Alright.
Which is why I do not mind making adjustments to the size of that doorway.
I am pretty sure the captain would be rather against the idea, Reginald.
Oh, just a bag of
Oh.
coin. I'm sure it will be fine.
That, and I'm not sure if the staircase can actually hold my weight. I'm 2,000 something pounds.
It would be
Oh
a
my
strain.
god, Tenzing.
Tenzing, you don't look a pound over 100.
Oh, well, you know. But
Are you really 2,000 pounds?
I'm a fucking horse and a muscled person. It's going to add up, unfortunately.
You've fallen asleep on my leg. I don't understand how my leg's not broken under that weight.
I only rolled over part, so you didn't. Now, if I fell over you completely, if my entire body had landed on your body, I'm pretty sure I maybe would have crushed you, but your leg would have been fine.
Who knows, Varric? Maybe you're stronger than you think.
I mean, I did climb that tree that one time.
One time you crashed into it first. No.
Wait, what? When did I crash into a tree? I'm talking about.
Was it you or was it Lee? Oh, are we talking about the spider?
No, we're talking about. We don't remember the spider.
Oh, that's right. My
No,
bad.
I'm talking about the time. The tree he got the flowers from.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Wait, that was also in. Oh, no.
But we didn't forget that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a mission we remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, I suppose it's right. You did climb up pretty high.
Anyways, I'm sure.
Tenzing, arm wrestle me. Go.
He just kind of gives you a look, or just like, "You sure?" Takes their hand anyways.
I mean, it's gonna be funny one way or another. So.
Just
Go!
kind of holds his hand, and sees if he can actually budge him for a bit, but kind of keeps them steady.
What's he trying to do?
What?
We're arm wrestling.
Arm wrestle me?
I tried to ask this in roleplay, but like, with what balancing object are you gonna use to meet the height requirements for the both of you?
There's a table out here.
Says he will lean down, I guess, into nearly laying position.
Damn near parallel with his actual body, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, contested strength checks.
That can't be comfortable. Oof.
No, it's not.
Strength, you say?
Oh god!
Oh,
No!
Even with a nat one, he beats that.
I hate. Yeah, it's like fucking Tenzing in this uncomfortable ass position. Still slams Varric.
Wait. Do I at least put up a good fight?
There's a second where your both your arms are just kind of there, and you're not sure it's because of you're giving him a good fight, or if because Tenzing's just trying to get a relaxed, better grip until he slams your hand. And Reginald speaks up. It's just like, "Oh, that looks like good fun. Can I try?
Sure.
I've never arm wrestled before."
I'm actually trying to work out how Varric's arm can arm wrestle Tenzing's arm. Like the height
Tenzing has to
difference-
go at a very steep angle.
Yeah,
Very steep. That's why he got his nat one, guys.
Yeah, it's like you're not even at an angle. At that point, your arm is straight.
Reginald runs up to the two of you and looks between you two. All right, who shall I go against?
Well, you can either go against your elders, or you can go against the strong, I will admit, strong, well-defined Tenzing here.
Oh, I always do like a challenge. How about a Tenzing?
Sure. Just
Please do not break my arm. I need it for cooking.
Oh no, I won't break your arm. It's all in fun and games. So
Why? Like seriously though, this guy I get such Black Butler vibes from him.
I mean, which
He's
character?
just excited. All right, strength checks.
Strength check. Just check.
Same.
14.
Okay. And Reginald rolled a 12. So there's a moment of just like you guys pushing against each other for a bit, and there's like maybe 3 seconds where Reginald's kind of giving you a fight, but then you manage to push his arm down. He's just like, "Oh dear." You are strong, Tenzing.
Yeah, I hope so. That's one of my strengths. But you put up a good fight. I mean, just the way you were standing, you seem like quite the fighter yourself.
Well, I prefer to cook and fix things rather than hurt things.
That's admirable.
No. It's no. You see my like card his fingers through his hand, just like I'm not good at taking compliments.
Well, you know, I mean, given if I could actually get to the kitchen or whenever you're making something, I wouldn't mind watching, if you don't mind.
Of course. What are all of your favorite foods? I will make sure to memorize it and make it for the next. Or actually tonight. Well, no, I got to work on the line practice. Oh, this is a conundrum.
Well,
During my break.
We're going to be here for quite a while on this boat, so I assume.
Oh no, this traveled from the island. We are taking the boat that goes straight through the gateway. This won't be more than a day's travel.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll help you cook.
Hot tamales!
Have you not heard of the gateway?
Have I? I'm well traveled.
I don't. I've probably never heard of it.
Make a history check, Mary.
11.
You think you've heard of it? You've kind of heard of it. You don't really know what it is.
I've heard of the term, but I can't place where from. Could you enlighten me?
Is it an actual gateway? Is it a magic thing?
It is a magic thing, but also sort of actual gateway. It's basically a large portal doorway of sorts, opens up and teleports us towards the island.
Treasure planet.
Huh. Question. So wait, we are being sent here via we'll say company expenses. How much does a ticket on this sort of travel normally cost?
Well, you're looking about a minimum of 500 gold.
Whew.
I will say that is a. Yeah, no, okay. We General Lionheart is putting out, really sending us, investing in a lot in us.
It costs a lot as much as our bag, less for one person.
Yeah.
Klaus will kind of sit down.
Well, again,
Also, out of curiosity, and this is my own just imagination running wild, is it possible to launch someone out of the cannon safely?
Could you actually fit in that?
I could, certainly.
Considering all of the, gunpowder, I would assume not.
You'd probably combust.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. But if we could...
But, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I assumed you paid for your fare onto this. I figured all of you were rather, well off. Is that not the case?
I could afford... Well, I could definitely afford a trip, on this boat if I so desired, but we, like I said, more or less expensed it to the company. I was just curious to where, how much they spent on us.
I see. Well, I'm sorry. I just assumed because of, you see him glance over towards 6, actually.
Assumed what?
Well, I mean, she must have... how do I explain? Lady Eleanor, might I have your permission to share a little bit of information?
If you believe it necessary.
Yes, well, as slaves of a certain kind are typically able to get a sense from one another when they have been, perhaps...
Oh!
Slaves?
Don't worry about that for the moment. We'll fill you in later. Wait.
Sense each other. Does that mean that,
Are you a slave then?
Well, here, you see him hold up a finger to stop you for a moment, starts unbuttoning the front of his shirt to show, on his chest, you see a symbol marked into his skin, very similar to the one branded on the front of Six's neck. And he's just like, well, this wasn't actually put onto myself. The funny thing with this sort of magic is that it gets passed on as each child is born, to continue the holding of information. And, the very first Reginald Silver was a certain sort of slave, and basically, as each generation goes by, its ability to mute us begins to decline, and which is why I'm able to speak as freely as I am, but I am still forever marked as, what is the term? Tainted blood, I suppose. He gives like an awkward smile at that.
So you're bound to serve?
No. It's just, we are forever marked as having the blood of a slave, should any of us ever desire to pursue a status of noble status. It's not possible if you are branded this way, because it is not believed to be suited of your blood. But the magical sense is still slightly there, so we can get a bit of a feel for when we are around our kind.
But you're able to move around freely otherwise. You're just here because you like Miss Eleanor?
Oh, yes.
While this is happening, I would like to kind of like look at Eleanor's face. What is she looking like right now as he's explaining this?
Make an insight check.
Could I also insight Reginald just to see that he's okay?
Well.
Oh, nice.
Sure thing, Tenzing.
Oh yeah. Sure. Normal. Okay. Oh, nice.
God.
Jesus Christ.
I have another person to match with!
Klaus, you get the sense from Eleanor's eyes, there's a hint of sadness there. Not exactly, of course, not able to pinpoint where exactly in what he's saying is causing the sadness, but there is sadness there. And Tenzing, you can see Reginald, for the most part, is telling the truth, but there is that bit of hesitation that makes it seem like there is an additional reasoning as to why he is with her.
So... Huh. I was not aware of that.
I'll learn something new.
Yeah.
She's with us under complicated circumstances, but she's here and you know about her.
Yes. That is why I misunderstood. I hope I did not offend you, Six. So you see him turn to look at her with an apologetic look, and she shakes her head.
She is here. She is here as a friend. We do not. I will say we do not consider her to be a slave in any sort of the word. Where she is here of her own volition.
You see a very delighted smile come to Reginald's face. He's like, that is good to hear. I mean, I must of course keep up appearances in front of nobles and those with coin to afford such luxuries, but it can make me a little uncomfortable at times, I will admit. Most times. All the time. Sorry, I talk a lot when I am nervous, but I am fine with, I am happy to hear that.
If it helps, he's, at least our original group, I can't say for the rest, but most of us, we're not keen on the idea of slavery in general, so...
My parents certainly made sure that they passed that on to me when I was growing up.
That is good to hear. I can never really tell I typically keep this covered up, and you see him button his shirt back up again to cover the marking. Just like, people tend to treat you a little different.
Yes, and if you would do us a favor and not particularly mention our friend here, condition, around others, we would be most appreciative.
Oh, no, of course not. I am very much a believer in no matter your bloodline, everyone has importance to.
I would agree with you on this.
You're a good man, Reginald.
Can I tell how Eleanor is, what she is thinking of us at the moment?
Insight check.
Insight.
Nope, sorry, I hit the twice, but it's the first one.
You see some relief on her face, seeming at the way that you're treating him, despite this new knowledge.
Yes, we... very honestly, we don't exactly care for such practices as obviously are quite limiting and frankly cruel.
It's kind of, well, frankly, fucking disgusting.
Yes, it is quite, frankly...
Effing.
Excrement. Disgusting. You see him stutter for a moment, not sure how to approach the cursing, and then is. But it is much worse for the first generation, and based on the fact she can't talk, I assume she is a first generation of the branding. Like I said, I am the 7th of my line of fathers, and even though I am the 7th down the line when I write, it still causes a small twinge of pain in the wrist, but nothing too bad. It is much worse the more...
Are your lines causing you trouble, then?
Oh no, it is nothing I cannot deal with. Like I said, it is just occasionally with the writing.
If you're sure, I mean, you could limit your time down to 2 hours a day and take a few more days to master it.
No, I want to do the best that I can for Eleanor, and you told me this is the perfect way to get good at drawing, so I will follow your orders.
You made him feel so bad!
Damn it! I'm gonna actually have to teach this fucker how to draw. God damn it!
Oh man.
There goes how he's spending the rest of the boat trip.
Fuck! Alright, not the rest of the boat trip, but definitely, like, I'll let him finish getting his line work down. By the way, I know it's a little early, but let me see your progress with lines.
Oh, yes, of course. Just in case there was I don't know, the ship was being taken over or something, I made sure to bring it up. You see him reach, quickly dash over to the entrance area where he seems to have rested the canvases against the wall,
And what?
One moment. Oh, Jesus. I had to make a roll. Okay, he comes back on, and you see on the canvas is like the straightest lines you've ever seen. Because he has rolled a nat 20 for poor.
Oh my god.
I look at these lines and I expect them in great detail. By the gods, this is actually impressive. You're natural at this. I can tell you that much, very much right now.
Those are straight lines.
No.
You could use this as a grid paper. This is impressive.
No, it's
Oh, just take the compliment. You've earned it.
Oh dear.
It's natural. Maybe he can spend some other time going through some sketches that maybe you can teach him. But for the meantime, I think that maybe As another way to clearly take these skills of yours, I believe that you had wanted to spar with me or something before.
Oh, are you all right with that now? I don't want to bother you.
Well, if you paid attention to your own 2 feet, I've noticed you're pigeon-toed. Your legs are not bent the way that they properly should be. Your back is twisted slightly. Your hips are uneven, and your shoulders are slouching.
You see, with everything you list off, he immediately fixes it. Almost like with this, like, kind of like with the like unnerving precision of a soldier listening to a commander.
Better. Let's work on that, and maybe work on your knife work.
Use a quick learner, this one.
Clearly.
You are too kind. You see him rubbing the back of his neck and looking off to the side. He's a pretty pale dude, as you can see by the portrait, so there is no hiding just the beet redness of his face right now at all this complimenting.
While they're talking to him, Varric will just kind of go, not like directly up to Eleanor, but kind of like mosey on beside her and say, "That was a rather interesting thing to learn."
Heath!
Oh,
Hello!
Hello! I am falling asleep, guys. Sorry.
Oh no! We're bad. Did you catch what he said?
I missed the last part. Sorry, guys.
You're good. Basically, Varric is just basically saying, "Well, that was very interesting to learn."
Yes, well, it's how it goes, I suppose. Life and all that.
I'm assuming I don't need to ask you. I would prefer if we kept this particular interaction between us.
Of course. The less said, the better, I suppose.
You don't happen to disagree with you don't happen to disagree with what presumably might be going on.
You might want to clarify what you mean by that a bit more.
You don't particularly mind any potential, shall we say, how do I want to put this? You don't mind if we help a poor girl out?
No, not at all.
Alright, that's good to hear. I appreciate that, Miss Eleanor. So, out of curiosity then, if I may ask, and feel free to not answer if you don't want to, how did his father get that, like his first ancestor, get that branding? Do you know?
I'm afraid it was a long time ago, and that's something I care to speak of, if it's all right with you.
Of course. I would never ask you to divulge information you don't wish to. Don't wish to. I appreciate you. I appreciate that you're understanding that we'd want to keep this between us.
Nikki, please.
Yes?
Can you roll an insight check for me on Eleanor? I just want to see if it seems like A, she doesn't actually know the truth, versus B, the truth makes me uncomfortable.
Okay, sure. Let's see, insight.
14.
You get the sense that she seems uncomfortable.
Okay. Oh my god, my dog is barking at someone. God damn. I'll be back.
I'm sorry if this was a put a damper on the mood.
It is all right. I suppose things have to be said at times, and after all, it was Vanilli that brought all this up.
It's quite all right. Just as long as we understand that we're clear on the fact that we like to help people when we can, and are not very fond of the ideas, some of the more, as you put it, traditional ideas of the nation at times.
I suppose it's each to their own.
Yes. So, that reminds me. So you were telling me about the architecture of the. Wow, what was it? About 600 years ago, the Karunderen, I think you called it.
Alright, as you guys get lost in your conversation, for the sake of time, I will at least allow this one more thing of, if you wanted to, Judah, the spot.
Alright.
Cut off there.
The spar, if you wanted to.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, just got back.
Welcome back!
Hello.
So did you want to do the spar before we end things off, or?
For next week.
Heath is really hoping you save it.
What's that?
For the sake of this, yeah, no, we can save it next week.
Okay.
Oh my god, that was so much fun!
Alright, stop recording now.
feelings.